Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Anniversary of child sex abuse national apology.
And I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House commemorate the anniversary of the national apology to the survivors and victims of institutional child sexual abuse. Mr Speaker, 3 years ago tomorrow, this Parliament, on behalf of all Australians, offered an unconditional apology to the victims and survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. Our national apologies have always been days of reckoning. Those days of reckoning have become, importantly, part of our national story. The apology to the stolen generations, an apology for the racism, cruelties and injustices inflicted on our First Nations peoples. The apology for forced adoptions, an apology for the shame and the stigma and the brutality that forcibly split parents from their children. The apology to the forgotten Australians and former child migrants. An apology for the unconscionable cruelties experienced by children removed from their families and placed in institutional homes. The apologies reflect our acknowledgement of our failures as a people. As a liberal democratic people, we aren't afraid of our history, nor do we recoil from engaging with terrible truths. Truth was always at the heart of the apology to victims and survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. And this is what the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, initiated by Prime Minister Gillard, was all about, with thousands of people coming forward and sharing their painful experiences, bringing into the light what had been in the darkness. 8,000 women, men and young people recounted their abuse in private sessions with the Royal Commission. A further 1,000 gave written accounts. As well, the Royal Commission received 26,000 letters and emails and 42,000 phone calls. To the thousands who came forward and the thousands who could not, this Parliament said, "We believe you and the country believes you." Our apology didn't and cannot undo our national failures. Nor can an apology return a lost childhood or repair the damage inflicted by the guilty or those who are complicit by their silence. But it can be a marker on a path of healing and the start of a serious attempt by our nation to make amends. Mr Speaker, today I am reporting further on those amends that we have been making. The Royal Commission made 409 recommendations, of which 206 were directly, wholly or partially at the Australian Government. 84 of those were about redress and led to the establishment of the National Redress Scheme, now in its 4th year. As of last month, over 6,200 payments have been made under the scheme, amounting to almost $535 million. The average payment is between $85,000 and $85,000. That's $20,000 more than what the Royal Commission estimated. In the budget, we put aside more than $80 million over the next 4 years to progress improvements to the redress scheme, and I acknowledge the work of Minister Ruston in leading that initiative. We're committed to making it more trauma-informed, responsive and ultimately more survivor-focused. In June this year, the final report of the second-year review of the scheme was published, and the government is taking initial action on 25 of its 38 recommendations. We've made available advance payments of $10,000 to survivors who are older or terminally ill. We've pushed institutions to meet their moral obligations to survivors. Those that fail to participate have already been named and will become ineligible for future Commonwealth grants. As well, they risk being stripped of their charitable status. The government will keep working through the recommendations and release a final response early next year. Another major commitment arising from the Royal Commission was the establishment of a National Centre for the Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse. I'm pleased to announce that the Blue Knot Foundation, along with its partners, the Australian Childhood Foundation and the Healing Foundation, will establish and deliver the centre. With $22.5 million in Commonwealth funding, the National Centre will build knowledge and expertise and raise awareness of the impacts of child sexual abuse. The voices of victims and survivors will shape their work. It will build workforce capability so that we can better respond to child and adult survivors. It will conduct research and evaluation and provide practical guides for responsive functions like help-seeking, advocacy and therapeutic treatment. The National Centre will also undertake vital work preventing child sexual abuse happening in the future. As well, we're also going to construct a national memorial here in our nation's capital to honour victims and survivors, and to remind ourselves of catastrophic failures to protect children, to make sure they do not happen again. We expect the memorial will be completed early next year, or next year I should say, and serve as a place of remembrance, reflection, truth, healing and hope. Mr Speaker, this anniversary always requires us to reckon with our past, but it also draws our attention to the present and the very near future. Child sexual abuse is happening now. It's happening online in appalling numbers. The shocking truth is online child sexual abuse was already increasing, and it has spiked in response to the COVID-19 restrictions. It makes our response all the more urgent and our resolve all the more unshakable. Our enforcement, intelligence and research agencies are tasked with tracking down child sexual abuse wherever it happens. They work together on many fronts with new and advanced technologies to deter, disrupt and prevent abuse. The Australian Federal Police, the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation and the Australian Border Force are on the front lines. Operation Arkstone is the largest ever domestic investigation into online child sexual abuse. It continues to yield results, with more than 1,300 charges laid so far. The Australian Institute of Criminology drives national research to better understand child sexual abuse. The Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission helps law enforcement agencies to respond to online child sexual abuse by linking data sets and using advanced analytics capabilities. And AUSTRAC works with financial institutions to detect and disrupt payments for child abuse materials, including the disgusting practice of abuse that is live-streamed. Since 2018, this partnership approach has resulted in an almost 400% increase in reports of suspect financial activity around child exploitation. AUSTRAC and the Australian Border Force have collaborated to harden the Australian border to child sex offenders. And our law enforcement agencies have partnered with the Philippines Financial Intelligence Unit to use information on people arrested overseas to identify previous unknown offenders based in Australia. The Department of Home Affairs is building relationships with digital industry that prevent offenders from using online platforms to groom, exploit and abuse children or share child abuse material. These and other agencies are working together and with state and territory partners to respond to child sexual abuse. And we continue to work with our 5 country partners to hold industry to account. Mr Speaker, we cannot allow our digital environment to offer anonymity and impunity to offenders. It cannot shelter them, nor can we allow it to become a prohibitively hostile and hazardous place for children to be, since so much of their learning and experience depends on being able to enter it safely. All of our children. Mr Speaker, next week is National Children's Week, a time to celebrate children's achievements and a call to all of us to uphold children's right to enjoy their childhood. Next week we will launch the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse. The National Strategy will be a 10-year whole-of-nation framework to establish a coordinated and consistent approach. It will deliver ambitious and world-leading measures to prevent and respond to all forms of child sexual abuse. In May, I announced a $146 million program over those 4 years for the National Strategy's first phase, including close to $60 million worth of measures to be delivered by the Australian Federal Police. We also committed close to $14 million to equip our intelligence, research and border protection agencies to disrupt the cash flow behind child sexual abuse, to prevent and disrupt live-stream child sexual abuse, to intercept material and offenders at the border, and enhance our ability to identify offenders in the community. We also committed over $27 million to support victims and survivors of child sexual abuse, expanding legal assistance to victims and survivors and co-designing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander healing approaches. The full national strategy will include additional measures and further funding. My government looks forward to working with the states and territories to deliver these reforms. And finally, Mr Speaker, at the end of this year, we will table the government's 4th annual progress report against the Royal Commission's recommendations. These yearly reports, as well as the Royal Commission itself and the apology we commemorate today, they are all about accountability. They are about confronting the deepest, darkest secrets in our past and indeed in our present, bringing that truth into the light. 2 years ago, on its first anniversary, we placed a parchment etched with the apologies words in the members' hall. Nearby are the apologies made to the stolen generations, the forgotten Australians, to former child migrants and for the forced adoptions. These items of ceremony and suffering sit in the symbolic heart of our Australian Parliament on public display, because that is where they belong. As a remembrance of wrongs and our willingness to right them, they call us to our own stories and indeed to make better ones. And tomorrow, as we mark this 3rd anniversary, we commit ourselves again to honouring of these lives and to the safety of all Australian children. And Mr Speaker, I say to those who even today can't get out of bed, still cannot face and feel alone, you are not. This Parliament has heard you, and each year and each day we will continue to remind you that you are heard, you are listened to, and that you are not alone. And our country understands what happens, and our country wants to heal, and we want to help you heal. But we know, even now, you are finding that incredibly difficult. And for that, we can only say to you that you are very much here with us today, even if you cannot be. And I want to conclude by offering one thanks to the member for Swan, Mr Speaker. Member for Swan is retiring at the next election. There are many members in this place, in the opposition ranks, government ranks, for whom this has been quite a cause. But the member for Swan's passion and determination and quiet achievement in this area has been truly extraordinary. He has served his country admirably, and I thank him very much for his own personal counsel to me on this most important of issues.
The question is that the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I begin by acknowledging that we meet on the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. I want to acknowledge the survivors, those who have told their stories, those who haven't, those who never could. I want to acknowledge their families and loved ones. And I want to acknowledge the advocacy groups who have been on their side. I thank the Prime Minister for his words and the commitments that were made, which enjoy bipartisan support in this Parliament. Each year we gather together in this place to reflect on the apology that was delivered here in 2018 and, crucially, why it was delivered. And as we do, it is easy to fall into familiar metaphors of darkness and shadow. But that would be a mistake, because many of these violations were not hidden from view. As the Royal Commission so unflinchingly told us, so many childhoods were violated brazenly in the full light of knowledge and awareness. And the violators were often individuals and institutions that felt secure behind the shield of trust, confident that in the court of credibility they once again had the upper hand over those that they preyed upon. They acted with impunity. Betrayal was meted out in darkness and in light. Trust was destroyed in darkness and in light. And those children who should have known nothing but love and safety were left unbelieved and unheard in darkness and in light. All around us were voices that were ignored, voices that we didn't believe, and in the end voices that were never raised because there didn't seem to be any point. There is no greater silence than when we refuse to hear. I'm reminded of the words of the extraordinary Australian of the Year, Grace Tame. Kept silent for so long, she stood before the nation when she received that great honour, and she said, "Well, hear me now." Powerful words, one of the most powerful sentences spoken in our nation this year. I say to Ms Tame, we hear you and we thank you for your advocacy and courage. Just as we hear her, we hear so many Australians who came forward. And what a chorus it was. The Royal Commission was the overdue opening of our eyes and of our hearts, and so importantly, of our ears. I will be forever proud that I was a member of the Cabinet that made that decision of a Royal Commission. Julia Gillard has so much to be proud of from her time as Prime Minister, but setting and trained this Royal Commission showed moral strength in the face of considerable opposition. She held her nerve and she did it. It's a reminder of what true leadership can achieve. And it's a reminder of the power of advocacy and persistence. And I thank every individual Australian and every group who pushed for it. It was the beginning of the end for that heavy, suffocating silence. Into its place, thousands of voices began to pour, and what had been a bleak void filled with a great dam burst of truth that we could no longer turn away from. 17,000 survivors came forward to shatter that silence and to blunt its shards. 8,000 shared their stories, many for the first time. More than 1,000 gave written accounts. I often think of my friend who travelled to Canberra to have dinner with me one night when he told me what had happened to him as a child in the Boy Scouts. What will always stick with me is how he wept as he described how the opportunity to give evidence had made a difference to his life. Think about that for a moment. A life changed by being able to tell the truth, knowing that truth had at last been heard and believed. He told his family at the time, and they did not believe him. A system that had failed him so miserably allowed him at last to achieve at least some justice for a childhood that had been taken from him. The courage of survivors has not lost any of its power to humble us. At the culmination of that Royal Commission, we listened here to the Prime Minister and to my predecessor, the member for Maribyrnong. They said the words that demanded to be said, that so desperately needed to be heard. An apology can never undo the lifelong suffering that grows out of a childhood damaged by violence and fear. An apology can never bring back to the world those worn down by the weight of a truth born alone and who did not live to hear the words, "We believe you." Yet we know what a profound difference an apology can make, what a weight can be lifted by the acknowledgement of difficult truths. The fact that survivors accepted a hand so belatedly extended will stand forever as an act of grace and deep inner strength. But that cannot be the end of it. To treat the apology as an end in itself would be a full stop at the end of a prologue, the rest of the book left unwritten. To the survivors and to the loved ones of the victims, I say, yes, you had to hear the words, we hear you. Yes, you had to hear the words, we believe you. But now you have to see the actions that grow from those words. You have carried such a burden, you must not now shoulder the weight of just an empty gesture. What worries us are the signs that the act of apology has taken the urgency out of what must follow. Today's announcement of the National Centre for the Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse is very much welcome. But of course that fulfils a promise that was made 3 years ago. And so we support this, but we must act with urgency. Likewise with the flawed implementation of the National Redress Scheme. So complicated and slow there is an ongoing danger of survivors dying before they see a single cent. And those able to endure the process do so at the risk of being re-traumatised. Labor supported the Kruk review into the scheme and we welcome the improvements that have been made so far. We acknowledge the adoption of the early payment scheme that Labor and survivors had called for, but the clock is ticking relentlessly. Reforms need to be made with a sense of urgency, and the maximum payment for survivors should be lifted from $150,000 to $200,000. That some organisations have resisted entering the redress scheme is every bit as baffling as the opposition to the Royal Commission was. Labor supports the government in its actions against them. We can do better by listening to survivors. Survivors are willing to share what some of the most hard-won wisdom of all. To ignore them is unconscionable. We need to make sure we get this right. When the Australian Child Maltreatment Study is completed in 2023, it is likely that the level of childhood trauma across the nation will be revealed to be even greater than previously captured. We must face up to the child sexual abuse that is happening now. That continues despite the steps that have already been taken to face up to past wrongs. And abusers, of course, adopt to new situations. As the eSafety Commissioner has found, children's online safety has worsened during this time of pandemic lockdowns. A shocking finding. Increases have been reported in child sexual abuse material, online grooming, activity in online abuse communities, and live streaming of abuse material. To properly protect children, we need to protect them in institutional and non-institutional settings, online as well as in the real world. We cannot lapse into apathy. That would lay the foundation stone of a future apology, albeit one that would be rightly seen as little more than a contemptible echo. Let us get this right here, now. Many Australians continue to live with the effects of trauma. Australians who have fought to move past the confusion and shame which they should never have had to feel. who have fought to be seen and heard after being silenced in myriad ways, who paid the price of communities and governments failing in their duty to protect our most vulnerable. Survivors who had the courage to share their raw truth, along with those who still feel too vulnerable, too exposed to take that step. We have made progress, but there's more work to do, and Labor is fully committed to working with survivors. Mr Speaker, each year we return to the apology to remind ourselves of the importance of the journey that we are on. That is more a beginning than an end. We cannot stand still when the earth is shifting beneath our feet. Momentum is building, a movement so powerful it does have the feel of a seismic shift. Let there be no more phantoms, no more mirages. Let's get this right for the sake of survivors and their loved ones, for the future of all of us as a society and a nation, and for the memories of those who never got to hear the words, "We believe you." We owe them that much and so much more.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further
The
debate.
Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave's granted.
The Leader of the House.
I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion relating to the anniversary of the national apology to the survivors and victims of institutional child sexual abuse be referred to the Federation Chamber.
Question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. So members leaving the chamber, if they could do so as quickly as they can so the clerk can call on the next item of business. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Telstra Corporation and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021.
The Minister.
I present the Telstra Corporation and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to Telstra and for other purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Telstra Corporation and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 proposes to amend legislation to maintain regulatory obligations that protect consumers and promote competition in response to Telstra's proposed restructure. The Coalition Government's priority is to ensure that all Australians benefit from a competitive telecommunications industry and have access to the internet and telephone services that they need. Telstra plays an important role in the Australian telecommunications market, particularly in the provision of services to regional and rural Australians. The continuity of services and Telstra's obligations are critical to Australian communities and businesses, particularly in the economic recovery from COVID-19. Telstra has announced its intention to undertake a corporate restructure that will be the most significant change to the company since it passed into private ownership. While Telstra is free to restructure its business as it sees fit, successive parliaments have placed and maintained a range of regulatory obligations on that business, and it is important that these remain effective. These obligations cover core parts of Telstra's regulatory arrangements, including the universal service obligation and the requirement for Telstra to provide other carriers with access to its infrastructure to promote competition. If Telstra's restructure were to weaken the application of these obligations, that would not be acceptable to the Morrison government. We have a strong commitment to protecting consumers, promoting competition and supporting Telstra's public interest roles in Australia's telecommunications market. Without legislative amendment, there is a risk that Telstra's obligations would become less effective or cease to apply to its successor entities following the restructure or future resales. Therefore, there is a compelling need for the legislative amendments set out in this bill. Their effect will be to maintain Telstra-specific obligations and to address related policy issues which arise from Telstra's proposed restructure. There are two key sets of provisions in the bill. The first establishes a mechanism in the Telecommunications Act 1997 to repoint Telstra-specific obligations that would otherwise cease to apply to new Telstra entities. The second closes a loophole that allows carriers, including Telstra, to avoid facilities access obligations by transferring assets such as towers into subsidiaries or other related entities. The bill does this by providing that if a group of companies includes a carrier, a company other than a carrier that is in the group must provide all carriers with access to the tower infrastructure that it owns. This will apply to all carriers, not just Telstra. The bill establishes a requirement for Telstra to notify the Australian Communications and Media Authority when Telstra transfers a telecommunications business or asset to another company. This will provide visibility to the government to respond to any future restructures. The government recognises that the continuity of service is critical. This bill therefore provides that obligations associated with carrier licences continue between the passage of the bill and the commencement of the restructure. This legislation will uphold Telstra's current obligations to the Australian community and businesses by maintaining regulatory equivalency for Telstra's successor entities. In doing so, it will protect consumers, promote competition and support Telstra's public interest roles in Australia's telecommunications market. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The debate be now adjourned? Yep. The question is the resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Well, if you don't say aye, it's not my job to tell you. You're a Minister of the Crown. You know. The Speaker's already mentioned this last time I was up here about this problem. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment exempting disability payments from income testing and other measures Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Veterans Affairs, I present the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment exempting disability payments from income testing and other measures Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements, military rehabilitation and compensation and social security and for related purposes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Minister has the call.
The Australian Government's commitment to supporting our veterans is unceasing. Today I introduce legislation that will cut red tape and streamline assistance to veterans to improve their well-being. The Australian Government's reforms address recommendations made by Mr David Tune in his independent review into the TPI payment and also the Productivity Commission's report, A Better Way to Support Veterans. The Australian government has listened to the needs of the veteran community and announced through the 2021-22 budget its intention to bring forward these important changes to the 1st of January 2022, more than 8 months earlier than first announced. These reforms will simplify the administration of some payments for veterans and their dependents. This will be done by exempting disability payments from income testing under the Social Security Act 1991, simplifying payment arrangements for 14,000 veterans and dependents. The Australian government will also increase access to rent assistance for our most disabled veterans. This will benefit approximately 6,900 veterans and their dependents. Specifically, the first schedule will implement the government's commitment to exempt the adjusted disability pension defined in the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986 from the income test under the Social Security Act. This will remove the need for the Defence Force Income Support Allowance, known as DeFISA. Introduced in 2004, DeFISA was paid as a top-up to ensure that veterans who received an age pension under the Social Security Act were not financially disadvantaged. Changes in this schedule will ensure that veterans will receive the same payment as before, but the administrative process will be much simpler. While an administrative change, this will make DeFISA redundant, and this bill will remove all relevant references to DeFISA from the Veterans Entitlements Act. The second schedule will remove the disability income rent test from the Veterans Entitlements Act. This will mean that disabled veterans will now have access to the same rent assistance as those who receive it from Centrelink. It will increase rent assistance payable to veterans or enable some disabled veterans to receive rent assistance for the first time. The disability income rent test results in severely disabled veterans receiving less rent assistance than those with a lower level of disability. In particular, this measure will benefit totally and permanently incapacitated TPI veterans who presently do not receive any rent assistance due to the amount of compensation they receive. The third schedule will remove references to the term disability pension in the Veterans Entitlements Act. In future, this payment will be referred to as the disability compensation payment. This change will clarify that these payments are compensation and will reduce the potential for the payment to be confused with the Department of Social Services disability support pensions. The measures contained in these first three schedules will commence on the 1st of January 2022. The bill's fourth schedule relates to the simplification of pension indexation. Currently, the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, Intermediate Rate and Special Rate pensions, colloquially known as the TPI payment, are split into two components for indexation purposes. Each is indexed separately. The fourth schedule will remove this anomaly so that the whole amount is indexed as one. This measure will commence on the 20th of September 2022. This will simplify DVA's legislation, policy and procedures. It will also help avoid confusion for veterans about the purpose and structure of the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, Intermediate and Special Rates of Disability Pension. The fifth schedule in the bill introduces a pilot program for earlier access to rehabilitation. This non-liability rehabilitation pilot will enable individuals to commence DVA-funded rehabilitation before a liability decision has been made under the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004 or the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988. The government introduced this measure in the 2021-22 budget in response to recommendation 6.3 of the Productivity Commission's report, A Better Way to Support Veterans. This report had noted that existing legislative requirements made it challenging to provide timely rehabilitation services. Under these amendments, a 2-year pilot will be established to bridge that gap to enable veterans to start their rehabilitation programs sooner. This measure aims to encourage and enable access to voluntary rehabilitation for 100 veterans for each of the 2 years of the pilot. As the Australian Defence Veterans Covenant states, "For what they have done, this we will do." Australia owes a great debt of gratitude to all our veterans. This bill provides new measures to better support their well-being and that of their families. We want our veterans to know that Australia is proud of them and that our country will always be there for them, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister.
I move that the bill be read a second time.
Yep. I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Paterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that resumption of debate be on order day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, notice number 4. Offshore electricity infrastructure, consequential amendments bill 2021.
The Minister.
On behalf of the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction, I present the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move this bill now be read a second time. I am pleased to introduce the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill 2021 to the House. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills, including the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021 and the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill 2021, which were introduced into the House on 2 September 2021. Together, these bills establish a regulatory framework to enable offshore electricity infrastructure projects, including transmission and generation projects in Commonwealth waters. The main bill supports investment in large-scale offshore electricity infrastructure through a new licensing regime, administered and regulated by the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar and the Offshore Infrastructure Regulator. The Regulatory Levies Bill ensures the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar and the Offshore Infrastructure Regulator are fully cost-recovered to undertake the functions required to facilitate the life cycle of offshore electricity infrastructure projects. This bill, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Consequential Amendments Bill 2021, updates 5 Commonwealth Acts to clarify the operation of those acts with the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill. The consequential amendments, the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act 2006, known as the OPGGS Act, to clarify how it is intended to work alongside the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill. The OPGGS Act is amended to ensure regulated entities under the OPGGS Act do not unduly interfere with the activities of regulated entities under the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Framework. Amendments are also made to reflect NOTSEMA's dual role in regulating the OPGGS Act and the OEI framework, and to clarify that the NOPTA may be appointed as the registrar of the OEI framework. This bill also makes minor amendments to other acts to allow the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill to operate as intended. This includes updating definitions for offshore electricity infrastructure and to provide for similar arrangements to the offshore electricity sector that are provided to the offshore resources sector. Supporting the development of large projects and a new offshore industry represents an exciting new opportunity for Australia. Together, the 3 bills comprising the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Package will enable the development of a new industry that will create jobs, strengthen our economy and facilitate a more affordable and secure energy system. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Paterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank you, member for Paterson. The question is the resumption of debate remain order day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 5. Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2021.
The Minister.
On behalf of the Minister for Health and Aged Care, I present the Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, Australians have access to a world-class health system, and this has never been more evident than during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our health system's response has been second to none. The commitment and dedication of our healthcare practitioners to protecting the lives and health of all Australians has been unwavering, and for this I thank them. Medicare, including the Medical Benefits Schedule, or MBS, and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or PBS, continue to provide Australians access to free hospital care and more affordable health care and medicines. And the Child Dental Benefits Scheme, or CDBS, provides access to dental services to children. Australian government expenditure on the MBS, PBS and CDBS is projected to be nearly $44 billion in 21-22. As stewards of this investment in the health of Australians, the government is committed to protecting the integrity and financial viability of Medicare, ensuring that Australians may continue to have access to our world-class health system. While the vast majority of healthcare providers do the right thing when claiming Medicare benefits, there is unfortunately a small number that don't. In most cases, these are a result of mistakes and administrative errors, but in some cases it is as a result of incorrect or inappropriate claiming, and at worst, fraud. The department supports practitioners, healthcare organisations and peak bodies to correctly claim health payments with a clear focus on education, engagement and consultation. However, rigorous, effective health practitioner compliance is vital to protecting the financial integrity of Medicare and identifying healthcare practitioners that are not doing the right thing. Historically, compliance activities have been concentrated on the behaviour of individual practitioners, on the principle that practitioners are ultimately responsible for what is billed under their Medicare provider numbers. While this principle remains critical, the government seeks to adapt its compliance arrangements to an environment where corporate entities employing or otherwise engaging practitioners are increasingly involved in and influence the provision of healthcare services. The primary intent of the bill is to both strengthen the compliance powers of the Professional Services Review, or the PSR, and add a degree of flexibility to the PSR's ability to address the appropriate practice of corporate entities. This bill is in 4 parts. Part 1 amends the PSR scheme. Part 2, certain debt recovery decisions. Part 3, miscellaneous debt recovery arrangements. And Part 4, the giving of false or misleading information. The PSR addresses the behaviour of practitioners that may have engaged in inappropriate practice through review by the director or by committees comprised of professional peers of the person under review. As an alternative to lengthy, resource-intensive review by a committee, the director may enter into written agreements with practitioners who are prepared to acknowledge their appropriate practice and agree to specified actions. The PSR may also review the practice of corporate entities that have knowingly, recklessly or negligently caused or permitted their practitioners to engage in inappropriate practice. Currently, such conduct by a corporate entity may be reviewed only by a PSR committee. The bill amends Section 92, which authorises the making of agreements with the director to ensure all persons under review have the opportunity to negotiate an agreement. There can be significant consequences for a company referred to a PSR committee, including publication of findings. However, agreements made under Section 92 are confidential, and this encourages cooperation. In essence, the bill extends provisions for written agreements currently applicable only to individual practitioners to include a practitioner who personally renders or initiates services, b, an individual who may be a practitioner who employs or otherwise engages practitioners, c, an officer who may be a practitioner of a body corporate which employs or otherwise engages practitioners, or d, a body corporate which employs or otherwise engages practitioners. The new provisions allow the director to come to agreement with the person under review, including a corporate entity, who acknowledges inappropriate practice and agrees to specified actions, including reprimand by the director and repayment of Medicare or dental benefits. The specified actions for corporate entities may include repayment of benefits paid for services that were rendered or initiated during the review period, reprimand by the Director, counselling by the Director, and a requirement for the person under review to provide remediating education to persons employed or engaged. To be clear, corporate entities' acknowledgement of inappropriate practice has no bearing on the practitioners it employs or otherwise engages. Individual practitioners will not be named in agreements with corporations or other persons who employ or otherwise engage practitioners, and such agreements are themselves confidential. In entering into an agreement with the Director, a corporate entity or other persons who employs or otherwise engages practitioners would merely acknowledge that they are engaged in inappropriate practice by knowingly, recklessly or negligently causing or permitting one or more of the practitioners to engage in inappropriate practice. That acknowledgement is not binding on any individual practitioner, nor are any findings made in relation to individual practitioners. If an individual practitioner was the subject of a separate referral, the practitioner would have the option to seek an agreement with the Director or to proceed to review by a committee. The acknowledgement by the person who employed or otherwise engaged the practitioner would not be put before the committee, and a finding of inappropriate practice could be made only following an examination of an appropriate sample of clinical records and evidence from the practitioner and any other witnesses. As a consequence of the new provisions relating to corporate entities and to maintain its peer review function, the bill adjusts the composition of the PSR determining authority so that it may include additional members of the same profession as the relevant practitioners engaged or employed by the same person under review. The government's commitment to improve compliance is embodied in new sanctions against behaviour that stymies the government's ability to review inappropriate practice and to recover Commonwealth debts created by agreements between persons under review and the Director of the PSR. The bill creates an exemption to the general rule that Section 92 agreements are confidential by giving the Director the discretion to publish details of an agreement where the person under review has not fulfilled their obligations. The person under review will have an opportunity to make submissions about the issue of their compliance or otherwise before the Director is notified. To further protect the integrity of the scheme against persons, particularly corporate entities, reneging on agreed terms, the government will have the power to garnish bank accounts, bringing repayments under Section 92 agreements in line with other debt recovery provisions currently permitted under the Health Insurance Act of 1973. Garnishee notices will only be issued in person under review. Will only be issued if persons under review do not promptly engage with the department on repayment or breach an agreement to pay by instalments. Access to information is essential for the PSR to carry out reviews. The bill introduces offences for a person under review that fail to appear at committee hearings or fail to give evidence or answer questions where required by committees. Maximum penalties for non-compliance will be fines of 150 penalty units, or $33,300 at current rates for corporate entities, and 30 units, $660 for non-practitioner individuals. The bill also provides for offences where a person fails to respond to a notice to provide documents to the Director or to a PSR committee, with fines up to 30 penalty units. The PSR will also be able to take court action seeking a civil penalty of up to 30 penalty units, currently $6,660, for each day that a corporate entity contravenes the Act by failing to respond to a notice to provide documents. Further, the Director will be able to apply for court orders to comply with notices. Following recent observations of the Federal Court regarding jurisdictional fact, the bill also clarifies that a referral to the PSR may be made where it merely appears that there is the possibility that a person may have engaged in inappropriate practice in the provision of services. Under the PSR scheme, it is ultimately up to the PSR to investigate whether a person has provided services and whether the conduct of the person under review in relation to the rendering or initiation of those services amounted to inappropriate practice. The bill also addresses inconsistencies arising from the introduction of legislation in 2018 to improve debt recovery powers under the Health Insurance 1973, National Health Act 1973 and Dental Benefits Act 2008. The bill introduces amendments clarifying as follows: the application of debt recovery provisions, that interest on Commonwealth debt is recoverable, use of financial information powers, recovery from estates, and that administrative penalties for debts under the shared debt recovery scheme arise if the total debt, whether comprised of one or more services, exceeds $2,500 rather than when a service exceeds $2,500. Finally, Mr Speaker, the bill amends the National Health and Dental Benefits Acts to mirror recent changes to the Health Insurance Act. The December 2020 amendments make clear that the Commonwealth can recover incorrect payments made as a result of the giving of false or misleading information. And I commend this bill to the House, Mr Deputy Speaker. Sorry, not Mr Speaker.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Paterson.
I move the debate be adjourned.
Question is that the resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 6, Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, construction of an intermediate level solid waste storage facility, Lucas Heights, New South Wales.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it's expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, construction of an intermediate level solid waste storage facility, Lucas Heights, New South Wales.
Question is the motion be agreed to. You're not going to speak to it, or?
No.
No, cool. Question is the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 7, expansion of the National Sea Simulator at the Australian Institute of Marine Science, Townsville, Queensland.
The Minister.
On behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act of 1969, it's expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to the Parliament: expansion of the National Sea Simulator at the Australian Institute of Marine Science, Townsville, Queensland.
I thank the Minister. The question is the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 8, Department of Health, fit out of existing leased premises, Sirius Building, Woden, ACT.
The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Work Committee Act of 1969, the following proposed work be referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works for consideration and report. Department of Health, fit out of existing leased premises, Sirius Building, Woden, ACT. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Health is proposing to undertake fit-out works to the Sirius Building in Woden, ACT. The proposed works will enable Health to relocate staff from its Woden tenancy, Scarborough House, into the Sirius Building prior to the lease expiring in 2025. The updated fit-out will also cater for a range of operating models and enable Health to meet the whole-of-government occupational density of 14 square metres. Estimated cost is $64.1 million, excluding GST. The works must be referred to, considered by and reported on to both Houses of Parliament by the Public Works Committee before work may commence. Subject to parliamentary approval, fit-out works are expected to commence in March 2022 and scheduled to complete in November 2024. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the Minister. The question is the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the following document: Office of the Australian Information Commissioner Annual Report 2020-2021.
The member for Cowper.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, I present the committee's report entitled Examination of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission Annual Report 2019-20, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Patterson.
I move that the debate be adjourned. Oh, leave is granted, sorry.
Thank the member for Patterson. The member for Cowper.
I thank the member for Patterson. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement has a statutory duty to monitor and review the performance of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, or the ACIC. By examining each of its annual reports, the committee is pleased to present its latest report on the ACIC Annual Report 2019-20. The committee acknowledges the work undertaken by the ACIC through the year to make Australia safer and for its continued high standards in intelligence gathering and analysis to disrupt criminal threats. Through analysis of collected criminal intelligence from partner agencies, the ACIC improves the understanding of crimes that are impacting on Australia to influence a better response. In the 2019-20 reporting period, the ACIC has increased the amount of finalised intelligence products from the previous reporting period, keeping Australia safer. The committee acknowledges that the ACIC, like all law enforcement agencies, experienced a performance impact from COVID-19 pandemic. The committee notes, however, that the ACIC overcame much of this to perform well under the limiting circumstances. In particular, the committee thanks the ACIC for its research and findings on illicit drugs, particularly how COVID-19 has impacted drug-related crime in Australia. The ACIC annual report highlights a number of ACIC activities and priorities in the 2019-20 reporting year. These highlights include the discovery of 208 previously unknown targets, the finalisation of 139 intelligence products containing examination material and 153 analytical intelligence products, the listing of 6 potential new Australian Priority Organisation targets, or APOTs, and the successful disruption of 5 APOTs to the point that they are no longer considered APOT-level threats, and also the disruption of 34 criminal entities. And finally, the seizure of $3.1 billion in street value of drugs and precursors. The committee, however, is disappointed that some of the jurisdictions have yet to progress to the legislative changes required to implement the Working with Children Checks national reference system, and the committee encourages the ACIC, the Minister for Home Affairs and the Department of Home Affairs to take this up directly with the relevant state ministers. As always, the committee commends the ACIC on its National Wastewater Drug Monitoring Program. The wastewater program provides critical insight into drug consumption across Australia and has directly assisted operational and policy responses to drug-related crime. The committee is pleased that the wastewater program has received additional funding from the Australian government. And I commend the report. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Cowper. The question is, the motion be agreed to. All those the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion, that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the private member's business order of the day relating to the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Amendment stopping PEP 11 Bill 2021, standing in my name, being called on immediately and given priority over all other business for final determination in the House.
Is leave granted? The Minister.
Leave is granted.
I thank the Minister. The member for Warringah.
This motion must be debated today because it deals with vital issues: climate change, environmental destruction and the fate of the economy for a significant portion of the east coast of Australia. Petroleum Exploration Permit 11, known as PEP 11, is a work permit granted under the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act 2006. PEP 11 covers some 4,575 square kilometres from ocean from Newcastle through the Central Coast to the iconic Manly Beach. PEP 11 comes as close as 5 kilometres to the shore in places. Human line of sight on the horizon is over 5 kilometres, so gas rigs may well be seen from our headlands and beaches. The title holders, Advent Energy and Bounty NL, are permitted to explore for gas and oil in this area, with the aim of mining it and drilling it for future date. Let's be clear, oil is often found alongside gas, so it is a very real prospect. This licence has been hanging over the head of our local communities for too long. I presented a petition to this parliament in February 2020 and have spoken numerous times in this place about the project. I have met with the Minister for Resources, Minister Pitt. The community has written and met with local MPs from both sides of the House. The New South Wales government itself has rejected the licence last February, over a year ago. And yet, since, Advent Energy has in June 2021 called for tenders. July 20th of just this year issued a tender for drilling and management services. On October 14th, it has issued a letter of intent to award tenders. As recently as October 20th, comments in the media by David Breeze, the Executive Director of Advent Energy, indicating that they have every intention to proceed with the project, dismissing concerns of local communities. So here we are. PEP 11 is still on foot. Minister Pitt, a National Queensland MP, is still giving enough assurance to Advent Energy that they are seeking tenders for equipment to drill the works on PEP 11. In recent interviews, it's been made clear that Advent Energy have confirmed and believe that the licence will be granted and extended. This raises concerns, serious concerns, about who is making the decisions in this government. This is the government's gas obsession, taken to the extreme of endangering our local economies and coastline. Our local environment sustains our local economy, from coastal ecosystems, fishing, tourism and hospitality, our welfare and our health. We have seen through the last 18 months with COVID how important our local environment is. It has sustained us, and we have been grateful, and now we urgently need to protect it. The area is in and adjacent to PEP 11 is home to millions of people, a WOW migration path and an area of significant marine biodiversity. It's therefore absolutely in the public interest that this be dealt with without delay today. With only 10 days before the Conference of the Parties at COP26, where global leaders will meet in Glasgow to discuss how we will mitigate the issue of our time, climate change and global warming, it is urgent that we debate a motion on a bill that will stop a major fossil fuel project. The Bureau of Meteorology has projected that on the current emissions trajectory, Australia will surpass 4.4 degrees of warming in this century. We are set to reach 1.5 degrees of warming in the early 2030s. Australia will warm faster than the rest of the globe and will experience much more impacts, from floods, fires, droughts, and for coastal community, coastal erosion and cyclones. We are exposed. This is our greatest national security risk, and we are falling behind our allies in addressing it. To avert this catastrophe, the International Energy Agency has made clear, and it is one of the most conservative institutions, have stated that there can be no new fossil fuel projects can be developed from this year. Yet here we are with a licence to open up gas off our coast. Oil and gas exploration risks contamination and pollution of the ocean. Our ocean is fragile and already under increasing threat from climate change and plastics pollution. We cannot and should not risk an oil spill from a drilling rig wrecking our ocean and waterways that are some of the most unique in the world. Many will not forget the Deepwater Horizon spill that occurred in April 2010 in the Gulf of Mexico. Over the period of weeks, it released almost 4.9 million barrels of oil into the ocean, making it the biggest oil calamity of the world had ever seen. The spill extensively impacted the marine environment and did incalculable damage to the fishing and tourism industries that relied on the spill area. The areas adjacent to PEP 11 are just as exposed. Just 2 months ago, the world stood aghast when we saw the Gulf yet again an undersea gas pipeline leak and catch fire, literally setting the ocean alight. This is what can go wrong. Make no mistake, undertaking oil and gas exploration risks disaster off our pristine coast. PEP 11 could devastate the environment and the economy of all areas adjacent to it. This is why this motion must be debated today without delay, and this bill should be passed. We simply cannot allow it to proceed. The community is united in being opposed and objecting to this project. We do not want it to proceed. Over 60,000 people lent their names to a petition calling to stop PEP 11. The community's wishes that PEP 11, then they wish it to be stopped today. I've had hundreds of emails from Warringah constituents and people who are up and down the coast. They're appalled that this project might still get the green light. PEP 11 expired in February 2021, but yet it is still in force, pending the decision of Minister Pitt as part of the joint authority in relation to the application by the current title holder. The first application for the suspension, extension and variation of PEP 11 was made to the joint authority some 289 days ago, and yet New South Wales government was able to decline it in February 2020, and we are still here waiting for a decision from the federal government. The delay in decisions is causing considerable anxiety and distress in the communities affected by PEP 11. This motion moves that the offshore petroleum and greenhouse gas storage, cancelling PEP 11 Bill 2021, be debated without further debate. And we should do this today because it will act to improve with considerable the uncertainty and preclude any current and future development in this PEP 11 area. And this is so important for our local communities. These communities have been battered and locked down under COVID. They need to rebuild. Our ecotourism, our tourism, our hospitality all need confidence and certainty, and having this risk hanging over them is impacting that confidence in their rebuild. It's vital that this licence be cancelled without further delay, and we must rule out that any further licence be granted off our coast. Now, there are those who are claiming that some of the benefit of this licence will be to provide carbon and capture and storage opportunities. Let's be really clear about what that is. That is a unicorn fantasy of this government that we can continue to emit and somehow it won't matter because those rising emissions can be offset. It ignores the fact that we actually need to first reduce emissions. We can't continue the way we are. If carbon capture and storage can be developed to work, then it might assist to capture the excess that we have already put into the atmosphere. But it cannot be used to justify a continuation of dependence on fossil fuel. It doesn't replace that need to reduce emissions. It's already received substantial amounts of public funding to date, and let's be clear, it has failed to deliver. We cannot continue emitting in the hope that magically CCS will solve this problem. And I know the Minister for Energy is really attached to the idea that this unicorn solution will allow us to just continue emitting continue rising emissions. So to protect our oceans and coastal economies and address climate change, we should deal with this bill today and we should pass this legislation. For all those members in this place who have said that they are for climate action and they tell their constituents as such, will you now vote to debate this bill? Will you vote with your conscience? It is really important because the time has come where communities are looking to their members of parliament for their actions. The actions you take on behalf of a collective that do not, with impunity, excuse your personal actions. Your personal vote matters. Member for Wentworth, member for Mackellar, member for North Sydney, member for Robertson have said to their communities they oppose this project, but yet here we are. We are still in the hands of Minister Pitt. It's time that we allow for debate on this bill so that we can vote on it, that we have a test for this is a test for the government, and it's a test to those MPs. It is a test of their commitment to their communities up and down our coast. The Prime Minister himself has come to Collaroy Beach and said he opposes the project, but yet here we are, a project still on foot, a permit holder still proceeding, decisions being made, and the licence is still going ahead. So it really begs the question, who is calling the shots in this government? Because if the Prime Minister has said he doesn't support this project, but yet Minister Pitt is still proceeding with it, it really begs the question exactly who decides what is happening in this government. Who is deciding Australia's climate policy? Is there any real genuine commitment to reducing emissions? These are very real questions. The Australian public is looking to this parliament to understand just how real is the commitment. So today, this motion is a test. It is a test to see if there is a genuine desire to debate and to take action on legislation that will stop this project. We need to save our coast. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I proudly second this suspension of standing orders. Standing orders must be suspended because my community and every community along the Hunter and Central Coast and Northern Sydney regions need certainty about this project. The licence for PEP 11 expired on the 12th of February. On the 12th of February, the licence expired. And at that time, Minister Pitt said he would make a decision soon. Well, since that expiration, we've had 251 days of uncertainty for my community. 251 days of my community in agony, wanting to know whether they're going to see oil and gas rigs off their coast. And why have we had this delay? Because Advent Energy continue to work on the project while this uncertainty continues. And what are we talking about, Mr Deputy Speaker? We're talking about offshore oil and gas drilling rigs as close as 5 kilometres to our pristine coastline, 5 kilometres to some of the beautiful beaches in my electorate, such as Redhead Beach, endangering our environment and the tens of thousands of jobs that rely on that environment. This project risks thousands of jobs in our tourism and hospitality industries that rely upon our coastal lifestyle. It risks the thousands of jobs in our commercial and recreational fishing industry that rely on our pristine maritime environment, and it risks our beautiful beaches that we all enjoy. Mr Deputy Speaker, nipper season is around the corner, and as thousands of kids go back into the water, including my own, I don't want them to be worried about whether this will be the last year they get to enjoy our beautiful beaches. And that's why standing orders must be suspended, and that's why everyone in this chamber must vote in support of this bill. Everyone in this chamber must vote in support of this bill. Members of Parliament, like the members for Robertson, Mackellar, North Sydney and Wentworth, who profess to oppose PEP 11 but have gone missing, Mr Deputy Speaker. They say they oppose PEP 11. Well, they need to demonstrate it by not just talking about it, by supporting the suspension, by voting for the suspension, and by forcing the government and the Prime Minister to deliver at least 26 members of their party room to allow the suspension to succeed. And if they don't do that, it's easy for them to get up and say, oh, we oppose it and we'll vote for the suspension, knowing it will fail unless they bring 26 members of their party room with them. And that's the truth. And I'll quote the member for Robertson, who said on the 24th of April, under a Morrison government, PEP 11 will not go ahead. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, said it himself while he was on the coast this week, and he is rock solid on that decision. I'm saying no to PEP 11. The Prime Minister is saying no to PEP 11. Well, I say to the member for Robertson, and I look forward to her remarks, and hopefully she gets up and says the project is dead, but unless you vote for this suspension, unless you vote for the Steggall bill, and unless you bring 26 members of the government with you, it's just hollow words from people who are members of a government that so far is allowing offshore oil and gas drilling off our coast. That is the truth of it. We'll see some charades here about do they support this, do they support that, but the government can kill this bill with Minister Pitt with a stroke of a pen, and failing that, with 26 members of the government crossing the floor and voting for the suspension and then the actual bill. And I hope they do, and I'll say well done to them if they do. But if they don't, they will be accused of utter mendacity and hypocrisy, Mr Deputy Speaker. They'll be accused of it because there will be empty words where action is needed. And this is about the future of our coastline. This is about the future of tens of thousands of jobs in our community. So I hope Minister Hawke gets up and says something positive about it. I hope Minister Hawke says the project is now dead, because hopefully he can kill it. Hopefully he can convince the Nationals that really are running this government on climate and energy policy to do the right thing and kill the project. So I'm looking for good words for him. But let's be honest about it. If they do fold, it'll only be because of the pressure of members of the Labor Party and independents and the huge community opposition to this project. That is what's delivered this opposition. That's what's delivered this campaign. This is why we're even debating this bill, because I've never seen a project more opposed to by the entire community than this project. So if the government does fold, if the government does surrender, that is great, and I certainly appreciate that. And I want to congratulate every Labor member of parliament who's been involved in this campaign. Some of them are behind me. The member for Newcastle, the member for Paterson, the member for Dobell, the member for Kingsford Smith, and the leader of the Labor Party, Anthony Albanese, who said, if this project is still going ahead when Labor's in government, we will kill it. I cede the remaining 5 minutes of my time to the member for Dobell.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to speak briefly to this matter. The government will oppose the suspension of standing orders for the following reasons. We obviously have many members here, and I've got two of my colleagues, the member for Robertson and the member for McKellar, here who are going to speak to this, and their serious opposition and concern. There is concern about an individual project from local communities on the North Shore of Sydney and Central Coast, members here, the member for Warringah as well. It's quite appropriate that be discussed and the subject of representations to government, and it has been. But I say to the member for Warringah, if you're serious about legislating and if you are serious about doing something or changing a law, it would be incumbent upon you to go to other affected communities and local members on the North Shore. This isn't a political matter. This is a community matter. This is an environmental matter. And you're not in a political party, as we understand. But what you should do is approach the member for McKellar and the member for Robertson and discuss your concerns with them and seek to get some consensus about what you might be doing and what you want to do. So for today, of course, we won't proceed with the member for Warringah's proposal from the government's perspective to suspend standing orders. It doesn't mean that this important conversation can't continue. It will. In fact, the advocacy from the member for McKellar and the member for Robertson is very strong. And you've heard a very significant statement of intent from a Prime Minister, the strongest statement you could get on a matter such as this, which gives the community that certainty that members here are seeking. We have to also recognise, of course, that in balancing our environmental commitments, protecting our marine environment and, of course, communities on coasts, we also do have offshore petroleum interests across the country. They create jobs and wealth. They help local communities in many parts of our country as well. All governments have to strike balances between these things, and it's appropriate for this conversation to continue. It's appropriate for us to legally look at those questions and what can be done within the frameworks of the law. The government will continue to balance those things. It will continue to work with communities across Australia. By using activism to do something in a hasty way that the member for Warringah is proposing today, these things can have consequences for the sovereign investment framework for Australia, for our stability as an investment profile for very important projects that we might want to continue all around Australia that are appropriate for those communities, that are environmentally welcomed and that are safe. The government's got a very strong statement of intention here. The Prime Minister couldn't have been more clear. The member for McKellar is very clear about his community, and the member for Robertson is very clear about hers, and the member for Shortland here is also very, very strong. There is more to discuss. But I do say to the member for Warringah, and I have spoken to the minister, seek a meeting with the minister and discuss it with him if you have these concerns. Go to your local neighbours and friends in the North Shore communities. This isn't just an issue that affects the community of Warringah, it affects the entire coastline of Sydney, and I do think there's a time for you to go and have a collegiate approach on this as well. So the government doesn't support the suspension of standing orders, and I look forward to the contributions of the member for Robertson and obviously McKellar, and the government welcomes, of course, the ongoing assessment of these process and the statement of intent that the government's put forward.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I call the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, my community on the central coast of New South Wales is against PEP 11. People living up and down the coast, from Newcastle to Sydney and across Australia, are against PEP 11. Yep. And yet, Minister Pitt still hasn't made a decision. 8 months after his original deadline. 8 months after his original deadline. And today, we're told not to be hasty, and the government is gagging debate. This is a project that will devastate our coastline, our local marine life and our local economy. That's why I stand against PEP 11. That's why all of my colleagues on this side of the House stand against PEP 11. Last year, with colleagues, we met with members of the government as well, with the Surfrider Foundation and Save Our Coast on the lawns of Parliament House, calling on this government to stop PEP 11. In February, I stood with my Labor colleagues, many of them who are in the House today, the member for Newcastle, the member for Kingsford Smith, the member for Patterson, and all my colleagues up and down the coast stood together with Labor leader Anthony Albanese as we announced Labor's united opposition to PEP 11. In April, with Liesl Tesh, the state member for Gosford, I joined the Surfrider Foundation and Save Our Coast, paddling out against PEP 11, with Ace Buchan, international surfing champion. Then in August, I joined a virtual town hall with advocacy groups to reaffirm my opposition to PEP 11. And I'm not the only one. In my community, over 1,800 people have signed a petition to stop PEP 11, and thousands more from Newcastle, Sydney, across Australia. We know that Save Our Coast has collected 77,000 signatures to stop this flawed project and this risky plan to drill for fossil fuels within PEP 11. And in my community, the opposition it's across the community. Glenn from Barrow Bay wrote to me, "I've been able to raise my children here on the Central Coast, passing on to them a love for our ocean, coastline and marine life. The excitement of dolphins swimming close to them, their looks of amazement at the sight of whales fully breaching still gives me a feeling of happiness." Kathy from Berkeleyvale said, "The beach is our happy place. We moved up from Sydney a few years ago and have a quieter and more relaxed life here on the coast. We love it here. For our family of 5, we love going to the beach as our way to reset." She's echoed the views of hundreds of locals across the Central Coast. According to the Environmental Defenders Office, the PEP 11 project could see drilling commence in a world-renowned whale migration route and dolphin habitat, risking devastating the marine ecosystem and exposing locals from Newcastle to Manly to the Central Coast to the prospect of petroleum spills or gas rigs just kilometres from the coastline. Locals are acutely aware of this risk. Even Ben & Jerry's have spoken against this project, making it clear that they do not want this project to go ahead. But the minister still hasn't made a decision. The minister has still not made a decision. The New South Wales government is opposed to PEP 11. They declared this earlier this year. The New South Wales government said they're opposed to PEP 11. As part of the joint authority, Minister Pitt can make this decision with a stroke of a pen today, and is failing to do so. Minister Pitt could do this with a stroke of a pen today, but he still hasn't made a decision. And now we're being told by the government that this is too hasty, that we're trying to move too quickly. And this is why they're suspending debate today. More than a decade, and opposition up and down the coast, because this will devastate our communities, our marine life and our way of life. And we're told that this is hasty, that we're moving too quickly. Do you know what the government has? A complete lack of urgency. A complete lack of urgency from the government. Either they don't get it or they don't care. And members opposite can stand and speak in support of the private members' bill today, but you know what they could do? They could advocate strongly in their caucus. They could advocate for the government to make a decision today. They could call on Minister Pitt to do the right thing, by our community, to do the right thing by our environment, to do the right thing by our economy, and make this decision today. So, members opposite, speak today. But I urge you, do the right thing. Don't say one thing in your electorate and another thing in this House. Do the right thing by our community. Make Minister Pitt make the decision that our community needs and deserves and is long overdue. You can speak up in this House and you can say another thing in your electorate. You need to do the right thing on PEP 11 for all of us, and call on the minister to make a decision today. This is with a stroke of a pen. We don't need this private member's bill, although we fully support it because the government won't act. Now we're preparing for this push, and we will vote for this if we get the chance to vote for it. But the ministers said they won't. It'll be suspended. We won't get the opportunity. A private member's bill to stop PEP 11 we'll support. I'm prepared to support this bill, so are my colleagues. But you've already adjourned the debate and now you're suspending standing orders. That's why I'm urging the minister to put an end to the uncertainty for my community. He has the power to stop PEP 11 with a stroke of a pen today. Do what's right, Minister. This has dragged on for too long.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I call the member for Robertson.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in rising to speak against the suspension of standing orders, I firstly want to say very loudly that I remain firmly opposed to PEP 11. However, the member for Warringah's motion, supported by members of the opposition this morning, to suspend standing orders is not the best way to achieve this outcome that they seek, and indeed it only adds to the cacophony of confusion and misinformation that has been surrounding this issue, and there's been plenty of that, we all know. My colleague, the Minister for Immigration, is absolutely right. This is a community issue. It is not a political issue. Let's all work together to achieve the outcome that so many of us support. This permit has been around for 5 decades, and it's been a long-running issue for communities from Manly through to the Central Coast and right up to Newcastle. Our community on the Central Coast is a sea-based community. Our local beaches, our oceans are part of our way of life, and that's why the Central Coast, as the member for Dobell said, is so firmly opposed to anything that could harm our beaches or waterways. Our Central Coast community has spoken very loudly, and I have consulted with a wide range of local action groups. I've received countless emails, letters, messages from thousands of local residents, and I joined with hundreds of them, including the member for Dobell, at a protest rally of a paddle out at Terrigal Haven earlier. But as I would remind the member for Dobell, this is not a political issue, this is a community issue. I have taken these concerns directly down to the Minister for Resources. I have taken them directly to the Prime Minister, and the message that I got very clearly back from the Prime Minister is loud and clear, and the member for Shortland referred to it. Under a Morrison government, PEP 11 will not go ahead. That is a rock-solid guarantee, and that is why the motion before the House this morning really achieves nothing for communities up and down the New South Wales coast. The Prime Minister has said he thinks it's the right decision to oppose the extension of the PEP 11 licence. He said that he is clear on what his view is. I'm clear on what my view is and what our community's view is, and under a Morrison government, PEP 11 will not go ahead. Although I acknowledge what the member for Warringah's interest in PEP 11 and the support of the opposition in this particular motion, the decision by the Prime Minister of Australia is resolute. Deputy Speaker, this issue is too important in our region to get wrong. The Prime Minister has said no to PEP 11. My community has said no to PEP 11. I'm saying no to PEP 11, but I would remind the member for Warringah and members opposite that the best way to achieve the outcome that you all, and indeed many of us in this chamber, seek is through the proper processes of government, not political stunts.
So the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I support the motion to suspend standing orders moved by the member for Warringah to debate her bill and vote on it to kill PEP 11. Yes. This parliament can kill PEP 11 today, and we should. Yep. Petroleum Export Permit 11 would grant Advent Energy the option to continue to explore for gas and oil off the coast of New South Wales, all the way from the mid-north coast down to the Newcastle region. It's a ridiculous proposal. It will have a detrimental effect on our environment, and when the economy is beginning to open up again, we're going to kill one of the potential great benefits for the New South Wales economy in our tourism industry and all of the jobs that are created by tourism. That's the whale migration highway up and down this coast, and a proposal like this would absolutely destroy that important industry for Australia. It's environmental vandalism at its worst, and it should be put to bed today. Now, the parliament has the opportunity. How long do we have to debate this? The permit expired well over 10 months ago, so the government should have made a decision on this by now. But the minister, Mr Pitt, won't make a decision. Well, the member for Warringah's bill says the people of Australia want a decision made, and they want that decision made now. And this parliament has the opportunity to do that now. So no amount of weasel words from the member for Robertson, the member for McKellar, the member for Wentworth and the minister trying to get out of this and saying, oh yeah, we don't support PEP 11 and we want to kill it as well. We have got the opportunity. Let's do it today.
let's finish this debate and let's move on to debating the member for Warringah's bill and killing PEP 11 once and for all.
The question before the chair is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Apologies, member for Melbourne is supposed to alternate. I didn't.
No, it was a member for McKellar.
I didn't notice the member for McKellar on his feet.
He was on his feet.
Okay. All right. Sorry. The member for Melbourne has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Greens support this move from the member for Warringah. The Greens oppose PEP 11. We're in a climate crisis. Everyone from the United Nations to Joe Biden to Boris Johnson to the Conservative International Energy Agency has said there is no room for new coal, oil and gas projects. So on climate grounds alone, we should stop the expansion of new fossil fuel projects, because we're going to end up with stranded infrastructure. We're going to end up with stranded infrastructure when the rest of the world shifts to a zero-pollution economy. But as our New South Wales Senator Mehreen Faruqi has been pointing out, who has been and worked side by side with the very strong community who is speaking very, very loudly, we're going to damage some of the most pristine and valuable area of our coast. And as Senator Peter Whish-Wilson, our spokesperson for Healthy Oceans, who's also been part of this campaign, has made the point, the damage that is going to be done to our oceans is significant, not just from the drilling, but even from the seismic testing. And we've seen that in areas around Tasmania. So if we're concerned about our climate, if we're concerned about our oceans, if we're concerned about all the people whose livelihood is dependent on healthy oceans and a beautiful coastline, then we must stop PEP 11. The government should support this. There is no reason for the government to oppose this. And politicians giving weasel words to say, oh, we're going to stop it, but they're not actually stopping it, is part of the reason that communities have so much distrust in politics in the first place. And when the government comes here and says this is a community issue, well, the community has spoken. The community has spoken loud and clear and said stop PEP 11. So the community's spoken, I say to all of those Liberal MPs who are saying, no, don't proceed with action in Parliament because it's a community issue. Well, the community has spoken. And they're after the government to do something very simple, that the government can do and is within its power to do, which is to say it is not going to proceed and make that law, make that legally binding. Because until the government does, people are right to be suspicious. People are right to say, why does the Prime Minister and the local member say one thing but then refuse to put it into law? So if the government's not going to do it, then the parliament should. And that's why we support the member for Warringah's suspension today, because it is putting into law what the community is asking. And I hope that the government supports this today. The Greens will be proceeding with our bill in the Senate to stop offshore oil and gas drilling, because that is what we need to do. And I welcome the broad range of support for this motion today, and I hope it translates into other areas, like stopping the fracking of the Beetaloo or stopping new coal, oil and gas projects elsewhere, because that would only be logical. But right here today, the Greens throw our support behind this move and will continue to fight side by side with the community, because now the government has the chance not just to have the odd member say something, perhaps even have the odd member cross the floor, but the government has the chance to stop PEP 11. And if the government's not going to do it, the parliament should make them.
The question before the chair is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, I stand here today as someone who is implacably opposed to PEP 11 and offshore drilling off the coast of Sydney, Newcastle and elsewhere. Late last year, I moved a motion in this chamber calling on the government to do that. I was supported at that time by the member for Robertson, by the member for Wentworth, by the member for North Sydney. Since that time, it is important to note that the New South Wales government, a joint signatory to the Joint Authority, has come out opposed to this project. Since that time, it is important to note that the Prime Minister went to the Central Coast, more than Anthony Albanese's ever done, or the member for wherever, and said to the people—
The member for Mackellar will ignore the interjections because they're about to stop. The member for
Thank you,
Mackellar.
Deputy Chair. And said to the communities that he was opposed to this licence. Why I am opposed to us suspending standing orders and bringing on a debate on this bill is that there has been no consultation with this side of the parliament over this. And I have a note. The opposition leader may be interested in this because I know he doesn't mind spending other people's money on things, but I have a note from a constitutional lawyer in the Parliamentary Library that says that if we pass this bill, it opens the taxpayers of Australia to a claim on just terms to potentially hundreds of millions of dollars to Advent Energy. So I'm surprised those opposite are suddenly in favour of subsidising fossil fuel companies to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, do I want Minister Pitt to have made a decision not today but yesterday on this? Absolutely. This has dragged on too long. And let us not forget how all this started. This all started when the Carr Labor government in New South Wales decided to grant a licence to fossil fuel companies to poke and prod and blast the oceans off Newcastle with sonars and disturb the sea life in those areas for 25 years. That has happened. The Labor Party did that, Deputy Chair, not the Liberal Party. And now at the end of it, when we are trying to clean up the mess that they created, they now want to bring a bill to this parliament without due process, without looking at it, without people examining the impacts of it, and potentially opening the taxpayer of Australia to a compensation claim of hundreds of millions of dollars, because they can't even be bothered consulting with us, they can't even be bothered reading it, and they can't even be bothered taking advice on it. What would we expect from the Labor Party? They can't work with anyone to get anything else done. And I'm surprised that the member for Melbourne, who apparently is the leader of the Greens, now wants to give hundreds of millions of dollars to fossil fuel companies. So instead of working through the process, which I concur has taken far too long for Minister Pitt to reach a decision, but such is the nature of NOPSEMA and these regulatory authorities. But at least he is going through the process and he is not seeking to use other people's money to compensate energy companies that should never have been given a licence by the Labor Party in New South Wales, hundreds of millions of dollars, as they go through the process of trying to prove that after 25 years of looking for gas and oil where there is no gas and oil, that they should continue to hold this licence for no good reason is just extraordinary. And for this to occur, just as we are getting to the end of the process, reminds me of the old Chinese proverb that it's like the crow trying to take credit, the rooster trying to take credit for the sun coming up. We have gone through this process. We have diligently worked our way through it. I'm opposed to PEP 11. I'm opposed to the environmental damage it could do. I have stood up in this parliament. I have taken on my own government over this. I have fronted Keith Pitt and told him that a decision needs to be made. However, I don't see that on the other side. All I see is political stunts that never seem to know any end.
The question before the chair is the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, what an extraordinary contribution from a government member. You would think that he was in no position to actually make a decision. This is a decision of this government. The New South Wales government have come out with a good position on PEP 11. Those opposite Keith Pitt, the minister, is in a position to rule this out today, to make a decision today, which would be not as good as making a decision yesterday and not nearly as good as making a decision last month and nowhere near as good as making a decision last year, but at least it would be a decision. The fact is that I travelled up with the member for Dobell. We stood at Terrigal and made it very, very clear that we were opposed to PEP 11. That was a process that went through our processes of shadow cabinet, went through all of our processes, through our caucus unanimously, because this is a bad proposal. It is no wonder that the member for Warringah now sits on a crossbench rather than as a Liberal Party member, because the truth is that the people of the Northern Beaches have been abandoned by this government. The people of the coast in the Central Coast have been abandoned by this government. The people of Newcastle and the Hunter have been abandoned by this government. The people of Sydney, around the Kingston Smith and indeed Wentworth electorate have been abandoned by this government as well. This is the PEP 11 proposal. At the time, Keith Pitt, of course, has given various interviews where he has said that there's a whole lot of investment and that investment comes from shareholders and therefore we need to take that into account. What the PEP 11 proposal is for offshore drilling off some of the most pristine beaches in the most densely populated communities of our nation. And the idea that you would have oil drilling off the beaches, be they Manly, or be they Maroubra, or be they Bondi, or Terrigal, or Avoca, or Newcastle, Merewether, is just extraordinary proposition, a complete no-brainer. But a government led by a man who has had an attitude towards the environment of ridiculing renewable energy, of ridiculing electric vehicles, of ridiculing anything to do with protecting our pristine natural environment in this country by taking action on climate change but also on other environmental issues, it's not surprising. It's not surprising that you have the Minister for Resources in a position whereby he never sees anything he doesn't want to dig up. Never sees anything. So rather than have, though, a strong environmental position to balance up the need for extraction of resources, but the need to balance up as well our natural environment, what we have from this government is a let-it-rip approach. A let-it-rip approach that has complete disregard for these issues. And it's interesting that the member for Mackellar, in his rather bizarre contribution here today, spoken as if he had no influence really over the government, spoke about his lobbying of Minister Pitt. He didn't speak about his lobbying of the Environment Minister. No. Not a word. Not a word. The Environment Minister just sits there, does nothing, doesn't take any action, doesn't take environmental protection seriously at all. It's no wonder that the member for Mackellar is under siege from local community organisations in his own electorate, because he's shown himself to be impotent. He was okay at taking action to remove the former member for Mackellar from this parliament. And I say to the member for Warringah, the member for Mackellar, that I congratulate him on that effort. But since he arrived here, he hasn't troubled the scorers. Here we have a proposition, just like we all have responsibility for our electorate. There was a proposal a few years ago for coal seam gas drilling in St Peters in my electorate, a rather interesting proposition that was put forward, and I joined with the community in opposing that proposal because it simply wasn't appropriate. There is a role for resource extraction in this country. But let me just say this as well. The resources sector is undermined as a whole by proposals like this. This damages the resources sector's reputation, which is why legitimate resources businesses are horrified by this proposal.
Absolutely.
Because they all get tarred with this brush. The resources sector is very important for employment. And here we have the proposition before this parliament with the suspension of standing orders that the member for Mackellar has said he's going to vote against. Let's be clear about what he's voting against. He's voting against, if he votes against this proposition, he's voting against the member for Warringah having a debate on her bill.
Exactly.
He's not voting against the bill. He's not voting against the bill. He's voting against the bill being debated and determined by this parliament. And this is a parliament that used to be able to debate issues, that used to have suspensions of standing orders and leave used to be granted to have discussion. I've sat in this parliament under the Howard government as well as under the Rudd government and under the Gillard government and had debates about private members' bills. I've moved private members' bills in this parliament. We have had debates about significant issues both here and in the Federation Chamber and had those issues determined by the parliament. That's called democracy. What this government, how this government approaches these issues is just to shut down debate. And normally it's only because this motion's been moved by an independent member that I've been able to contribute to this debate, which is why I didn't want to miss the opportunity. To make a contribution consistent with my stand on this issue. But to be very clear, this is a suspension of standing orders to allow the member for Warringah to have a debate about an issue which quite clearly is of interest to a range of members in this House, not the least of which is the member for Shortland, the member for Dobell, the member for Newcastle, the member for Kingston Smith, as well as the member for Mackellar, the member for Robertson, the member for Melbourne and the member for Warringah. So it seems to me to be quite extraordinary that you would have a debate then not allowed, which is why this suspension should just go through on the voices if they are fair income at all. But if the member for Mackellar and the member for North Sydney and the member for Robertson vote against this motion, let me tell you that it won't just be the member for Warringah telling her constituents about it, it will be others as well. Because this could be— this PEP 11 project should be consigned to the dustbin of history where it belongs. The dustbin of history where it belongs. But here we have a government that has been in office towards the end of its third term. They're in the pre-caretaker mode already. Pre-caretaker, struggling as they are to get to 2022, as they fall apart with chaos over climate change on the opposite. They've got a conference in 10 days' time, but they don't have a government position as of today on net zero by 2050. It is just extraordinary. But they don't have a position on this either. And this is not a big call. This is a complete no-brainer. Minister Pitt could make a decision immediately, which would have meant that the member for Warringah wouldn't have to proceed with her bill. And that's a preferred action. So the minister should do his job and say no to this proposal.
So I remind the House that the member for Warringah has removed a suspension of standing orders. So the question before the House is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the minister.
I move the motion be put.
The minister has moved that the motion be put. All those in agreement say aye. Those against no. Sorry, I'll just repeat. The minister has moved that the motion be put. All those in agreement say aye. Those against no. Declare the motion carried. So the question before the chair is that the motion, moved by the member for Warringah, be disagreed to. All those in agreement say aye. Those against no. No. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Ring the bells for 4. Is a division required? Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
This is a suspension.
I've had a bit of a glimpse of angry attitudes in your week. Oh, yeah, great. Tell my stock to course, mate.
That's the slate's clean, back to zero. No, it doesn't.
That made him mad.
Yeah, maybe I'm not sure what I do with him. Well, I am playing with someone else. Playing with Rafa. You know, the I've got it because we're walking. I pulled the cord for 5. I don't think I've found the front yet. Yeah, my office. Yeah, I couldn't do it before 5. Yeah, no, but maybe on the weekend because I'm just not sure what I'm doing. My team tell me that my life's not my own, unfortunately.
It does look like one of those pennies. No. Yeah, the Gold Coast penny.
I've seen ones with little ships in it.
My dad always put it I don't think
Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler tell us for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 48. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. I'll just move to the next item of business. I've received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. I'm just waiting for the minister. The minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? No. The Manager of Opposition Business.
No.
Leave is not granted. And we'll go to the next item of business. And I will call the clerk. I'll call the clerk quickly. How's that?
Government business, order of the day number 1, Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment, Royal Commission Response number 2, Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Cooper.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Cooper has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Mallee in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Through the Commonwealth Government's aged care approval rounds, I was pleased to announce $4.5 million for Princes Court Homes to support their redevelopment plans. This was wonderful news for Lynn and Jenny, who had worked on those plans for over 3 years. But this kind of investment is about more than just bricks and mortar. It is about reinforcing the future of care for senior Australians across Australia. This investment in Mallee will mean that our older residents have access to facilities that are truly the home environment they deserve. It provides dignity and independent living and security in a supportive community. I also secured over $4.6 million for Oasis Aged Care in Irimple and $350,000 for Kahuna Village, and a further $4.9 million to enhance the wonderful work of Havilah Aged Care in Maryborough, bringing our commitments to $14.47 million in Mallee alone. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Liberal Nationals government is investing over $338 million over 3 years to grow, train and upskill the aged care workforce and drive improvements in the safety and quality of care. I've always enjoyed visiting our aged care facilities. Of course, COVID has stymied those visits with our seniors across Mallee. Over the past year and a half, it has been exceptionally difficult for families and loved ones of those in aged care homes. Families have been cut off from their loved ones for extended periods of time. This has resulted in many missing out on invaluable quality time at the end of life. My heart goes out to those who have not been able to share these moments face-to-face with their loved ones. One of the wonderful initiatives that has taken place in recent times is the transgenerational connection of playgroups and childcare with aged care homes. In my former life, the not-for-profit I founded, called Zoe Support, began this work in Mildura. They were the first community group in Mallee to take playgroup into aged care homes. The organisation still does so, pending COVID health orders, of course. Bupa Aged Care Mildura have benefited from the initiative of Zoe Support's playgroup program. This community program brings life and joy to the residents of Bupa. It is wonderful to see faces light up of residents from meeting with the little people that come into their facility. All the while, the young mums and their children also richly benefit. I know that both Zoe Support and Bupa Aged Care will eagerly be awaiting the easing of restrictions to allow the program to continue this great work they have been doing for years. This kind of initiative is what makes me especially proud to represent Mallee. Another notable initiative is run by Chaffey Aged Care in Mildura. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've also secured $500,000 for Chaffey Aged Care for the construction of an early learning centre. Darren Midgley, CEO of Chaffey Aged Care, has told me of the enhanced quality of life that has resulted for residents because of this recent infrastructure development. I was pleased to open the Early Learning Centre with Senator Bridget McKenzie, which has been strategically located alongside the Chaffey Aged Care facility. It is wonderful to see the interaction of children and seniors together, clearly bringing joy, and it is evidence of the innovation and collaboration of Mildura educational and aged care agencies. The Morrison-Joyce government has invested in aged care across Australia and is committed to seeing our aged population thrive. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill establishes a legislated authority for nationally consistent pre-employment screening. This importantly prevents unsuitable workers from entering or returning to the aged care sector. This provides comfort to those with loved ones in aged care or beginning the journey to find a suitable aged care facility, that safeguards are in place to ensure their well-being and safety. This bill will also see the fundamental extension of the Serious Incident Response Scheme to go beyond residential care and into home care as well. These measures are indeed crucial to ensure that our elderly and their families have peace of mind and assurance that they will be looked after and afforded respectful, dignified and personalised care. Madam Deputy Speaker, I endorse these legislative amendments as I believe that investing in our aged care sector is the right response and an imperative to ensuring improvement in services and care for our seniors. We all want Australia to be a global leader in aged care into the future. Our senior Australians deserve nothing less.
The question before the chair is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. A lack of care for older Australians and aged care residents is endemic of this Morrison government. We've seen time and time again throughout the pandemic the sheer disregard for lives and the well-being of aged care residents, the botched vaccine rollout for aged care residents and staff, the ongoing lack of support for those in aged care sector send a clear message from the Morrison government that the needs of older Australians are not a priority. Older Australians built this country. They worked hard, they paid their taxes and they've raised their families. They are the people to whom we owe all the things that make our country what it is, a place of freedom and a place of opportunity. These people and their families who have worked and contributed to our country throughout their lives deserve so much more better than the chaotic, unsafe system that has come as the result of 8 long years of this Liberal national government ignoring their needs. Let there be no mistaking it. The aged care system, as it currently stands, is broken. Aged care is an issue that impacts all of us. Australians and their families deserve compassion, safety and adequate care as they move through the later stages of their life. Labor supports the bill as any changes with the capacity to even slightly improve the failing aged care system are long overdue, but this bill falls well short of what is necessary to achieve the real long-term lasting change in this industry that is in so much need of reform. The Morrison government has failed aged care residents again and again and again, and this bill is just really a little more in their latest attempt to launder their image. It's not the broad transformative reforms necessary to ensure the safety and security of older Australians and those who are in the aged care system. Across 8 long years of this government has been in power, they have repeatedly neglected the needs of those within the aged care system. It's a national disgrace and requires more than half-baked policies put forward in this bill. The Morrison government is responsible for the aged care system. They are responsible for the funding cuts. They are responsible for the terrible and heartbreaking neglect that has been identified in the Royal Commission. A Royal Commission which they have literally thumbed their nose at. This is an issue of the utmost national importance, particularly considering the horrific neglect which the government has continued to demonstrate towards the aged care homes and the residents and the workers, particularly throughout this course of the pandemic. This is an industry that is in need of immense reform and oversight, and in this task the Morrison government is categorically failing. The Royal Commission highlighted the tragic outcomes of the Morrison government's neglect, the stories of maggots and wounds of residents, the horrifying statistics that we've seen with malnourishment, and the responsibility for these failures, for this neglect and for the pain of those experiencing neglect within the aged care system and the pain for the families. These are the results of the government's past ongoing neglects of our older communities. And I've seen myself personally, we're going through aged care facilities during the pandemic where you see places with 170 cases, 22 lives lost, and not a peep from the government, not a peep from them about how they can help, what they can do. The aged care workers that work in these places busted their guts day in and day out in the horrific conditions, trying to work through a pandemic. The government couldn't even respond to the most basic of needs, the most basic of support that they asked for and assistance. And that is a true tragedy to see that happen. 22 lives lost, 170 cases, and a staff that was overworked to the hilt. And the government sat by and literally did nothing. And it's terrible. And those people we owe an apology to, I say the government, owe an apology to for leaving them out the way they did. When we think about the Royal Commission that concluded that almost 1 in 3 older people had experienced some of the substandard care while in residential facilities, and that it specifically heard about the excessive use of physical and chemical restraints in aged care, which robs older Australians of their dignity and autonomy as they go through their later stages of life. Older people with mental health issues, particularly those suffering from later stages of dementia, are often heavily medicated or physically restrained. For too many people, experiencing the aged care system is uncaring, unkind and even inhumane, and it's where we need to respond to their needs. The government has failed to listen to the stories and the experiences of Australians in aged care, to their families and to their workers. They failed to listen to the 22 expert reports. Now they are failing to listen to the responses of their own Royal Commission. The Morrison government wants to claim to have put forward a plan that reforms the aged care sector. But beyond the smoke and mirrors, the government's response to the Royal Commission and to the current crisis within the aged care system does not even fall short. It fails completely. The government's proposed policies fail to deliver the enduring reforms and the improvement necessary to address the crises in the short, medium and the long run. Labor's criticism of the Morrison government's response is not politics. It's not political mudslinging. It is fact. Undisputable fact. The Morrison government have delayed or outright rejected many of the crucial recommendations of the Royal Commission and the necessary changes that can reform this industry. The Morrison government's plan includes none of the recommended workforce and workplace changes which the Royal Commission outlined as a necessity of aspects of addressing the growing crisis within the industry. There is absolutely nothing the government is doing to improve wages for the overstretched, undervalued aged care workers in the aged care industry. The government ignored several of the recommendations to put forth to address the standards of care within the residential facilities. The government ignored the recommendations to require a nurse to be on 24/7 duties within residential aged care facilities. They just glossed over the recommendations regarding staff-to-patient ratios, something the industry knows must be done. You would think that a government would take the time to listen to aged care workers, but it's pretty clear, like a lot of people in this country, the government just does not care. And it's very, very sad. They shirk their primary increase to mandatory care minutes for residents in aged care, as their proposals do not meet recommendations made by the Royal Commission, and they include cleaning and admin work as part of the care minutes. Again, you've got to look at what this Prime Minister says. Everything's about the headline, never with the delivery. And this is what needs to be done and needs to be mandated. It's just not good enough that we see these things happening. Staffing levels are central to many of the quality of care problems in residential aged care, and these reforms are crucial to increasing standards of care and ensuring that horrific stories of neglect, which we have heard throughout the course of the Royal Commission, do not continue into the future. The Morrison government has fallen short on its responsibility to address this issue. And if all of that wasn't enough, Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government failed to clear the home care package wait list for over 100,000 people, ignoring the wishes of Australians who want to age at home and giving them little option other than to go to the overworked, understaffed facilities which the government refuses to reform. Despite allocating $3.2 billion to providers, the government is demanding no assurances that this money goes towards actual care, increased staff and pay or better food. The commitment of this money to supplement the basic daily fee by $10 per resident per day, which was recommended by the Royal Commission, but they laid out strict reporting requirements to ensure that these funds went on addressing the malnourishment crisis and on better care. The government didn't follow the recommendations for the reporting requirements. So instead, it's providing a $3.2 billion cheque to providers with no assurances on how this has to be spent. The government doesn't care if the money goes towards management bonuses or new staff officers, as long as they say it's fixing the crisis. And we've seen the issue in Victoria, where aged care facilities, where people were starving and treated poorly, but hey, the owners of the aged care facility are out there on their super yachts and driving their European sports cars. This is why you need to have these checks and balances in places to know the taxpayer money, the people that pay their taxes here in Australia want to see better aged care facility. We have respect for our elderly people. We want to see them get good care. No one needs to see Instagram photos of aged care providers running around on super yachts and driving sports cars. That's not what it's about. The money should be there for all Australians and for people in the aged care. The lack of transparency and accountability, which defines 8 years of this Liberal National government, is present throughout the entirety of this bill. It really concerns us that $17.7 billion will be spent on aged care without transparency and accountability measures in place. As far as Labor is concerned, every dollar spent on aged care should be going to care, not to provider profits. We know that there are many aged care providers who do amazing work and who are dedicated to the health and well-being of those that are in their care. But we also know there are far too many who aren't. Australia's aged care system is currently in a state of crisis. It's not an opinion, that's a fact, an actual fact. No person in our country should be subject to mistreatment, should experience malnourishment or be forced to suffer without adequate medical care. Least of all, older Australians who built this country and to whom we owe so much. We welcome any changes which have the capacity to improve the aged care system. But let there be no mistake, the bill proposed by the Morrison government does not do enough to reform the fundamentally broken system which has been created under their watch. Changes to staffing regulations and conditions and real accountability with regards to where funding on aged care is actually being spent are both necessity in order to increase the standard of care in residential aged care facilities and to prevent mistreatment. Neither of these were included to any substantial degree in the government's bill. So while we're not going to stop the passage of this bill, we strongly urge the Morrison government to consider implementing all of the recommendations put forth by the Royal Commission and to stop the arrogance and work with Labor to implement the standards and the regulations necessary to reform this broken system. Older Australians deserve respect, compassion and care, and once again the Morrison government in this bill is failing to provide it to them. It's really never been more clear that Australia needs an Albanese Labor government someone who is on their side, someone who is going to help those Australians who have built this country and made it the great place that it is. And I'll just also, just in closing, Speaker, just draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required?
Absolutely.
Quorum required. Ring the bells.
Hello. How are you, buddy?
I'm right here.
As long as I get the speakers to, I might. Hello, sir. All well?
Quorum present. The question before the chair is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, let me start off by thanking those that work in aged care. We've had a Royal Commission. It was necessary, but there is no doubt it's a two-edged sword, and it has attacked the morale and confidence of those that work in aged care. And as I move around my electorate and drop into aged care facilities quite regularly and meet with these people, sure, I fully accept that there have been some bad operators and some bad people operating in the system, but by and large we are overwhelmed by people of good intent, good heart, and that give their absolute best to the care of our elderly. And in fact, I think the figure, the national figure now, that aged care workers are 99.1%, this is residential aged care workers, 99.1% vaccinated, is a pretty clear indication of the way they value their job and value their clients. So thank you to each and every one of them, and I'm sorry if adverse publicity has detracted from your pride in your job. We need to do everything we can to reverse that. Aged care, of course, is a fast-changing field. I first came onto a hospital board in the 1980s, and at that time, in my small town of Kimber, in the past, a decision had been made to amalgamate the hospital and aged care hostel boards, and so the aged care hostel became the responsibility of that particular board. And at that time, we actually had a lady came in. I think she was about 65 or 66 when she came in. She was a resident for almost 30 years, and she used to check out every year for a couple of weeks to go home to cook for the shearers to help the boys out. boy, things have changed when it comes to getting into aged care now. And the point I make about that is the facilities we built 30 years ago are no longer, in many cases, appropriate for the clientele that are coming into aged care now. Now, as a figure I think it's worth dwelling on, when we came to government in 2013, there were less than 60,000 home care packages in Australia. And there's been plenty of criticism of the government through the way, why don't you have more home care packages? We are now closing in on 200,000. 200,000. So we can talk about why there was only 60,000 when we came to government, but it is this changing face. And of course those home care packages are part of the impact of why people are coming into aged care now. I think the expectancy of someone to live in residential care now is around about 13 months. And that is because when they're coming into residential care, they are, of course, more needy of more care, or they're further down the ageing process, if you like. And it's a great thing. The home care packages are fantastic. They're good for the taxpayer, of course, but they are particularly good for the clients. For my own, if I live that long to contemplate getting old, I certainly hope that I can do it in my own house, but there may come a time when I can't. And it's also worth noting in aged care, when we're talking about funding, is a remarkable figure, that in real terms, federal funding for aged care has more than doubled since 2013. And that was before the $17 billion that was put in at the last budget. More than doubled in real terms. It's an astonishing figure. Whether or not we're getting full value for money, I guess, is a fair argument when there's been that kind of increase in funding. But there's certainly been no lack of commitment from the federal government to divert resources into this sector. In my electorate, we've been through a particularly difficult time in Whyalla in regards to residential care. All the residential care in Whyalla comes from an organisation called Kindred Living, which is a community-based aged care system. They also deliver a lot of the home care packages. And they have 3 facilities, Yeltana, Copperhouse Court and Annie Lockwood. And recently were forced to close Annie Lockwood. It's been a really tough pill for the community. We're short of beds in Whyalla now as a result. There was a little over 50, accommodation for 50 there. The reason it was closed is because they could not get enough registered nurses to staff it safely. And they just could not, with clear mind, keep it open, and neither could they continue to be licensed if they kept it open. So the crunch has really come with a shortage.
The member will resume his seat for a moment. The member seeks the call. The member has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I bring your attention to the state of the House.
Is the quorum required?
Yes.
Quorum required. Ring the bells. You can't go out, mate. You have to check in. That wasn't with that.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I count a quorum. Quorum present. Thank members if they could depart quietly. The question before the chair is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call back to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Owing to the fairly childish and disruptive tactics of those opposite, I shall not be able to finish the story about Annie Lockwood and the particular difficulties facing the Whyalla community at the time, and I think that is a bit of a sadness. But anyway, I shall move on because of that loss of time. There are 6 tranches or 6 sections to this legislation, and they are addressing. There is the second tranche of legislation addressing the outcomes of the Royal Commission or the recommendations of the Royal Commission. One of the major complaints when I go to these aged care facilities is the complexity and time taken in filling out the ACFI or the aged care funding instrument. And so last year in April we introduced a new assessment tool, and this bill actually, once that assessment tool has been bedded in, links that tool to the payment system. And the general advice I'm getting back once over the teething issues is that it will work better. It certainly includes an extra $10 a day to the basic subsidy, which is costing the Australian taxpayers $3.2 billion over the next 5 years. And there is also another $3.9 billion to increase direct care to residents. So that has been welcomed and should take the pressure off a number of organisations and allow them to have a longer-term planning phase, particularly when it comes to capital investment. So I applaud those moves. The second piece of legislation, or the second standard within it, sets up an assessment scheme which facilitates the screening of prospective workers and eventually will allow for the registration of the approved workers. And this will replace the police assessment, and I think that is entirely appropriate. It's one of those things. I mean, obviously we need to keep bad people that don't have the right attitudes out of aged care. It is one of the things I often say is, why we have 700,000 or so people in Australia on working age payments. Aged care is just not for everyone. I think you need a particular personality. You certainly need to be caring and loving and understanding. And I don't know that all of us are well adapted for that. And it's very important. I say the aged care workers, and I praised them up when I started this contribution, you need a vocational commitment. You need a commitment to people. You need a commitment to outcomes. You need to love people as the fallback position to work in aged care, and they are the kind of people we want. Tranche 3 takes the next obvious step of banning bad workers. So those that have offended in the past, the black mark will be put on against their name. They will be deregistered. And I bring to the House's attention a case that has been discussed here before, and it's to do with a home care disability worker. Now, I admit this is disability, not aged care, but there is a correlation that will come up I'll refer to later in the speech. But it was of Anne-Marie Smith in South Australia, whose disability worker, the in-home care worker, completely neglected her. She had been found guilty of manslaughter. The DSP provider has been fined and banned. That is right and appropriate. It's just sad that it's in retrospect rather than prospect. So the banning of bad people is a given. That will be allowed for in this legislation. And it extends the serious incident reporting to home care. That's where Anne-Marie Smith was, in home care. It was introduced, the serious incident reporting was introduced in April for residential care. We are now extending it to home care for obvious reasons. There are 200,000 people in Australia that are receiving home care at the moment. As a comparison, there are 335,000 rather in residential care. So these are good and appropriate moves. It strengthens the provider governance, ensuring primary obligations are to the customer, transparency and accountability, a superior culture, if you like, and involves providers making an annual statement. Tranche 6 is about information sharing, and that comes back to this case of Anne-Marie Smith that I referred to previously. So those organisations who are working in aged care, in veterans care, in disability care will share their information, because we certainly don't want disreputable or deregistered workers moving from one sphere of caregiving to another. We want them right out of the system. Thank you very much. And that's what this legislation will allow for, and it is right and appropriate. Tranche 7 allows for greater prudential supervision. It is no secret that aged care can be expensive. Firstly, expensive full stop, but secondly, expensive to the individual, particularly those with assets. And of course, they put up consumer bonds or resident bonds when they move into these residential places, and it's absolutely right. They should know they are being managed correctly, that when they leave, either by their own good judgment or the will of the Lord, that they are able to be retained or returned to the family. And ensure that they can be returned to them if they choose to shift residence. And so these rules will make sure there is greater supervision, and it will also tip off to the department in an earlier fashion when an organisation is heading for trouble. And I think every warning sign we can have in this area has to be an advantage. Just to come back in final point, as we approach the time when we're reopening Australian borders, and I talked about that pool of unemployed in Australia and how maybe they're not so adaptable to aged care, I think we've got to seriously look at bringing in a great number of aged care workers into Australia. If we're going to look after our aged properly, we need to make sure we've got the staff available so we don't see that any more closures of Annie Lockwood across the nation, just simply closing down because they can't find the staff. So thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I just wanted to pick up where the previous member finished and just sort of say there's something else that the government can do to encourage people into the aged care workforce and domestic local workers, and that's to pay them properly. It's actually pay them a decent wage. One of the real reasons why we struggle to attract people with the skills, with the experience back into aged care or into aged care is because they are paid minimum wage. The solution to the aged care staffing crisis is not simply importing workers. It's not simply opening up our borders and attracting overseas workers to work and care for our elderly Australians. That is not enough. We will probably always require some element of overseas workers, skilled workers in our care sector, whilst we skill up our own, but it is not the only solution. It also fails to address that we have a skills crisis in this country across the board, and as the demand in the health sector under the COVID crisis has sucked a lot of workers into it, as it should. It is a pandemic and the demand for health workers and community workers continues to increase. It has left the aged care sector vulnerable. And without a plan, and there is no plan in this legislation to properly pay our aged care workers, this trend will continue. It is unsettling to hear government members speak about, we'll import the workers and they can be this second-class workforce, low-paid, do the work that Australians won't do, without recognising that we need to upskill the sector, that we need to properly fund the sector, that we need to properly pay our aged care workers. I do agree that our aged care workforce, they are angels. They do it because of a love. They do it because they genuinely want to see our older Australians live in dignity and have a wonderful exit. However, that doesn't pay the bills. However, that's not recognition of the skills that they have, of the compassion that they have. For far too long, our aged care workers have been left to do it for the love of it, and it's simply not good enough. Years ago, Labor in government moved reform with the agreements of the states to introduce ratios to our early childhood education sector. And my children are beneficiaries of that. Young Daisy is in childcare today in Parliament House, and she gets the benefit of having extra educators with her. We don't have something similar for our aged care sector. And one of the complaints that's raised with me so often in this space is the fact that we don't have ratios in our aged care facilities, that if somebody is sick, people aren't called in, if they in fact have people available to be called in. And the ratios vary from facility to facility. A state government-owned facility or a community not-for-profit aged care home will have better ratios than those in the for-profits. But because there are no rules in place, because there are no mandated safe staffing levels, we see ridiculous ratios where you may have one aged care worker to 50 or 60 residents. Now, how can they possibly do their job adequately if we don't have decent aged care ratios? And I raise that, Deputy Speaker, because that's what's not being dealt with in this bill. Whilst Labor supports what's before us, what we're arguing is it doesn't go far enough. We held a huge aged care royal commission in this country, and it was, it did travel to Bendigo. It met with over 300 people in a community forum where local people got to share their experiences. But yet, in this bill that's before us, it doesn't deal with a number of the key recommendations in that report. The government, yet again, has fobbed off, delayed and outright rejected key recommendations from the Aged Care Royal Commission. Of the 148 recommendations, over half are not being implemented or aren't being implemented properly. Over half. We have all heard the heartbreaking stories. It could have been a moment of bipartisanship, it could have been a moment of recognition and healing, but most importantly, practical reform that give our older Australians the dignity, the support and the care that they needed. It's concerning that as we stand here today, the bill that's been before us, not only is it inadequate and not deal with what is necessary to help our older Australians, but it also too hasn't had the proper consultation required. Stakeholders, peak bodies, providers and workers are saying that they haven't been consulted in relation to this bill, despite it dealing with workforce screening, despite it dealing with provider governance, despite it dealing with banning orders and code of conduct. And, Deputy Speaker, as we know with this government, they are so quick to implement something without consultation that there's going to be issues. And I just hope that they're ready to reform where needed, where we run into those mistakes. These small changes are necessary and needed, but don't rush them. Don't do it without consultation, because we'll hit more problems in a sector which is already exhausted. They were last year the front line. They were exposed to the COVID-19 outbreak. We know the impact that COVID has had on the aged care sector, and it has been twofold. First, we knew that COVID had a greater impact on the health of older Australians. Those in aged care were vulnerable. So it's disappointing that the vaccine rollout was so delayed, because we know that the vaccine saves lives. But as the vaccine has rolled out, and there was a problem that the government didn't have the vaccines available for the workforce. So in my part of the world, when the contractor turned up to vaccinate older residents, and that was welcomed, they didn't have enough vaccine to vaccinate the staff. And so it fell to Bendigo Health to vaccinate the staff in our aged care facilities, and we thank them for doing so. But after and during last year and after the vaccine rollout, whilst we've been in and out of lockdown, our aged care facilities have, for health reasons, been the first to be locked down. And so we've had long periods now of where aged care residents have not been able to see their loved ones. And that's because we are in a pandemic. So our workforce have had to step up, and they have not only been the carers and the health providers, healthcare workers in these facilities, but they've also been the companions for many in these facilities. Residents are frustrated and heartbroken, and they are lonely. It's been long stints between seeing loved ones. Some may say it's the nature of a pandemic and there was nothing we could do, but what we need to recognise is during this difficult period, the workers in these facilities became their loved ones, their family members, became the comforters, became the people that they could have a face-to-face conversation with. This is where we need to be doing more to support this workforce. Older Australians have helped build this country. They've worked hard, they've paid their taxes. At a time when we promised them, if you pay your taxes now, we'll be there to care for you in later life. They've raised their families and now in their later years deserve the respect and support that they from their government. They rightly expect the government to support them in their frailing years. But yet what we've seen from this government time and time again is they've consistently let this age group down. After 21 expert reports, they knew that older people were suffering in aged care, but they did very little to fix the problem. It took an aged care commission to bring these reforms before us, yet as I've already stated, the Aged Care Royal Commission recommendations of the 148, over half have not been implemented or aren't being implemented properly. The government has proven that they're incapable of fixing the aged care crisis, and hopefully in the months ahead they will listen to the sector, listen to the workers, listen to the unions, listen to the providers and finally do something about the crisis that we're facing. I held my own inquiry into the aged care crisis that we're experiencing in my electorate, and I asked people what they thought of the reforms that Labor had put forward and whether they agreed with some of the suggestions that we were making. 90% agreed that there needed to be minimum staffing levels in aged care. 90% agreed. This is what they're saying in my part of the world, a regional electorate where we have multiple aged care providers from our small towns to the big regional centre. 90% of people who responded to my survey said that they agreed with minimum staffing levels. A Labor commitment, a recommendation from the Royal Commission into aged care, yet no reform that's before us in this House. 97% agreed that staff should be trained properly for aged care, recognising that not all people in aged care have had the opportunity for skills, have had the opportunity to train, have had the opportunity for the education required to be aged care providers. Again, this is something that Labor did in government for our early childhood education sector, but yet we haven't seen rolled out in the in aged care, something that's required. If COVID has taught us anything about aged care, it's that if you train the staff will have the skills that's required. 70% agreed in this survey that aged care facilities in our area did not have the appropriate or proper PPE required. And we asked the staff, and many reported having to go the whole day in the one mask or the whole day in the one PPE, which is not good infection control, as we know. 92% agree that we needed a better surge workforce strategy, highlighting the problems that we've experienced in our region. Staff are exhausted, Deputy Speaker. Many haven't been able to take any leave over the last 18 months to try and get through this pandemic. They deserve the support right now, and yet many don't know when they'll be able to take a day's leave or a week's leave or even go on a holiday with their family. 94% say that the home care waiting lists are still far too long. The government and government MPs come in here and crow about what they've achieved, but there are still people on the waiting list. I've had people in my electorate die waiting for the appropriate aged care package, and it's quite frankly simply not good enough. A level 2 package isn't the care that somebody on a level 4 package needs. And when the government crows about their packages, quite often what you find is what people have told me in my electorate is, I've been offered it too, but it nowhere near covers or satisfies what I need. Children are frustrated that their parents aren't getting the support that they require. Deputy Speaker, in the few moments I have left, I'd just like to share some of the experiences of what people said about what it's like to work in aged care in my electorate, and what some of the children have said. A daughter of a woman in aged care now deceased said to me that at the time staffing there was one registered nurse on per floor of 50 to 70 residents, one enrolled nurse and personal carers. On the night shift, one. How can they possibly do the work that's required? Another person who worked in the sector said inadequate staffing ratios led to inadequate service provision. I felt like I couldn't do my job. I went home tired, exhausted and heartbroken that I couldn't do the job required. Another aged care worker said to me that the things that you see and experience in the sector is just heartbreaking. The wages do not reflect what we do or what we go through. I don't think many workers in aged care are here for the long term. Many are thinking of the exit strategy, and that's just heartbreaking. We can only deliver the basics and not the emotional support that many in our care need. We can't wait for the findings of the Royal Commission. We need action now. And the heartbreaking thing, Deputy Speaker, is we have been forced to wait for the Royal Commission findings. We've got the findings, and yet still the bill before us doesn't deliver the reform that these workers, that these children are seeking. We have an opportunity to fix this once and for all and to really move the sector forward. What's needed is not just the minor reforms that the government have put forward. What's needed is strong reform. If we want to stop what is occurring in our aged care, to fix the aged care crisis, then we need to tackle the issue of wages. We need to fund the sector properly. We need to make sure that we have the skill mix right. And, Deputy Speaker, just before I finish, I'd like to call you to the state of the House.
Is a quorum required? Ring the bells, please. quorum present. Could members who are departing do so quickly and quietly, please? And the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We live in an ageing society and we all know that. Former Senator John Williams once said to me that no one should complain about getting old because some don't get the choice. And of course he was very right. And as we have that ageing population, we need to make sure that we provide the care, the dignity, the respect to those Australians who've contributed so mightily to our nation and its interests, to give them the very best care available, whether it's independent living, whether it's indeed in acute care. And that is why on the 11th of May this year, the Treasurer, member for Kooyong, stood at the dispatch box and delivered a budget which provided a once-in-a-generation aged care package to help our older Australians, indeed $17.7 billion of support to boost the aged care sector. And I listened very closely to both of the two previous speakers, the member for Bendigo just before me and the member for Grey just before her. And they have, yes, both regional electorates, but very different regional electorates. The member for Bendigo has a very large regional hub in a division which is only about 5,500 square kilometres. The member for Grey indeed represents an electorate which is much the size of South Australia, indeed 904,000 square kilometres. And I note the member for Farrer, the minister at the table, I mean her electorate is 126,500 square kilometres. I represent an electorate at Riverina being nearly 50,000 square kilometres, and they're made up of disparate and very scattered small towns, our large electorates. I mean the member for Parkes, 393,000 square kilometres. The member for Durack, indeed 1.6 million square kilometres. And throughout those huge country electorates are a lot of little aged care providers, and they are doing their level best to provide the sort of care and support. And they were appreciative of the opportunity to give their submissions, to give their feedback, to give their input into the Aged Care Royal Commission. They were appreciative of the $17.7 billion of support, and yet, whilst I appreciate the member for Bendigo talks about higher wages for those in the sector, and yes, I understand from where she's coming, I also concur very much with the member for Grey, who calls on the fact that we're going to require a lot more people to come in from overseas to be able to take those positions, which Australians will not. And even in some of the larger regional towns I represent, it is very, very difficult to find staff willing to go there, to live there, and to provide their services, their employment to those providers. And that is one of the great difficulties. And no amount of financial support by way of higher wages will sometimes attract the sort of labour that we need to some of those regional providers, let alone those remote providers that may be in the electorates of Farrer or Durack or Grey. And whilst I appreciate where the member for Bendigo is coming from in her argument, it's very difficult for those country providers to find the necessary workers. And whilst I get that higher wages, yes, will attract more workers into the sector, it's not going to be the whole and sole panacea for the issues about labour shortage in aged care. Now, I have an aged care concern, a very large one, in my electorate of Riverina at Harden Murrumburra. Not a huge community. It's in the Hilltops Shire. It's in February, I wrote to the community, hand-wrote a letter to more than 1,000 people right throughout, hand-signed a letter right throughout to every person in that community after their St Lawrence residential aged care facility closed. Southern Cross Care withdrew its services, wanted to centralise its services, and one of the biggest issues and one of the biggest concerns that Southern Cross Care put to me was the fact that they just couldn't find people, irrespective of the situation, to be able to continue to run that facility. Now, it's had 45 beds. I was very fortunate to be able to, as part of the that round of aged care services, provide and guarantee those 45 beds to hopefully a future provider, hopefully somebody who will come in. We had great support from Cowra, wonderful provider there, ably led by Ian Donges and a wonderful volunteer group in that community who were going to take up the Harden Murrumburra facility, but through various reasons decided not to. But a local pharmacist, Mark Douglas, who, and being in a very bipartisan way, Mr Douglas, a pharmacist, was in fact a Labor candidate at the last election. He contacted me in the days following the announcement of the closure to inform me that his mother-in-law was somebody who passed away between the closure of the facility and the situation where we were trying to get some sort of surety as to an ongoing provider so that we could reopen Harden Murrumburra. And it was a very heart-rending text that Mark sent me, and he said she was a wife, mother, grandmother and great-grandmother born in 1927 to a Gallipoli veteran originally from Jerilderie. Until 9 days ago, she was safely living in St Lawrence Aged Care Facility in Harden. The forced eviction from her home caused such distress and disruptions she fell into disrepair, was disorientated and subsequently refused to eat or participate. Old people are worthy of our care and respect, are not a commodity to be carelessly disregarded or traded as entries on a balance sheet. And Mark was very right. I mean, that's a very heart-wrenching letter and a very personal letter. And there were as many as 3 deaths reported from former residents of that rehoming. And I'm working very hard to make sure that we get some surety going forward. But it's the sort of situation that is a microcosm of what is happening across the nation, whereby aged care is needing our support, and that's why, as a government, we're trying to fill in those gaps. It's why we had the Royal Commission, and in responding to the 148 recommendations, of which 123 were joint and 25 were specific to the individual commissioners requiring a decision by government, this government has accepted or accepted in principle 126 of those recommendations. In addition, the government supports instead an alternative on 4 of the recommendations. 12 recommendations were subject to further consideration or noted in the government response, and 6 were not accepted, including 4 which noted the incongruous views of the commissioners, Tony Pagone QC, Linnell Briggs AO and the late Honourable Richard Tracy AM RFD QC. And the government does thank those commissioners for their diligence, for their input into that very important process. The Royal Commission has a 5-year, 5-pillar aged care reform plan. It addresses home care, at-home support and care based on assessed needs, residential aged care services and sustainability, improving service suitability that ensures individual care needs and preferences are met, residential aged care quality and safety to improve access to and quality of residential care, workforce. And this is such an important issue, growing a larger, more highly skilled, caring and values-based workforce. And we thank those people who are working in the aged care sector now because, Mr Speaker, they do a mighty job, particularly in regional and especially in remote Australia. And of course the 5th pillar being governance, new legislation and stronger governance to avoid some of those heart-wrenching and very real distressing stories that we heard out of the Royal Commission, which no one wants to see recurring. Mr Speaker, I'm very pleased that through the 2020 aged care approval round announced in July this year, those 45 aged care places for a new provider in Harden, Murrumburra, and 4 aged care places for the Murrumburra Harden District Hospital were assured. $197,560 for capital works at Uralba Hostel in Gundagai. I visited there. It's a great facility and continues to provide those services in Gundagai. And like Gundagai, like a lot of other towns in my electorate, has an ageing population. Many people who were born in the town have worked decades in the town to make Gundagai and those other little communities throughout the Riverina the best they can be. And then, of course, in their retirement years and their twilight years, those people deserve the very best care, and Uralba is one of those facilities providing just that. I was also pleased that 36 aged care places for Signature Care for a new aged care facility in Wagga Wagga to be located on the South Campus ground, which used to be Charles Sturt University, and its southern campus, of course, CSU, of course, is largely built. The dream of Cliff Blake and the late Wal Fife was to have that facility on the northern side of town, and it is very much a growing area, residential area and teaching and learning area at the north of Wagga Wagga. And throughout the through the 2018-19 aged care approval round, there was a number of funding arrangements put in place elsewhere in the Riverina, including $400,000 and eight aged care places to Coinda Court at Juneen. I remember visiting there, and they were talking about redoing their showers and their in the individual units. And it mightn't sound much and it mightn't seem much, but it makes the world of difference to those people, those elderly residents who deserve the very best of care. Cootamundra Nursing Home benefited. Goodwin Aged Care Services based in Wagga Wagga. There were 26 aged care places for Gumley Gardens, also in Wagga Wagga, on top of the 84 for Goodwin. And 3 aged care places for Gemelong Catholic Healthcare Residential Village west of Forbes. And I know I've spoken to the Mayor, Phyllis Miller, there at Forbes. She is a great advocate for aged care. She very much listened closely and to the Royal Commission determinations and findings. We speak regularly about what needs to happen at Forbes. As I say, Forbes is just like those other communities in my electorate, ageing population, but I commend Councillor Miller for her advocacy for and on behalf of those people, those vulnerable people, and they are indeed, and they want the very best care. 50 aged care places as part of that 18-19 funding for Wagga Wagga Community Aged Care, 32 aged care places for Wuruna Aged Care in Cowra, and a considerable amount of money, $3.8 million, and 6 aged care places for Woodhaven at Lockhart, a community I visited just the other day. And the mayor there, Roger Shermer, the retiring mayor, he too, like all my other 11 mayors throughout the Riverina, for them aged care is a focus, and they want to, and they make sure that their communities are getting the funding that they need, the support that they need, but they all understand and appreciate that finding the labour, finding those workers is not just a matter of making the wages higher. It is an issue, and it's been exacerbated by COVID because we haven't been able to get backpackers in. We haven't been able to get workers in, where the immigration has been very, very difficult, of course, nigh impossible, and that makes the situation so much the worse. And we'll continue to provide support. Alloa Lodge at Coolum, I was there just the other day, and what the assistance that we've provided there is just a paving around the actual centre, as well as other things to refurbish their kitchen and laundry facilities. But just that pavement around the facility there, and a new fence completely surrounding the facility makes such a difference to the aesthetics of this wonderful facility. And Coolamon is a butte town, not that far from Wagga Wagga, and of course it's providing the very best care for those in their twilight years. And we will continue as a government to also provide the dignity, the respect and the care through the funding that we've provided in the budget and beyond.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Adelaide. I think the honourable member for Adelaide might be muted.
There we go. How's that? Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Apologies for that. Can I just start off by saying I too rise to speak on this aged care bill regarding the Royal Commission response. Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission's final report was released earlier this year, and since then it's become apparently clear that the government's response continues to fall short. It continues to fall short of the recommendations on so many levels. So, Deputy Speaker, can I make it clear that we, on this side of the House, my colleagues, want the aged care system fixed? It's been broken for a long time. We need it fixed as a holistic approach, whether it be aged care at home or whether it be aged care in a facility. But what needs to be done is real reform that addresses those recommendations from the Royal Commission and the feedback from the experts. So there's so many key recommendations that haven't even been touched on, haven't been spoken about by the Minister, or that have either just been ignored or only partially implemented. And just to give you an idea, Deputy Speaker, of the 148 recommendations, over half fall into that category, over half. Deputy Speaker, the changes proposed in these areas through this bill are significant, and you need proper consultation. And a proper consultation is an absolute must if we're serious about getting the reforms right. Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt that our aged care system is in disarray, and we've seen through the Royal Commission some of those horror stories that came out that absolutely horrified our nation. And we've seen them on TV reports, on news reports, horrendous things that just are abhorrent and should not be happening to our older citizens. The Royal Commission's report would make anyone hesitant to entrust their loved ones to a system where people are neglected and where 2/3 of residents were found to be malnourished or at risk of malnourishment, Deputy Speaker. How can we justify that in a nation like Australia, in a first world nation, where we are one of the wealthiest nations in the world? We have one of the best lifestyles in the world. How can that be justifiable in this country? Why have we got this area so wrong? Why have we got this area so wrong? And we need to act now. The Prime Minister needs to act now decisively and correct this atrocious situation. And we need, as a parliament, to fund properly aged care. And when you look, we heard other speakers touch on wages, the workforce, training, and basically to remunerate people, remunerate them in an appropriate way. They're looking after our most precious people, that is our older Australians. People that worked all their lives, they've paid their taxes, they've built the foundations that we now stand upon and benefit the fruits of this wonderful country that we call Australia, because of those people before us, So, Deputy Speaker, nothing will change without reform to the workforce. That is a given. And this is a big area where the government must step in, ensure that we have the appropriate training, ensure that people are remunerated properly for the very special work they do. And it is special, it's delicate, and it is right up there with your brain surgeons, cardio surgeons, etc. These people look after our greatest asset, the people that delivered the life that we have in this country. And we have a pretty good life in Australia when you compare it to other places because of the foresight of the generations that came before us. Deputy Speaker, we need to fix that workforce. Staff are overworked, they're underpaid. They're underpaid, and I speak to lots of staff from aged care facilities that tell me this, and yet we expect them to deliver that high-quality care to the most precious asset that we have, our elderly. Aged care workers are exhausted, they tell me when I speak to them, by doing long shifts, odd hours, etc. They're overstretched and under-resourced. Sometimes you may have 1 or 2 staff members for 50 beds in one night. With one drama takes place, all you need is another one, and it just throws the whole night into chaos. And these people come home exhausted. But not only exhausted, because they care about their work, they come home despondent as well. And most of the people I speak to are caring aged care workers. They care for their patients, they care for the people that they look after, and they want to see improvements as well. Deputy Speaker, as we saw during the pandemic, the lack of resources that we need to take care of our frail older Australians. Deputy Speaker, I believe that these workers should be paid more and that there should be more of them with the appropriate training, because a lack of qualified staff is contributing to this crisis in aged care. So we need more training to qualify staff, more places at TAFE and through training agencies. We need to ensure that we have the workforce for today, but also to look forward to the future as well. In August this year, The Advertiser, my state News Corp paper, reported that the aged care providers in South Australia that had failed to provide adequate care to their residents. Now, of the 15 that were listed, the majority were in regional South Australia, country South Australia. Now, the Council of the Ageing SA Chief Executive, Jane Muzzard, said at the time, while there is no excuse for poor quality aged care, there is no doubt that finding a quality aged care workforce outside Metro Adelaide is getting harder and harder. This needs a concerted focus from our federal and state governments with aged care providers. And I'd say it'd be the same across Australia, in every regional area and throughout all the different states. And yet the government has delivered nothing that will improve wages and conditions for these overstretched, undervalued aged care workers. And no wonder Australians have completely lost faith in the government's ability to run a safe and appropriate aged care system. Deputy Speaker, this is nothing short of a national disaster. The Royal Commission demanded transparency, and yet the government is just handing over $3.2 billion to providers with a requirement about how it should be spent. Deputy Speaker, we know there are many aged care providers doing some amazing work, some incredible work, and I visit many of them throughout my electorate and see many of them. One that I went to recently, the Lodge, Elder Care Lodge, aged care home, with wonderful CEO Jane Pickering and Daniel Fleming, who was the site operations manager, are doing such great work. They gave me a tour of the place, and speaking to some of the staff, they were very happy and loved their work, but they were saying that it is hard to cope at times. But Deputy Speaker, as I said, we know that there are far too many other providers who aren't up to scratch, and we saw 15 named in South Australia. It also remains a real concern that $17.7 billion will be spent on aged care without appropriate transparency and accountability measures. And we saw the reports in the papers after the lockdown of COVID last year in Victoria, with nursing facilities, where some of the directors and owners were driving around in $400,000 sports cars and travelling overseas and living in mansions. Well, Deputy Speaker, the money that the government provides to aged care is for the provision of aged care, caring for the aged, not lining the pockets of millionaires. So as far as Labor is concerned, every extra dollar spent on aged care should be going to care, not to the providers' profits or to their souped-up cars, luxury holidays, etc., as was reported in the papers in Victoria and other places after the tragic deaths of those people that were in aged care homes. Deputy Speaker, there is one line that I have sprouted more than anything in this place since I came to be a Member of Parliament in 2004, At the time, I represented one of the oldest seats in the country, and I would call it the wisest seat in the country, because my senior Australians that I represented and still represent are wise people. They've had their experiences. They know much more than most people. They are a real valuable asset to us. Older Australians helped build this country. They fought in world wars. They protected this nation. They paid their taxes. And as I said, they virtually built the foundations that we stand on today, and that we reap all the fruits of their hard labour and the foresight that those people had for us to have a good country to live in. They worked hard, they paid taxes, they raised their families. They rightly expect this government to support them in their frailer years. And we have a duty as a nation to do all that we can for those people, to give them the best services possible. That's what they deserve. That's what they've earned after life contributing to their communities and to Australia. We all know that thousands of Australians, Deputy Speaker, are dying while waiting for home care packages. This is another area that's been an absolute shambles. On one hand, the government says that they're providing new places. On the other hand, that list is doubling every quarter just about. And yet this government has failed to clear that home care package. And the waiting list is around 100,000, approximately 100,000, Deputy Speaker. And only 80,000 packages were included in the budget over the next 3 years, and thousands will be joining that waiting list, bumping it over 100,000. So really, we've done nothing in that area, and the government should hang its head in shame because, again, it has let down our older Australians, the people who have worked all their lives, paid their taxes, protected this country, and have built the nation that we reap the fruits of today. Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission recommended that nurses to be on duty 24/7 in residential care. This is core to improving clinical care for frail Australians, and yet this has also been ignored. They've done the same with the Commission's recommendation to increase the mandatory care minutes in residential aged care. Their promises of mandatory care minutes for each resident is full of holes, Deputy Speaker. It doesn't meet the Royal Commission's recommendations, and we know that cleaning and some admin may be done, will be included as care minutes. How can this be good enough? How can this be part of the actual care that a senior person requires in a facility? Time and time again, I've stood in this place calling for more respect and dignity for older Australians. They built this country, they've contributed all their lives to our economy and our society. It is now our turn. It is our turn to give back to those people. And they deserve to know that the government will support them in their final years. And Deputy Speaker, as long as I'm in this place, I'll keep on repeating those words. We have a duty to look after those senior Australians. This government has overseen a system in which around 30% of older people in aged care, almost 1 in 3, experience some form of substandard care. For example, excessive use of physical and chemical restraints. And that absolutely robs older Australians of their dignity and autonomy in their final months. Deputy Speaker, older people with mental health issues, particularly those suffering from the later stages of dementia, are often heavily medicated or physically restrained. In fact, Deputy Speaker, in the final 3 months of 2019-20, residential aged care services made 24,681 reports of intent to restrain and 62,800 reports of physical restraint devices. To me, that sounds like a system that is strained and understaffed, with employees that have worked way too hard to the bone and not paid enough. As a result, staff cannot adequately respond to residents' complex needs. But the Morrison government has consistently let us down and failed these senior Australians, Deputy Speaker. Now, as Treasurer, we saw Scott Morrison, or the Prime Minister today, actually cut funding. So the record proves that he can't be trusted to fix this aged care system. We've neglected older Australians. This government has neglected them and the aged care system for 8 long years. It's a national disgrace. This government has failed to listen to Australians in aged care, to their families, to the workforce in the system, and they've failed to deliver proper reform. Deputy Speaker, the government's response to the Royal Commission hasn't fixed aged care, and it must be fixed. And it's certain that another 3 years of this government won't fix it either. This is an issue that impacts all of us. We will all be old one day, and we will all be facing these same disasters. Deputy Speaker, Labor deeply believes that those who have built this country and earned our respect deserve so much better from a system, not just in lip service. But this government never hesitates to hurt our most vulnerable citizens, whether it's robo-debt and the merciless way that they went after people with often fictitious debts, whether it's pensioners who are hurting from cuts to their concessions or cuts to Medicare. It's always the most vulnerable citizens who cop it from this government, Deputy Speaker. And it's pretty clear, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, who this government cares about. It's certainly not about the lower end of town.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of the amendment that's before the House. And I want to begin with a couple of quotes from the final report of the Royal Commission from Commissioners. The first from Commissioner Pagoni. The extent of substandard care in the current aged care system is unacceptable, deeply concerning and has been known for many years. And Commissioner Briggs, at times in this inquiry, it has felt like the government's main consideration was what the minimum commitment it would get away with, rather than what should be done to sustain the aged care system so that it is enabled to deliver high quality and safe care. This must change. Well, indeed, this legislation that's before the Parliament reflects that. It reflects an inadequate response from a government that has presided over a crisis in aged care. It implements 8 measures of the government's response to the Royal Commission's final recommendations. However, a number of the measures in this bill don't fully implement the recommendation of the Royal Commission. Just to give one example, the government is choosing to implement pre-employment screening for aged care workers instead of the Royal Commission recommendation for a national registration scheme. The government is implementing weaker governance standards which are less prescriptive than those that were there in the Royal Commission recommendations. And the bill excludes the Royal Commission recommendations on removing freedom of information exemptions for aged care providers, with the government claiming this is still under consideration. Sound familiar? Is there any area whatsoever where this government supports transparency? Here you have Royal Commission making clear recommendations on removing freedom of information exemptions for aged care providers. Now, why would you want to do that? You'd want to do that so that the families of their loved ones can find out what's going on in aged care. The idea that you have exemptions from freedom of information legislation in aged care is just absolutely extraordinary. And I find it beyond my comprehension how this government could come with this legislation and not dealing with this, but saying it's still under consideration. This is another thing they'll get to in their 4th term. This government has been in office for 3 full terms. They're in the pre-caretaker period of their 3rd term, and here they're saying, well, no, we'll get to it down the track. They say that when they were dragged kicking and screaming towards, of course, calling the Royal Commission that Labor called for consistently under my predecessor, the member for Maribyrnong. And it is little wonder that they resisted the Royal Commission for so long, because the interim report of the Royal Commission said it all in the title. One word: neglect. A one-word title that's an indictment on a rich country like Australia, caring for the very people who made this country rich, the very people whose shoulders we stand on, who are deserving of dignity and respect in their later years. But here's what that interim report found. It said, "We have found that the aged care system fails to meet the needs of our older, often very vulnerable citizens. It does not deliver uniformly safe and quality care for older people. It is unkind and uncaring towards them. In too many instances, it simply neglects them." Just extraordinary. It said this, the interim report of the Royal Commission, not the Labor Party, not any political analysis, but objective Royal Commissioners appointed by this government. This is what it said also. "We've been told about people who have walked into an aged care residence, failed but in relatively good spirits and mentally alert, only to die a few months later after suffering from falls, serious pressure injuries and significant pain and distress. We have seen images of people with maggots feeding in open sores, and we have seen video and photographic evidence of outright abuse." They also said this, "The combined impact of the evidence, submissions and stories provided to the Royal Commission leads us to conclude that substandard care is much more widespread and more serious than we had anticipated." So this is the words of Royal Commissioners who were appointed on the basis of an acknowledgement that there was a crisis in the aged care sector, who went into it, and when they examined it, they found that it was far worse than they had anticipated. They went on to say that the following issues have been brought to their attention of the Royal Commission. To quote the interim report, "Inadequate prevention and management of wounds, sometimes leading to septicemia and death. Poor continence management. Many aged care residents don't encourage toilet use or strictly ration continence pads, often leaving distressed residents sitting or lying in urine or faeces. Dreadful food, nutrition and hydration, and insufficient attention to oral health, leading to widespread malnutrition, excruciating dental and other pain, and secondary conditions." They went on to say this, "The Royal Commission heard compelling evidence that the system designed to care for older Australians is woefully inadequate. Many people receiving aged care services have their basic human rights denied. Their dignity is not respected and their identity is ignored. It most certainly is not a full life. It is a shocking tale of neglect." Just think about that. Their dignity is not respected and their identity is ignored. A powerful clarion call to action. And what do we get from this government? A government that said at this time last year was saying that aged care, because we knew from overseas experience, was particularly vulnerable to the COVID pandemic, and yet we still don't have all of our aged care workers being properly vaccinated. We still don't have all of our aged care residents being looked after. In my electorate, in one nursing home in Summerhill, there have been at least 5 deaths in recent months as part of the 500 people who lost their lives to COVID seen between the Parliament's last sitting and this one, because an aged care worker brought COVID into that nursing home, having worked in multiple facilities, having not been fully vaccinated. And every resident of that nursing home ended up in hospital, many of whom lost their lives. I'm not quite sure how this government that's so triumphant reconciles the fact that these were known what needed to happen and just failed to deliver. But in general towards aged care workers as well, this is a government that just does not respect them and the contribution that they make. They've failed in responding, in developing this legislation, to sit down with aged care workers and talk through the issues. There's been little to no consultation during the drafting of this bill. And that's why one of the big weaknesses of this legislation is that there's no reform to the workforce. Government's done nothing to improve wages for overstretched, undervalued aged care workers. Aged care workers look after our loved ones and they should be properly paid and respected. The government has also ignored the recommendation to have a registered nurse on duty 24/7 in residential care. Now, we used to call aged care homes, we used to call them nursing homes.
That's right, exactly, for a reason.
The hint's in the title. The hint's in the title. The idea that you should have a nurse in a nursing home
Just the one,
is to me not a radical proposition. To me, not a radical proposition. The fact that it's a recommendation of the Aged Care Royal Commission that has no result from this legislation says it all about this government. And they've chosen to implement fewer hours of care for each resident than the Royal Commission recommended and delivered later than the Royal Commission recommended. The government hasn't fully implemented recommendations around transparency and accountability. The Royal Commission made a recommendation to increase the basic daily fee by 10 per bed per day. But despite the Royal Commission recommendation for strict reporting conditions, the government are gifting this $3.2 billion to providers with no strings attached to ensure this money goes to actual care or better food. When I gave my budget reply this year, I made it very clear that you needed to tie the increase in funding to actual outcomes. We're not about improving the bottom line of those aged care providers, some of whom do fantastic work, but we know that there are some driving around in his and her Lamborghinis, whilst the aged care residents that are the source of that profit haven't got enough food. They are literally starving. Aged care residents literally starving. It's just not good enough. But it's not surprising, given that this Prime Minister, of course, presided over cuts to aged care, and that for 8 years the government ignored the warnings and cut that funding. In that time, we've seen 21 expert reports released, detailing more and more of the shocking neglect and substandard conditions. When it comes to older Australians, this government has just two settings: carelessness and callousness. This is a generation that has given so much. Older Australians built this country. They deserve to be supported and looked after. What they've got from this Prime Minister and this government is contempt and neglect. A government that has turned their back on them. They've had 8 years to fix this, and it's just got worse. Aged care residents with maggots crawling in their wounds and residents left malnourished. Giving them another 3 years won't fix aged care. Older Australians cannot afford another 3 years of neglect. We have an alternative plan, consistent with our approach of a better life for Australians, a better life that gives a move towards universal provision of childcare for our youngest Australians and dignity and respect for our oldest Australians. They deserve nothing less. A government, though, that denies a problem until there's an absolute crisis, and then always acts too little, too late. It's the same pattern. It doesn't matter whether it's bushfires or the supply of vaccines or the response to climate change. It's always the same pattern. Deny there's a problem, blame someone else, then eventually, once there's an absolute crisis, have an inadequate response that's too little and too late. It's very clear that it will take a Labor government to actually have a look at the recommendations of the Royal Commission report and set about changing it for the better. As Commissioner Pagoni said in the final report, to quote, "The current aged care system and its weak and ineffective regulatory arrangements did not arise by accident. Did not arise by accident. It's a result of policy failure. And that's why it needs a better policy and a better government to fix this crisis."
The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd too like to make a contribution in this debate. And just noting that this is the response, the second response to the Royal Commission's recommendations. Now, for those of us who are in the Parliament will recall the way the Minister treated call after call from Labor for a Royal Commission into aged care. It was something that the Minister actually of the day actually described it. That would be an elder, effectively being elder abuse. And what we've had since then is a litany of issues have been explored. I think evidence given, hair-raising stuff for any of those that we might care to actually put our loved ones into aged care. Well, let's face it, there's 151 electorates represented in this chamber. Every one of us has a concern about looking after the aged care. Everyone here, we all have a concern about looking after the vulnerable. And yet, when we get the recommendations, 148 recommendations that are made, just a little over half are actually addressed by this government. For a Royal Commission that cost $200 million, not an insignificant one that they got forced kicking and screaming into having to do, then wanted to try and take credit for it, but now only partially dealing with the recommendations of that Royal Commission. Now, I would have thought the alarm bells would have been certainly ringing once the Commission delivered their interim report, with one-word title, neglect. And look, the Royal Commission had a bit of a head start on this with respect, Deputy Speaker. There had been, since the government had taken, under the then Treasurer, Morrison, had taken up to about $2 billion out of the system, there had been, after that, 21 reports into aged care, all of which were ignored. Now, as I say, getting back to the fact that what we're all supposed to be doing in this place, being here to look after people, all our electorates are, well, I can't imagine mine's any different to anyone else. We've got an ageing population. This should be front and centre to what we're doing as elected members of this place, looking after the vulnerable in our community. But saying that, I want to be balanced and say that Labor will support the passage of the bill. Any improvement into aged care will always get our support. But it is, once again, a missed opportunity. Look, I just think it's the fact that the way they have gone about proposing this bill, I don't know whether they're trying to actually convince Australians that they really don't care about aged care. They really do care about some of the aged care providers, I understand that, when you can give $3.2 billion of money without strings attached to it, and particularly when we've heard evidence, not evidence from the Labor Party, but evidence in a Royal Commission of some of the excesses that are occurring in aged care. And yet other evidence that we've been well and truly equipped with is the fact, like healthcare workers gave evidence, the fact that some of them will be getting one set of gloves per shift to look after people in aged care. So apart from looking after people and multiple clients, one set of gloves. And that's from doing everything from getting people to be suited for their food and sustenance to actually addressing other issues that, which you can well imagine, Deputy Speaker, for people in aged care, particularly those unfortunately suffering with incontinence and other issues. But that's not the Labor Party putting one pair of gloves per shift. That was evidence by workers, sworn evidence to the Royal Commission. The Royal Commission found that one in five people in aged care was suffering from substandard care. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, look, they're just things that it should have rang alarm bells for everybody here. And it's not about trying to point the finger and playing catch up on this. As I say, we have a responsibility as those who are privileged enough to serve in this place to look after the vulnerable, and there can't be many more vulnerable than those that are requiring aged care. As I say, of the recommendations that made, many of them that we will certainly support. Some sensible regulations, amendments are made to relating to the residential aged care funding. Others in terms of the screening of aged care workers and also that governing persons employed in approved providers. A code of practice allowing the Aged Care Quality Safety Commission to make and enforce a code of conduct. Extensions of the way reports are made in terms of incidents and critical reporting of in-home care, governance approvals for providers, information sharing between Commonwealth bodies, and also disability and veteran sectors in relation to non-compliance, misuse of refundable accommodation and deposit bonds. They're good things. And also amendments relating to the Independent Healthcare Pricing Authority. Look, Labor will be supporting any decent, any well thought out improvement to aged care. That's what we do. But while we're not opposing, as I say, the passage of the bill in that respect, the fact that the government has fobbed off, delayed or outrightly rejected almost half the recommendations of the 148 made by the Royal Commission is just, I think, it's just a missed opportunity to do something of decency for the people that we purport to represent. So this bill is with no different, with its alterations to a number of the from the original Royal Commission recommendations, but I just want to deal with some of the evidence that we should be actually taking into account in the formation of this legislation. As I say, this Royal Commission cost taxpayers $200 million, and it unearthed evidence of abuse, neglect, poor hygiene practices, ongoing workplace issues, labour shortages, poor wages, overworked carers, malnutrition. These are things that we have a responsibility to look at. The Royal Commission found pardon me, the Royal Commission found that the workforce was undervalued, understaffed, under-resourced, and the workforce which was needed critical reform in the aged care sector. It recommended better wages to ensure that workers are properly valued, attract and retain new employees to the sector, and that's something the government has just not only responded to, it's completely ignored. I don't know, well, unfortunately my mother's not in aged care. She actually lives with us, but if she did, look, I'm not sure that I'd really want to think that I'd have someone looking after her whose only care in the job is making a bare minimum, maybe they couldn't get a job at McDonald's at the time, so will work in aged care. Have a look at the comparative of the wages in both. It's probably less care, less responsibility working in fast foods and looking after someone in aged care. And yet the aged care workers I've met, sure, they don't get paid much. They actually care about people. And this is what the Royal Commission found when it took its evidence, that yes, they did care about people. They were undervalued, and they certainly were underpaid. They weren't treated for what it is that we're requiring to do. They weren't valued. And it's little wonder why there's such a turnover. And when we have the event of COVID, then we start to discover to make a living, these people work at more than one aged care facility. So they'll do shifts and half shifts at others. And next thing, you found out we have a system which is dependent on people working from one facility to another. And so it's not like having a carer who's going to give almost their full-time responsibility caring for people in one facility. So look, this is, as I say, Deputy Speaker, an absolute missed opportunity to address those issues. In terms of the staffing levels, the Royal Commission made comments and recommendations about that. And there has been no effort from government to actually address the issue of staffing levels at all. And if anything, our staffing structures don't actually even meet 3-star levels of aged care. The Royal Commission took it upon itself to recommend investing in professional development and career paths for workers in that industry. Again, you won't find anything in this bill about any of that. That's just been left to those who run private aged care facilities, the ones who receive the government's no strings attached $3.2 billion. So hoping and probably praying a little on that they actually do the right thing for looking after people, as opposed to simply profiteering out of this. But there is no strings attached to that. And the issue of aged care workers and home care workers who have been on the front line of this pandemic for the last 18 months, we have not shown them any value, any care, or treated them decently for what they have been through. We have a situation now, Deputy Speaker, not all our aged care workers are yet fully vaccinated. The Leader of the Opposition related to aged care facilities in his electorate, where a worker has, in working in multiple facilities, had brought COVID into an aged care facility in his electorate, and 5 people subsequently died. Surely we can do this better. This is not. It can't be something that we are going to be so penny pinching in trying to cut back on everything, as the government did previously in taking $2 billion out of aged care, then had the ignominy of having 21 reports. They could have actually not had a Royal Commission if they picked up some of the recommendations in those reports. So the Royal Commissioners actually had a bit of a head start in looking at what the issues were in this sector, but none of that occurred. And guys, those on the other side can't think they're going to leave here patting themselves on the back and saying, haven't we done well? We've looked after aged care. Anything you do to improve the sector, to improve the standard of aged care, we will always support. But if you're really serious about aged care, you've got to think about the people who are in the front line of aged care, and that's their workers. Now, I've got a little bit of an interest in this. My little brother does happen to run one of the biggest unions in that space. But he has a very clear view on this. If we are going to put our most vulnerable, those that we love, in the hands of others, shouldn't we actually entrust, the ones we entrust them to, shouldn't we actually value them for what they're going to do for us? Because that's a reflection on us. Exactly. So Deputy Speaker, this is regrettably a missed opportunity. I think the government should have done a lot better. As a matter of fact, I think there should have been more people in this chamber listening to these debates if they cared about aged care. So in that respect, Deputy Speaker, I call your attention to the state of the House.
Yeah.
Order. Quorum is required. Quorum not present. Ring the bells.
It was a good contribution, I must say.
Quorum present. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
And it is, as the member Fowler has just said, such an important bill that we are speaking about right now, because there is absolutely no doubt that our aged care system here in Australia is broken, and that is a serious concern and has a serious impact on so many lives in my electorate and in electorates around the country. It is the fact that for 8 years this government has neglected older Australians, that they have cut $1.7 billion from the sector, that there have been nearly 11,000 deaths while people are waiting for home care packages. There are 685 deaths in the last year from the coronavirus pandemic. And of course, our aged care homes continually face the problem of chronic understaffing, of people in their care being malnutrition, and of course neglect in those facilities. Deputy Speaker, very much people in my electorate have told me the suffering this has caused for them and for their loved ones. During the lockdowns in Melbourne, when they haven't been able to see their loved ones because the system is so stretched. When last year people died because the system wasn't up to it. That just should never have happened. People who are unsure about what the future is for their loved one, who are unsure and scared about having to enter our aged care system because they know it's broken, and they are concerned that this government, like so much it does, will not get it right. And Deputy Speaker, that's why it's also important for me to be speaking on this bill today, because I very much fear that what happens and what is going to happen in this space is that we'll have some announcements from this government. We'll even have a Royal Commission, and that was a very important Royal Commission. But what we won't have—
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any constituency statements? Call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, for the Prime Minister, every problem is someone else's problem. Every crisis is someone else's responsibility. When he's called out on his failures, and he has been many times, the Prime Minister's response is always the same. He will say, it's not my job, it's a matter for the states, or I don't hold a hose. And we've seen examples of that continuously throughout his leadership. We saw it over and over during COVID. We saw it over and over during the bushfires. We've seen it continuously. Australia, Deputy Speaker, is one of the greatest countries in the world, but it's also very isolated. It's away from Europe, away from the US, at the bottom of the earth. And what this Prime Minister's done is his inaction is that we've become even more isolated. The Prime Minister said that COVID isn't a race. This is what we were told by the Prime Minister, when it really was a race. The reality is that the Prime Minister was Australia's handicap in the race. Those of you that know about thoroughbred racing, we put weights on horses to handicap them. That's what he did. He was the weight on Australia in that particular race. We're seeing the same thing on climate change. That is also a race that we need to work on very quickly. But even here, we're starting with a very hefty handicap in the form of the Prime Minister, the member for New England, the member for Hughes and Clive Palmer. They're our handicaps in this race. Instead of going missing, Prime Minister, and passing the buck, you should need to step up and be a leader.
Expired, and I give the call to the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. According to the Children's Cancer Institute, in Australia, more than 1,000 children and adolescents are diagnosed with cancer each year. Cancer kills more children than any other disease in Australia. Approximately 3 children and adolescents per week die from cancer in Australia. 2/3 of children who survive cancer suffer serious long-term effects. Worldwide, about 300,000 new cases of cancer are diagnosed each year in children and adolescents. Now let's let those figures sink in for a moment. This is the devastating reality that many of our Australian families face or are facing when a child is diagnosed with cancer. There are many different cancers a child can get, but some of the most common childhood cancers are leukemia, brain cancer, neuroblastoma, sarcoma and lymphoma. Last month was International Childhood Cancer Month, where people were urged to wear gold ribbons, the international awareness symbol for childhood cancer, to shine a light on the devastating diseases and the impacts it has on families going through it in our local community. So I'm calling on all Australians and the government to join the fight to beat childhood cancer, not just every year in September during Childhood Cancer Month, but throughout the year. The Children's Cancer Institute states that the overall survival rate for childhood cancer has now risen, thankfully, to over 80%, thanks to medical research. This figure alone shows us why it's so important to continue to spread awareness, support children battling cancer and their families, to fundraise and to continue to invest in medical research.
The member's time has expired, and I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Alongside the member for Fremantle, I recently spent 24 hours off the West Australian coast on HMAS Collins, living overnight in the life of our submariners, giving us a frontline appreciation of how they live for months on end and of our submarine strategic capabilities. This was about a week before the AUKUS announcement, and as is my habit, I was keen to glean our submariners' view on nuclear propulsion. It was unanimous for the submariners. They want nuclear-powered submarines because they are safer and harder to detect, because they don't have to come to the surface as frequently as a submarine on a diesel engine. There is no doubt the government's decision that Australia has a nuclear-powered submarine fleet will improve our defence capability in an increasingly challenging environment. This decision, made possible because of a change of policy by our closest allies, is supported by Labor. We must not forget in the politics of the AUKUS decision that this decision has a major impact not only on our geostrategic position and capability, but importantly on those whose lives depend on us getting this procurement right and on time, our submariners. We must ensure that the Morrison government's record of completely and utterly mishandling our future submarine program to date does not continue with this critical new nuclear-powered project. Our security and so many Australian jobs also depend on getting this right. It's vital the acquisition of this new defence capability is done on time, on budget and as much as possible using Australians' sovereign defence industry.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Victoria is home to a world-class, environmentally sustainable and highly regulated native timber industry. It's an industry which is innovative, it has invested in technology to maximise yield and reduce its environmental impacts, and it's a major employer in regions like Gippsland. So it defies logic, Deputy Speaker, that the Victorian Labor government wants to ban the harvesting of all native hardwood timber by 2030. The Victorian timber industry uses just 4 trees out of every 10,000 trees in Victoria each year. We have an advanced network of reserves and national parks to protect areas of high conservation value. So a properly regulated timber industry in Victoria is a far better option than importing timber from countries with poorer environmental protocols. So, Deputy Speaker, I urge the Premier to reconsider this bloody-minded decision and listen to the union leaders in the CFMEU, listen to the small business owners and listen to the families. There's 2,500 jobs at stake, Deputy Speaker. And what has the CFMEU Secretary Michael O'Connor had to say about Labor's approach to the timber industry? And I quote, "This chaotic approach to making laws is leaving out the voices of the most impacted." So it's good to see Mr O'Connor has the guts and the integrity to stand up for blue-collar workers. I urge those opposite to join us in fighting for the jobs of Victorian timber workers. Deputy Speaker, I support a sustainable native hardwood timber industry in Victoria as part of a well-managed system that protects local jobs and the environment.
I call the member for Bean.
Speaker, today I wish to raise the issue of massive management and administration fees eroding the value of aged care packages in my electorate and across the country. A constituent has written to me stating that his wife's care provider had been charging care and package management fees totalling $510 a fortnight, or over $13,000 per year. This is just over a quarter of the total funding available under her package. Assuming that these managers cost $50 an hour, including on-costs, the amount of fees is sufficient to pay for 5 hours a week of management. The balance of her package will be enough to pay for only 8 hours a week of actual personal care at the provider's current hourly rates. The provider has now increased these management fees from 1 September by 15%, or almost $1,900 extra a year. This will further reduce the amount of care that can be purchased by a further half an hour a week. As the Aged Care Royal Commission revealed, this level of administration fees is common across the home care sector. It means that the government is paying providers about $1 billion a year to manage care worth $3 billion. This needs to change. Deputy Speaker, this is just another example of why we need reform of our aged care sector, reform that only an Albanese Labor government can deliver.
I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to present a speech by Edward Sethafnik, a 15-year-old at Narrabeen High School who lives in Dee Why in my electorate. This is his speech for Raise Our Voice in Parliament. Mr Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister and honourable members of this House, 20 years into the future, I envision Australia to be a much more influential and greater nation than what it is today, one which guarantees a sustainable future, provides our children with an advanced education system and creates vast opportunities through innovation. 20 years into the future of Australia, I have this clear vision of a growing digital economy where businesses are able to perform freely without the risks of government intervention, while workers are able to work in a safe and diverse environment filled with different experiences and visions for this nation. 20 years into the future, I have this clear vision of Australia being a nation which doesn't join wars but rather help those in times of need and become the pure representation of unity and peace to save tears for another day. But more importantly, 20 years into the future, I envision Australia to be a nation which ventures into the vast stretches of the unknown, the unfinished and the unanswered, in order to be the guiding light as to what can be achieved if we all work together.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Deputy Speaker,
Why is the Morrison government so slow to act and mute on a tool that can help us get back to some sort of normality? I'm talking about rapid antigen testing, an extra tool the world has in its toolkit to give people an additional way to protect others as we open up. But you wouldn't know much about it in Australia. With self-testing kits allowed from the 1st of November, they're not on Medicare, and there's no information or education campaign happening about how these kits can help build confidence in people. Confidence to go from work to the pub or from home to work with a pretty reliable result to say whether or not you're COVID positive. They show up a high viral load, they're as easy as a pregnancy test, and they should be made available to people either free or subsidised. In Canada, they're distributed free to small business and community organisations. In the UK, you can have self-test kits sent free to your home, or you can pick up 2 packs of 7 from the pharmacy. In Germany, people with disabilities and elderly people in residential care or receiving in-home care and their staff and visitors are given free tests. And since March, all citizens are entitled to at least 1 rapid antigen test a week. We've been too slow to adopt these. The Morrison government needs to step up and lead so that we can effectively use this tool to help us get out and stay out of lockdowns.
I call the member for Stirling.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I had the great pleasure of speaking with my good friend Karen Hinder, who's the founder of Working Spirit. I congratulated Karen on receiving a Prime Minister's Veteran Employment Award for excellence in supporting veterans' employment. Since founding Working Spirit in 2016, Karen has been working tirelessly, drawing from her own experience in the ADF to help veterans find employment and adjust back to mainstream life. Each week she sends job opportunities to around 700 veterans, 30 of whom she engages with and puts in touch with employers, some of them small businesses, others high-profile companies looking for experienced workers. In fact, companies from right around the country are engaging with Working Spirit because they hope to get veterans on board their own teams. While speaking to Karen, she mentioned how she was working closely with engineering firm Monadelphous, who have taken on new employees through Working Spirit recently. And Monadelphous, along with Karen and other veterans, visited HMAS Stirling in Western Australia for an extensive tour of the base to showcase the roles that ADF personnel fill and the skill sets that they can bring as veterans within businesses. Deputy Speaker, it's organisations like Working Spirit who are helping veterans to reconnect with civilian work opportunities in this next stage of their lives, but also helping employers to access the wonderful skills, knowledge and attitudes that veterans bring to workplaces.
I call the member for Mayo.
Deputy Speaker. Almost 20 years ago, Australia was one of the first nations to join the US-led intervention in Afghanistan that removed the Taliban. My community and others around Australia are deeply concerned about the plight of the Afghan people and the recent exodus of refugees following the coalition withdrawal and subsequent Taliban takeover, particularly those who helped Australian forces to gain intelligence as interpreters. Last week I hosted an event in McLaren Vale where we heard from Con and Jana from the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre and Kate and Fider from Welcoming Australia. My constituents want to know how they could help. One practical response is for this government to increase our refugee intake. A petition led by Change.org and the Afghan Australia Advocacy Network was signed by over 160,000 Australians and is calling on the government to help at-risk groups to ease the suffering of the people in Afghanistan. Urgent action is required, and I now seek leave to table this petition.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you.
The document will be forwarded to the Petitions Committee for its consideration, and will be accepted subject to confirmation by the committee that it conforms with the standing orders.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
call
Deputy Speaker.
the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, yesterday parts of my electorate in Coffs Harbour, Sawtell and Tormina were hammered by a ferocious hailstorm, causing major damage to Tormina Garden Shopping Centre as well as nursing homes in the area and a lot of private properties. As at midday today, the SES has had 911 requests for assistance, and I'm advised there have been an additional 23 SES units from around the electorate dispatched to assist with the clean-up. I'm very relieved to say that there were no injuries reported, but I would like to thank all of the SES RFS volunteers as well as the police and rescue units who attended to the immediate response after the storm. And I can advise that I've spoken to Bridget McKenzie, Minister for Emergency Management, who in turn contacted her counterpart in the New South Wales State Government, Minister David Elliott, to offer federal assistance if it is required. And I've conveyed that also to the member for Coffs Harbour, Gurmesh Singh, and Mayor Denise Knight. To all the residents, if you are having trouble getting assistance, there is currently an SES command centre at Tormina Soccer Fields on Tormina Road, so reach out to them. You can reach out to my office and to the insurance companies. Please treat your customers well. We'll be watching.
Time has expired. I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, Labor recently wrote to YouTube highlighting a number of videos posted by the member for Hughes that violated its COVID-19 misinformation policy. Responding to this letter, Google agreed that these videos violated its misinformation policy and removed them. But strangely, of the 7 other videos on the member for Hughes channel that we reported directly on the YouTube platform at the same time, only 1 has so far been removed. During the last federal election, the UAP spent more than $8 million on YouTube ads, and the UAP has spent more than $1 million on YouTube ads in the last month. It spent up to $100,000 promoting a video citing incomplete extracts of a Therapeutic Goods Administration adverse event report on COVID-19 vaccinations that the TGA has previously said could be, quote, seriously misleading. That video has been viewed more than 1.3 million times in the last 3 weeks, but it still hasn't been taken down. All these UAP ads are authorised and voiced by the member for Hughes. YouTube has a 3 strikes policy governing the banning of individuals on its platform for policy violations. The member for Hughes told the House that he has previously received at least 1 strike from YouTube for posting COVID-19 misinformation. He's had further videos removed in response to Labor's letter. The question is, why is the member for Hughes and the UAP's YouTube page still operating after repeatedly violating YouTube's policies, let alone spending millions of dollars promoting medical misinformation during a pandemic? Given the member for Hughes' record of spreading misinformation and his intent to match the 2019 election spend of the UAP, the potential for harm is obvious, and Google must act in a transparent and proactive way.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's a terrific air of optimism across the Parkes electorate at the moment. Half of New South Wales, just under 400,000 square kilometres. On the eastern side of it, one of the biggest grain crops has commenced harvest for a long, long time, bringing those farmers back out of the years of drought that they had. But apart from that, enormous projects of construction like the Inland Rail, all the work that the 18 councils in the unincorporated area in my electorate are doing through the Drought Communities Fund, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund that was brought about during the COVID pandemic. But on an individual basis, there is enormous opportunities for employment. And there's a lot of talk, Mr Deputy Speaker, about some of the agricultural jobs, but there's enormous opportunities in all the professions, from education to health to the legal professions, all the trades. There is enormous opportunities for people that want to take the opportunity to move west and move to the fabulous communities that make up the Parkes electorate. Enormous opportunities in the building industry, as towns like Dubbo are growing at an exponential rate. The only thing holding them back are the amount of people that can actually build the houses that are required. Mr Deputy Speaker, if we have struggled for Australian people to move there, I'm all for and support a migration program that brings skilled people with aptitude and courage into my electorate.
I call the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank Adele. She lives in a regional community in Victoria in the electorate of Indi, and she knitted me this beautiful scarf as part of the Common Grace Knit for Climate Action project, where Christians across Australia are knitting these scarves to show their deep care and concern and call for real action on climate change. I promised her that I'd wear this scarf in Parliament today and make this statement. Today is the last joint sitting day before the Glasgow conference, and this scarf represents the truth of climate change. For 101 years, These scarves map the climate data, starting from the cooler years to the latter part of this century. Red, hot. I'm humbled by the effort of Common Grace, but especially Adele. We had a lovely Zoom, and she did confess to me she's not much of a knitter. But people in her regional community felt incredible ownership over this project. They dropped off wool and yarn and supported her along the way. She even told me she broke the design. She's a bit of a rebel, Adele. She put tassels on the end because she didn't want anything to go to waste. And here there's 4 tiny, tiny green dots representing the years that each of her children were born. I discovered actually later in the Zoom that she's the mother to one of my university friends who attended my 21st, and we didn't speak about that. But this is a beautiful visual way to start a conversation about climate change. We've had a wasted decade of inaction under the Liberal National Government. We should be leaping ahead and seizing the jobs that come, instead of the right-wing nut jobs in the National Party holding the country's economy to ransom.
The member will pause, and the member will withdraw the comment that was just made.
Right-wing nut jobs?
Yes.
Well, I didn't mean you, Deputy Speaker, but I'll withdraw.
The member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As part of Raise Our Voice Youth Voice in Parliament Week, today I want to read into the House a speech written by 12-year-old Poppy Broomhall, who attends school at St Mary's College, Seymour, which is in the southern part of my Nichols electorate. As way of background, young people across Australia were asked to detail where they would like to see Australia in 20 years. And Poppy wrote, "My vision for Australia in 20 years is that there is support readily available for those suffering from mental health issues. The uprising in mental health issues during COVID and the associated lockdowns has been significant, especially amongst the youth of Australia. The issue is that there has most definitely not been enough support for those struggling, and the government needs to step in and fix this up. The government needs to encourage more people to study psychology and to become therapists and/or counsellors, so that when people are struggling, they have an opportunity to go and receive the help they need and the support they need. To conclude, I think it's important that the government prioritises the quality and the quantity of help and the support for those struggling from mental health issues. If the focus isn't placed on this today, when will it ever be? So, Deputy Speaker, this government I know has made significant investments in mental health during COVID and the pandemic, but like Poppy, I agree that more can always be done. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Poppy, and I'd like to thank the other hundreds of kids that also contributed their message as to where they want Australia to be in 20 years' time.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we've heard a lot in the House this week about the Building Better Regions Fund, and I am here to say that I am very disappointed in the announcement that was made just last week about who was the winners, who were the recipients of this fund. My electorate again has missed out. Yes, we did receive about 40,000, 20,000 for a leadership program and another 20,000 for a Food for Seekers event. That is welcomed, but not the billions that the Prime Minister has been boasting about, and not the millions that many other electorates have received. This isn't the first time my electorate has missed out. The City of Greater Bendigo has put forward the Bendigo Airport Terminal upgrade in 3 previous rounds and has not been successful. We thought we had a chance this time, Deputy Speaker. The focus was tourism. You can't get more tourism focused than an upgrade of an airport terminal. The state government is on board, the local government is on board, Qantas is on board and wants to bring more flights to Bendigo, yet this government yet again has not prioritised this project. In fact, 72.7% of this round of BBR funding has gone to LNP electorates. Deputy Speaker, maybe it needs to be renamed the Building Better Rorts Fund, because that's what we're seeing. Funding only going to their electorates and not all regional electorates. I urge the government to reconsider and prioritise all the regions and not just their own.
Time has expired. I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last Wednesday evening, my beautiful wife and I had the pleasure of attending the 2021 Host Plus North Queensland and Northern Territory Restaurant and Catering Awards at the Reef Casino in Cairns. Sold-out event with some 190 guests. And what anyone in tourism and hospitality businesses feels, it has certainly been the hardest year that we've had in business. The trials and tribulations were reflected upon, but the determination and passion for food and creating mouth-watering dishes outshone overshone the past 18 months. I'd like to congratulate the winners for their specialist categories: the Temple of Taste Restaurant in Palm Cove, the Goya Cafe, Char Restaurant and Bar, 2 awards, Bridgewater Q, Salsa Bar and Grill, Wharf 1 Food and Wine, Wild Thyme Restaurant, Il Chirizo, CC Bar and Grill by Crystal Book, 2 awards, Match Restaurant and Grill, Cowboys League Club, The Fish, Sea Bean Tappers and Bar and Restaurant, Crisco's the Personal Chef and Caterer of the Year, Chivo Village and Fat Mango taking out 2 awards. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was the first time that these awards, or Mr Speaker, I do apologise, the awards have been held back in North Queensland in 10 years, and the Restaurant and Catering Association has really we're excited to reunite the industry for our region. Congratulations and well done to everybody involved.
Call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, Mr Speaker, today Victoria hit 70% vaccinated of 16+, which will trigger the easing of restrictions after our second COVID of winter. Wyndham, my home, will have hit 70% earlier this week, and if the rate from last week continues, we'll reach 80% double vaccinated sometime next week. But imagine my shock this morning when I woke to read an op-ed from the Prime Minister, and my shock yesterday at the Prime Minister wanting to wrap himself in the glory of what the Victorian public have done, what the people in my electorate have done, and people across this country have done. Make no mistake, we had a second COVID winter because this Prime Minister failed to do his job. He failed to order the vaccines that we needed that would have meant we were vaccinated before this winter hit. He failed to build quarantine facilities to ensure the leaks didn't occur. Make no mistake. And he failed, and that failure has meant, from COVID Live today, that 125,000 people caught COVID this year across this country, and tragically 681 Australians have lost their lives. The Leader of the Opposition has acknowledged that in this chamber it's time the Prime Minister did. To my locals at home, enjoy coming out of lockdown. You've earned it. The Prime Minister has.
The member for Moore has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Korean Cats Ball Club Incorporated is the second largest junior baseball club in Western Australia, fielding 19 junior teams registered for the 2021-22 season. The club has a growing rate of female participation and will be celebrating its 40th anniversary this season. I recently met on-site with the chairperson, Simon Stanton, to help resolve a major obstacle to the construction commencing on the new clubhouse. I understand that $600,000 has been secured jointly through the City of Stirling and from the federal government as part of a 2019 election commitment. The project has gone to tender. However, as a result of an escalation in building costs, there is a shortfall of approximately $100,000 in funding required to complete the building. I call upon the Minister for Sport to work with the City of Stirling to address the funding shortfall with a view to enabling the construction of the clubhouse in a timely manner. Currently, the facilities are inadequate with very limited storage in a very old building which does not meet current occupational health and safety standards, and equipment is being stored in a fenced yard outside the building. The nearby ablution facilities are no longer being maintained by the local authority, and there are no proper change room facilities. Thank you.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Among all the big things we have in Australia, nothing is as huge as the debt of gratitude that we owe our healthcare workers. As we start to see glimmers of life beyond the pandemic, I want to thank those who have got us this far. Nurses, doctors, paramedics, carers, orderlies, the receptionists whose faces are the first we see as we walk into a clinic, the cleaners who make others' work possible, everyone who has wielded swabs at a testing station and everyone who has analysed them, everyone who has ensured that vaccination hubs run efficiently, everyone who has given us the vaccine that is our ticket out of this. The same spirit we saw among firefighters during the Black Summer, we see among you. When families couldn't visit, you were there, holding hands, giving comfort. This long season of COVID has taken its toll, with some of you falling sick with the very virus that you have protected us from. Yet you keep putting yourselves on the line for your fellow Australians, sometimes friends, but mostly strangers. All of us are united in our thanks to you. We owe you a great debt. We owe you also to recognise this when we think about the wages and conditions that many of you work under, because you deserve much better than you're currently getting.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Questions without notice. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, for the first time since Federation, and at the Prime Minister's direction, the government voted down a referral to the Privileges Committee, given precedence by the Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister running a protection racket for the member for Pearce?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. The practice, page 771 of practice, makes things very clear.
Members on my left.
That the opinion by the Speaker, and I quote, does not imply a conclusion that a breach of privilege or a contempt has occurred, or even that the matter should necessarily be investigated, Mr Speaker. That's what the practice says very clearly. The House determined this matter yesterday, and the government took a position that the broader issue of members of this place and the other place who are faced with pursuing defamation proceedings, that there should be clearer rules and clearer guidelines, Mr Speaker, to members of this place.
Members on my left.
So, Mr Speaker, they can take decisions. Now, that is what we have referred, Mr Speaker, to the Privileges Committee. The suggestion that somehow things are not being looked into, that things have not been referred to, is not the case. Mr Speaker, we have referred these matters directly to the Chair of the Privileges Committee to consider these issues, because this has implications for members of this House on both sides, Mr Speaker, as it does have implications for members who sit in the other place. So, Mr Speaker, we want to ensure that the rules are very clear. We're not going to play politics with this, Mr Speaker. If those opposite want to use the procedures of this House to smear, they'll do so, but that will reflect on them.
The member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Tonight, Melbourne's lockdown will end owing to the efforts of our citizens, like those in my community of Chisholm, to roll up their sleeves and get vaccinated. Will the Prime Minister please inform the House how the national plan is working to reopen Melbourne and the rest of Australia so we can safely live with the virus and recover from the pandemic?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Chisholm for her question and being here in this chamber, Mr Speaker. As she knows, it is an important day for Victoria and particularly for Melbourne. Victoria has reached 70.51% double-dose vaccination. Mr Speaker, that is an extraordinary achievement, and I indeed join with the Leader of the Opposition of thanking all of those who played such a critical role, particularly our health workers, Mr Speaker, but also our mental health workers and all of those who played such a critical role in ensuring that we can achieve that rate, Mr Speaker. In Victoria, that single-dose rate is now approaching 90%, Mr Speaker. And the member's own electorate, these figures are reflected in her own local government area, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, in Victoria, if they were a country, they would have a single-dose vaccination rate, Mr Speaker. In fact, a double dose which is greater than Finland, sorry, single dose greater than Finland, the Netherlands, France, the United Kingdom, and on double dose, Mr Speaker, higher than the United States. This is an extraordinary achievement, Mr Speaker, for the people of Victoria under the National Plan. Now, Mr Speaker, I will never forget the incredible role played by the member for Chisholm and the Chinese-Australian community at the outset of the pandemic. When I go back to February of 2020, Mr Speaker, as people were returning from China and coming back, and as I was with the member for Chisholm in Box Hill at the time, and they were observing the social distancing, they were wearing masks, they were taking precautions. And I believe that that community in Box Hill, Mr Speaker, played a central role in the savings of thousands and thousands and thousands of lives here in Australia, and I commend the member for Chisholm for her leadership in that community, which has taken us forward. So I thank all of those who have been involved, Mr Speaker. Victoria has had the longest and the hardest and most difficult road through this pandemic. They have endured more lockdowns than any other part of the country, Mr Speaker, and they have endured, and they have shown great character and great patience. And so tonight at 11:59, it will indeed be a time in Victoria for them to truly celebrate what they have been able to achieve as they claim their lives back through these higher rates of vaccination. Mr Speaker, borders coming down, ensuring that children are going back to school, that people are going back to work, that families are being reconnected, that businesses are being back in business. And, Mr Speaker, our government has stood by those Victorians. Some 10.8 million vaccines delivered into Victoria, 685,000 brought forward, $51 billion worth of economic supports, per capita higher support to Victoria than any other state or territory in the Commonwealth, and some $6 billion and more just in the most recent Delta outbreak. Mr Speaker, Victoria is opening safely. It will stay safely open under the national plan.
Has concluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And my question is addressed to the Prime Minister. It has been more than 1,000 days since the Prime Minister stood next to the member for Pearce and announced he would create a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Why hasn't the Prime Minister done his job and delivered on the National Anti-Corruption Commission that he announced with the member for Pearce?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. There have been a number of consultation drafts on the government's proposal, and, Mr Speaker, we'll be moving to finalise legislation in relation to this matter, and I look forward to the opposition supporting it.
The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister update the House on how the Morrison-Joyce government is getting on with the job of building essential water infrastructure that is creating jobs and supporting a strong economic recovery for Australians living in regional communities?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Mallee for her question and note the marvellous work, especially on things such as the South West Loddon pipeline, which has been a vital piece of infrastructure for her area. I've noted even in local media that it was dubbed the best development in the region since electricity. It's quite a statement. But by reason that this Commonwealth government, this coalition government, has provided that infrastructure that has made people's lives in feeding stock and providing water for domestic uses so much better. And it's not just that, Mr Speaker, but the member for Mallee and the previous member for Mallee have managed to get well in excess of $100 million on issues such as the Sunraysia modernisation project. The Sunraysia modernisation project, the member for Mallee recently was responsible for a $7.8 million upgrade, 60 jobs in the construction. But it was only before that the coalition was involved with a $120 million investment in that Sunraysia project. And the member for Mallee's work doesn't stop there. The Midiamo District Reticulated Water Supply was $29 million there, which provided secure pressurised water supply to sustain a viable regional economy with improved service delivery and reliability. Mr Speaker, the Coalition continues on its work in water infrastructure. Scottsdale Irrigation in Tasmania was completed in May 2020. I know the member for Braddon, the member for Bass have all been very strong in support of those and what it has done to drive and secure the economy of central Tasmania. In Queensland, the member for Capricornia and the member for Flint, because in the member for Flint's seat, Rookwood Weir. And this is going to provide, obviously, further millions and millions of dollars annually in returns, of course, and also in a vast increase in employment in that area. And it only happened because of the continual support for that project from people such as the member for Flynn and the member for Capricornia, and also the coalition government, and also the senator in Central Queensland there, Senator Canavan. And Dungowan Dam in my own electorate, they continue the work on that. That's an important piece of infrastructure. Mr Speaker, as an anecdote, after they announce, usually we sell about, they sell about, I don't know, 10 blocks at best, 10 industrial blocks, maybe 6 to 10. After they announced that dam, they sold in excess of 60. Now, one organisation, that is Baiada, owned by the Camilleri family, are now moving a $600 million investment that will employ over 1,100 people. Now, Mr Speaker, that is a clear example, and there are many, many more, of how the coalition government, in the construction of this infrastructure, brings the jobs to regional areas and makes our whole nation a stronger place.
The member for Fremantle.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister's proposed national anti-corruption body had reason to believe there was evidence of serious and systemic corruption, would it have the power to investigate the member for Pearce's secret donations?
The Minister has the call.
Well, I do thank the member for his question, and of course we've been extremely clear in relation to the Commonwealth Integrity
Members
Commission.
on my left.
Mr Speaker, we've been extremely clear that the Commonwealth Integrity Commission will have the power to examine serious criminally corrupt conduct, and it will have the same powers as the Royal Commission to investigate criminal corruption in the public sector. So we've been very clear about our model, Mr Speaker. We have been consulting very extensively on it, and as the Prime Minister says, we look to the opposition to join with us in developing and implementing this model.
Members on my left, the member for Mayo has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Given the horrendous events now taking place in Afghanistan, will the government reconsider this year's budget cut to the humanitarian program that reduced refugee intake places from 18,750 to just 13,750 places?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. As the member will know, the government has been involved in significant efforts to bring people out of Afghanistan. In particular, during the evacuation, some 4,100 people were brought out of Afghanistan, over 3,000 of them coming to Australia. The majority of those were those who were seeking refuge here in Australia. The majority of those, Mr Speaker, were those who had been locally engaged employees and their families. What the government has committed to do is to bring at least 3,000 people in under our refugee and humanitarian program this year, and if there are more that we can take this year, we will take them. I'm not putting a cap on how many we can potentially take this year. I see the 3,000 as the minimum that we would hope to take, and through the work of the National Security Committee, the work of the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Minister for Immigration, we have been diligently seeking to identify additional people who have been able to take themselves to a place where they've been also able to leave Afghanistan, and we've been able to bring them here to Australia as well, subsequent to the evacuation. Now, we will continue to do this, and we will not be restrained by what the current cap is on the refugee and humanitarian program. This has been a topic that I have been engaged in directly. We recently had a G20 leaders meeting that I participated in, where not only we were able to make reference to the work that we're already doing, but we are working with the Special Envoy in Qatar to ensure that we're working with other like-minded countries, with Canada, the United Kingdom, Great Britain, the United States and others, to ensure that we're providing safe channels for people to be able to come from Afghanistan and to be able to make their way into the various refugee and humanitarian programs that are being run by countries such as Australia. Now, Australia has the second highest per capita refugee and humanitarian program in the world. It is a generous program, and we run the best settlement services in the world. And we have a proud reputation of doing that. And we will continue to provide that support to those who are seeking our assistance through that program. It has the highest priority of our refugee and humanitarian program, and we're working closely through all of our offices and through all of our partners to provide as much support as we possibly can.
The member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I ask the Treasurer, how is the Morrison government's strong economic management and the importance of sticking to our national plan ensuring our economy recovers strongly when restrictions ease, especially in my state of Victoria? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Menzies for his question and acknowledge 3 decades of distinguished service in this place, Mr Speaker, including as a Minister for Defence and in the national security space. Now, Mr Speaker, today marks a significant milestone in Australia's road to recovery, with Victoria reopening, Mr Speaker. After 77 days of Delta lockdown, restrictions are easing in Victoria. This is the day millions of Victorians have been waiting for. Kids are getting back to school, businesses are reopening, families are being reunited, Mr Speaker. Victorians have done the right thing, going to get the jab in record numbers. 70% fully vaccinated, 80% in sight, 90% first dose, higher than the United Kingdom, Mr Speaker. And today we say thank you. Thank you to the health workers in Victoria who have kept our community safe. Thank you to the teachers who have helped support our students. Thank you to the mums and dads who have supported their kids. And thank you to the small business owners who have supported their staff, Mr Speaker. And so today is Victoria's Day as we move to the next phase with the reopening in the great state of Victoria. And, Mr Speaker, I was asked, am I aware of any alternative policies? Well, we know that the Leader of the Opposition, he's come up with 2 big ideas in that role in the last few years, Mr Speaker. First there was the National Driver's Licence, which was going to turbocharge our economy. And second, there was a $6 billion conversation starter to pay Australians who've already had the jab.
The Treasurer can resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
The standing order barrier to tedious repetition.
I'll just say to the Manager of Opposition Business that doesn't apply to question time. The Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, I know the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to be reminded that he had a $6 billion conversation starter to spend money to pay people who've already had the jab. And the Leader of the Opposition wanted our government to run with his policy. The only problem was that the shadow cabinet was running away from his policy, Mr Speaker. But I tell you, there's one set of policies that the Labor Party will never run away from, and that's their plans for higher taxes. And that's why we weren't surprised that on the front page of The Australian there was plans that the Shadow Treasurer took to the Strategic Policy Review for a $27 billion tax on family and small businesses. $27 billion tax on 300,000 family and small businesses. We're getting on with the job of growing the economy, Mr Speaker. Those opposite, if they ever got the chance, would put higher taxes on all Australians.
The member for Cooper.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Would the government's proposed national anti-corruption body have the power to investigate the now Minister for Energy securing meetings with the Environment Department about an investigation into the illegal poisoning of endangered grass on land in which he had an undeclared financial interest?
The Minister representing the Attorney-General.
Well, I do thank the member for her question, and I again make the point to the House that our government has considered very carefully the appropriate design considerations in developing the Commonwealth Integrity Commission, which will receive referrals from existing integrity agencies such as the Australian Federal Police and the Ombudsman. There are important design considerations here, Mr Speaker, because we need to make sure that Commonwealth resources are not wasted on referrals which are purely used for political purposes, like the member for Isaac's 9 failed referrals to the Australian Federal Police. 9 times he's engaged in a political stunt.
The Minister can resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah. This question on direct relevance, Mr. Speaker, the question is really specific. It refers to the government's proposed anti-corruption body and it refers to a specific instance from a minister and asks whether it would have the power to do it. It does nothing more. There's no alternatives and no opportunity to go where the minister's now going.
I appreciate the point the Manager of Opposition Business is making, but I do consider with these questions, I haven't really said so before, that I do give a little bit more tolerance, because on a strict reading of the standing orders I could rule the question out in asking for a legal opinion, but I don't want to do that because I think a strict reading of the standing orders would rule most questions out, and we'd be out of here within about 15 minutes. But I'll listen to the minister. He needs to be relevant to the question, which referred to one minister in particular.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was going to the issue of the design considerations, which obviously bear on the question the member has asked about the particular hypothetical factual circumstances she's addressed. But it is an important, relevant design consideration. The risk, the real and sensible risk, of frivolous referrals, because we've seen a pattern of frivolous referrals from the member for Isaacs, 9 failed referrals to the Australian Federal Police. I strongly suspect that it's more than the number of times he's been to his own electorate in this term, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer to the question is clearly that the Commonwealth Integrity Commission, under the model that we've extensively consulted on, is that the Integrity Commission will be able to receive referrals relating to allegations involving parliamentarians via 2 channels: referral by an integrity agency which has become aware of the matter and where there's a reasonable suspicion of a relevant criminal offence, and self-referral by the parliamentarian to whom the issue relates. So we have built this into our model, Mr. Speaker. We have.
The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the minister please update the House on Australia's vaccine rollout, as well as how the Morrison government is prepared to provide any booster vaccines if they are required?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Lindsay. Her electorate, in particular the Penrith LGA, is at 94% first doses. It's helped lead the nation, and it's played a very important part in Australia achieving now an 85.8% rate for first doses and a 70.8% rate for second doses. This happens at a time when we've seen that the pandemic continues worldwide. Over 450,000 cases diagnosed in the last 24 hours, 8,800 souls lost, 8,800 lives lost worldwide. And so the scale and the scope of the pandemic continues in a way which is wreaking havoc on lives and communities around the world, and sometimes that is lost in terms of what is occurring on a continuing basis. Against that background, what we've seen with Australia's vaccination program, another 277,000 vaccinations in the last 24 hours, over 33 million doses, now almost 33.5 million doses administered. And this has led to the achievements that the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have talked about. Victoria now passing 70% double vaccination rate, about to achieve 90% in the next 24 hours of a first vaccination rate, joining New South Wales and the ACT. The ACT is now at over 98% in terms of its first vaccination rate. But perhaps most critically, our over 70s, the most vulnerable group, have a 98% vaccination rate. But in order to strengthen that, we have a booster program with 151 million vaccinations. The TGA is next week considering the final advice with regards to the Pfizer vaccine, the first of those vaccines to submit a booster application. And if that is approved, we are ready to go immediately. We have this year 40 million Pfizer vaccinations. Next year, 60 million Pfizer vaccinations. The following year, 25 million Pfizer vaccinations. An additional 15 million Moderna. An additional 51 million Novavax. And so we are in a position to continue that process immediately if there is medical advice to do that. But what all of this has done is save lives and protect lives. Saved over 30,000 lives in Australia compared with the OECD average. Saved over 45,000 lives compared with the terrible tragedies we've seen in the UK and the US. And for that, I want to say thank you to every Australian for coming forward to be vaccinated and to urge others to...
The member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Would the government's proposed national anti-corruption body have the power to investigate the now Minister for Regionalisation giving a grant to a shooting club of which she was a member?
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I refer to your earlier comments, and it is clear that in the construct of that question, the honourable member is asking for a legal opinion of the Prime Minister, which is out of order.
No, just before I even call the Manager of Opposition Business, I said that on a strict ruling I could do that. I have not done that, and this question is it certainly does do that, but there's a long history of these sorts of questions being asked. It's just those asking them need to know that the answer can be rather broader than they anticipate. The Minister has the call.
I do thank the Shadow Attorney-General for his question. The Shadow Attorney-General, of course, is very keen on a model where QCs and SCs get to put on the robe and the wig. He's quite keen on the wig, is the Shadow Attorney-General, and he's quite keen on trousering 5 or 6 or 7 grand a day as well.
No,
Mr Speaker.
No, you can withdraw that term. That term has. You can just withdraw it.
I withdraw. I withdraw, Mr Speaker. And I don't criticise the Shadow Attorney-General for speaking up strongly for the interests of Senior Counsel and Queen's Counsel. I once made the mistake actually of referring to him as a Senior Counsel. He corrected me. He's a Queen's Counsel. I respect that.
I just say to the Minister, his preamble is now over. He's taking rather too literally what I said.
I am surprised, Mr Speaker, that a respected Queen's Counsel would seek to use this forum to invite, as it were, anticipatory legal opinions from a minister. That's quite inappropriate, and I won't be doing it.
The member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education and Youth. Will the minister outline how the new draft National Schools Curriculum proposes to teach Australian children about our rich history and our successful democracy?
The Minister for Education and Youth.
Well, can I thank the member for Sturt for his question and for his credible commitment to his electorate, to South Australia and to our great nation, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, as we come out of COVID and as kids go back to school in line with our national plan, we need a curriculum that lifts standards, that is less cluttered and that embeds evidence-based practices. But critically, we also need a curriculum that instills a love in our students of our great country, that teaches them about our rich history and about our democracy, because, Mr Speaker, we all know, certainly on this side of the chamber, that we live in the greatest country in the world, bar none. We're one of the wealthiest, most free, most egalitarian, most tolerant countries, not just today, but in the history of all of humankind.
Member for Dunkley.
And millions of people have migrated to this country precisely because of those reasons, Mr Speaker. And you think about some of the fundamental freedoms which underpin those core things, which make us so attractive for millions of people. It's the one person, one vote, the equality before the law, freedom of association and speech, universal education, strong human rights, an ability to start a business and and earn what you keep, Mr Speaker, reward for effort. And these freedoms, they didn't happen by accident, but they came about because of hard-fought gains over centuries. We inherited such great institutions in the UK, and then generations upon generations, particularly in the 20th century, fought and in many cases died for those great freedoms, Mr Speaker. And that's why it's so important that those key principles, the key understanding, is embedded in our national curriculum so that students understand where our great democracy came from, so that they will defend it, Mr Speaker, just as previous generations have. And I, Mr Speaker, am not satisfied with the current draft which has been presented, because some of those core things which underpin our democracy are not there. It has a negative view of our history. It has a negative view of Australia. It omits some of the great people in Australia's history and inserts and omits even things such as Christianity, more or less, even though it's one of the great influences on modern Australia. And Mr Speaker, again I speak about this desire to instil love of country into the national curriculum, into students, and the Labor Party again gets so upset. They get so upset when we dare to suggest that kids should learn about our democracy, should have pride in our country, should absolutely celebrate our democracy and make a contribution to it. And I don't understand why. The only reason I can suggest is because they equally share that miserable view of our nation and want our kids to equally have that miserable view of our nation. We won't stand for it, Mr Speaker.
The member for Daybell, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Water. The people of the Central Coast are opposed to an extension of Petroleum Export Permit 11, or PEP 11. PEP 11 will allow oil and gas exploration off the Central Coast, risk our precious marine environment and destroy local jobs. Will the minister support our coastal communities and reject this disastrous proposal today?
The Minister for Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And just for a little bit of context and some facts for those who might be listening, PEP 11 stands for Petroleum Exploration Permit number 11. It's actually been in place since 1999, Mr Speaker, and we are, of course, considering an application right now. Now, I'll be taking advice from the regulator, which is NOPTA, but I have to say, Mr Speaker, I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised because this is not an application for a rig, it's not an application for an exploration well, it's not an application to go drilling holes looking for oil and gas, because the only people so far that have approved that in this area are those opposite when they were last in government. 2010, by the member for Watson, not this side, and yet you are here saying that what you did then is wrong now. Now, Mr Speaker, I'll say very clearly we are considering this on balance in regards to the law, in regards to the national interest, and of course we'll take into consideration the views of the community. We'll make a decision in due course.
The member for Reid.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts. Will the minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's world-leading Online Safety Act will hold platforms to account for harmful abuse online?
The Minister for Communications.
Well, I do thank the member for Reid for her question. Of course, she has a long-standing interest in the question of the safety of children, bringing to bear her expertise as an extremely well-qualified psychologist and with a distinguished record of private practice. And she has been a very strong advocate for the Morrison government's tough new Online Safety Act, passed the parliament just recently, will come into effect in January and will give Australians who are using the internet new protections that do not exist in any other country. The world's first adult cyber abuse scheme. Mr Speaker, adults who are the victim of online abuse, if it is abuse that is intended to cause serious harm, that's menacing, harassing or offensive, they will be in a position to report that to the eSafety Commissioner if the platform does not act on their complaint. And our E-Safety Commissioner, Julia Grant, a highly regarded former tech executive doing such a great job, she and her officials will have the power to issue a takedown notice. And if a takedown notice is issued against a platform that the E-Safety Commissioner has concluded that the material meets the statutory test, then the material must be removed within 24 hours. So this is a powerful means of dealing with the problem of trolls online. And if the platform does not act to remove the material within 24 hours, then the E-Safety Commissioner has the power to issue fines of up to $555,000 to companies and $111,000 to individuals. If that troll thinks that hiding behind an anonymity is going to protect them, what they need to know is that the E-Safety Commissioner will have the power under this Act to direct the social media company to hand over all identifying information that they have in relation to that account. And she will be able to use that power against the troll who has posted this material. What we've also done, Mr Speaker, as part of this legislation is we've increased the maximum criminal penalty for offences when people use a carriage service, that's to say the internet, to menace, harass or offend. We've increased the maximum criminal penalty from 3 years to 5 years imprisonment. We're committing a record $125 million of funding to online safety over the next 4 years, and we expect the platforms to lift their standards across the board. And our government has been very clear about that, from the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister. We are united in our expectation that we need to see better standards from the platforms, and we are standing up to provide those protections to Australians. The rule of law must apply online. We're making sure it does.
The member for Brand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. The Minister told Phil Corey of the Australian Financial Review that a $250 billion loan facility for the resources sector is the price of the National Party's support for net zero emissions by 2050. Can the minister outline his proposal for a $250 billion loan facility for the resources sector?
The minister has the call.
Well, thank you for the call, Mr Speaker, and I absolutely reject that. I did not say at any stage that there is a price. Mr Speaker, we are having a collegiate discussion with our colleagues. We are having a collegiate discussion in the Nationals party room. We are having a collegiate discussion, as our constituents expect, Mr Speaker, on what is a serious matter. There is only those opposite who show the hypocrisy. Now, I can't tell from here, Mr Speaker, but I see a lot of scarves. If they're made out of acrylic, they come from the resources sector. They come from a sector that is delivering $346 billion into our economy over the next 12 months. Mr Speaker, I mean, seriously. So I say again, we will continue to work on serious policy. We will continue to deliver for this sector, a sector which was forecast in the midst of the pandemic to be down to 246, has put on over $100 billion into this economy in the next 12 months. We should celebrate the fact that it exists, not continue to talk it down and talk down our country.
The member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the minister please update the House on how Australia's national security remains under threat of foreign interference and espionage? What action is the Morrison government taking to ensure that we stay vigilant to this pervasive threat in order to keep all Australians safe and protect our national interest?
The Minister for Home Affairs.
Well, thank you, and I thank the member for his question, and I acknowledge and thank him for his long-standing interest in defence and national security matters. Mr Speaker, our government has never lost sight of the fact that there are many challenges to our safety and security in a very changing world. Now, it's without doubt that the threat environment is changing, and it's changing very rapidly. And I think it would shock most Australians to know that levels of espionage and foreign interference are higher now than during the Cold War. We know that there are foreign agents working with intent to damage our society and to undermine our security. We face threats from multiple countries. Their purpose is to influence the work of our democratic government to further their own interests and world view. In ASIO's annual report tabled this week, Director-General Mike Burgess said that espionage could well overtake terrorism as the principal security concern over the next 5 years. And that is not to downplay the serious terrorist threat that we face here. He said, and I quote, "Foreign spies are attempting to obtain classified information about Australia's trade relationships, defence and intelligence capabilities. They are seeking to develop targeted relationships with current and former politicians and current and former security clearance holders. They are monitoring diaspora communities in Australia and, in some cases, threatening to physically harm members of these communities." And that's the end of the quote. But we cannot let this pervasive activity undermine the social cohesion and unity that keeps our Australian communities safe. Every one of us in this parliament must remain aware of and alert to this threat in our daily activities, and we should be very careful not to underplay the danger. We cannot afford to be cavalier about the intentions of these characters, should our paths cross with them as we go about our duties. Now, the government is certainly taking these threats very seriously. That's why we are boosting ASIO's capability with record funding of $1.3 billion to enhance their operations into the future and to help keep us safe. We've legislated a range of new powers to help our law enforcement agencies detect and act on foreign interference threats, and we're working with the University Foreign Interference Task Force to ensure Australian universities have robust mechanisms in place to safeguard them against foreign interference. Australians can be assured that the Morrison governments take very seriously the issues of national security.
The member for Whitlam.
Speaker, question to the Minister for Resources. Minister, what does the government's modelling show is the economic impact of a commitment to net zero by 2050 for the resources sector?
The Minister for Resources.
Well, can I thank the honourable member for that question, and can I say to the honourable member I've seen lots of modelling. I mean, that's what my department does, Mr Speaker. As the Minister for Resources, what you would expect. I mean, I've seen modelling from the International Energy Agency that says Australia's coal, demand for Australia's coal will continue to go up until 2030. They expect that it will be off-peak by about 20% in 2050. I've seen modelling that says our gas exports will continue to grow. I've seen presentations that continue to talk about critical minerals, Mr Speaker.
The Minister will resume his seat. I haven't called you yet. So. The member for Whitlam on a point of order.
Yes, I hate to interrupt the long run-off. Relevance.
Yes.
I didn't ask about international modelling. I asked about government modelling.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm not in a position to sort of reach a conclusion when the minister says his department shows him lots of modelling. And yeah, well, it's a government department, and I'm going to listen to the minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 25 seconds in. Now, my department has also shown me modelling about how we've got a shortfall in workers in the resources sector right now because they're going so well. Mr Speaker, the policies of this government continue to ensure the sector gets stronger. The policies of this government continue to ensure there are opportunities into the future. The policies of this government ensure that right through the pandemic, Australia maintained its reputation, maintained its delivery in terms of logistics and supply chains, maintained contracts into those critical locations like Japan, like South Korea, right across Southeast Asia. So, Mr Speaker, we continue to strongly support the sector. There is a range of modelling all over the place about all sorts of things. But in terms of my department and modelling that I have been provided by my department, it is about strengthening the sector. It's about growing opportunities. I mean, that is why, Mr Speaker, we're out there committing funds to ensure the critical minerals sector continues to grow. We know there are growth opportunities around the world for what results from critical minerals. We have an incredible resource in this country right across the spectrum, whether it's rare earths, whether it's lithium, whether it's a range of others. In fact, Mr Speaker, I had a discussion in recent weeks in Queensland with people who are looking to get out there and look at what could potentially be taken from previous coal mines in terms of overburden and actually extract further critical minerals from what was previous coal mines that are now currently no longer in use. So, Mr Speaker, we are looking at every opportunity. We are looking to ensure we continue to deliver for our country, to act in our national interest, to strengthen our economy, and the modelling that I've seen says we will continue to do just that.
The member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the minister outline to the House how the Morrison government's technology-led approach will reduce our emissions while at the same time strengthening our economy? And is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Moncrieff for her question and acknowledge her role in small business before she came into this place, including advising small businesses. And indeed, she knows from that experience how important technology is to the success of businesses in this great country and to bringing down emissions as we strengthen our economy, Mr Speaker. And of course, we're positioning Australia for success by investing in technologies that allow us to bring down emissions and strengthen our economy at the same time. $20 billion in our technology investment roadmap over the coming decade. We're partnering with countries around the world, Singapore, Japan, the United Kingdom, Germany, Mr Speaker, to make clean energy technologies more affordable, more reliable and therefore more widely used, Mr Speaker, and that's exactly what's happening in this country right now. This is about technology, not taxes. Now, Mr Speaker, the member knows that it's actions and outcomes that matter at the end of the day. And the runs are on the scoreboard, Mr Speaker. Emissions are down more than 20% since 2005. 1 in 4 houses in Australia with solar on the roof. That's world-beating stuff, Mr Speaker. More renewables rolled out in the last year than the entire time when those opposite were in power, Mr Speaker. And the House might be interested to know that the lowest level of renewables in the history of this country was during the Rudd-Gillard government, Mr Speaker. That's the lowest level of renewables in the history of this country. Now, we're delivering on Snowy 2. We're delivering on Snowy 2, and despite the rubbish the Leader of the Opposition was peddling out earlier today, every dam and every tunnel in Snowy 1 was delivered under a coalition government, Mr Speaker, and we're delivering Snowy 2. We've seen 10 consecutive quarters of electricity price reductions in the wholesale market, Mr Speaker. And in contrast, when those opposite were in power, we saw electricity wholesale prices rising every single quarter, Mr Speaker. We have a strong track record of bringing down emissions, Mr Speaker, and delivering affordable, reliable power, Mr Speaker. Now, there is an alternative approach. It's to talk about grand plans and dreams, but deliver nothing, Mr Speaker. Those opposite are all concept and no concrete, Mr Speaker. All concept and nothing concrete. They don't even have a 2030 target, Mr Speaker. They have no plan to get to net zero. They never lay out how they're going to do things because we know, Mr Speaker, what they always have in their back pocket is just another tax.
The member for Paterson.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. BHP, Rio Tinto, Santos, BP and the Minerals Council of Australia all back a commitment to net zero emissions. Does the Minister for Resources back a commitment to net zero by 2050?
The Minister for Resources.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for their question. In fact, I spoke to had a text exchange with the head of the Minerals Council just yesterday, and I did have a discussion with the head of the Minerals Council in regards to their announcement. And I would note that they have an ambition for 2050, Mr Speaker. They have an ambition. Now, as I said in my previous answer, we are having a collegiate discussion in the Nationals Party room. I am absolutely respectful of my colleagues, as I'm respectful of those opposite. Now, Mr Speaker, we will continue to have that discussion. We will listen respectfully. We, of course, will consider in detail what is being put forward, as our constituents would expect. And as the Minister for Resources, Mr Speaker, I will continue to support the sector. I'll continue to do everything I can to get a job into that location, because that is what we're about. And I'll give you an example, Mr Speaker, while I'm on my feet. I have a contact here from Kenzie Gillespie. Kenzie contacted me some months ago, but I was at Moranbah North Mine just a few weeks ago, where he works, and he says, "I can assure you, as a 22-year-old, I've been set up for life with this golden opportunity that is here in our feet in the resources sector. Because of this, I could buy my first house at 19. I went to hold it for 2.5 years. I've recently sold it. I'm looking for acreage around the Mackay region to start primary producing on my days off. Couldn't have been done without the resources sector." And there are hundreds of thousands of Australians in exactly the same position, and we will continue to support them.
The member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison-Joyce government has responded to the significant labour challenges faced by our agricultural industries due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and is securing the industry's future by providing long-term access to a reliable workforce?
The Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Nichols for his question and his fierce and passionate support of his producers in the Shepparton area in particular, which is a rich agricultural area. And historically, Australian agriculture has relied heavily on overseas workers to undertake seasonal work. And that's been done through the Working Holiday Maker, which before COVID hit was around 160,000 of them. It's gone down to less than 30,000. We're losing about 2,000 a month. We've also instituted Pacific schemes, the Pacific Labour Scheme, the seasonal worker programs, that have brought Pacific workers in here into this country to take up the slack. And proudly, as we faced the challenges that COVID faced and presented to agriculture last year, March last year, we told those that were here on Working Holiday Makers and those Pacific schemes that if they worked in agriculture, they could stay another 12 months. We made agriculture an essential service and ensured that those people that were committed to working in our agricultural sector, that they could stay longer. We also worked with the states, and when they asked us to have a nationally coordinated approach, we responded. And we created the Ag Workers Code, because it was great to have all these people here, but we needed to move them across state borders as the seasons changed from north to south and then back up again as the seasons moved. And unfortunately, only 3 states wouldn't sign up to that. Queensland, Western Australia and Tasmania were not prepared to sign up to it, but the rest were, and that provided some continuity. And then as we became aware of how to tackle COVID with vaccination and isolation, we worked with our Pacific family to continue to reopen up the PLS and SWP programs, and were able to pre-vet 25,000 men and women from 10 Pacific nations ready to come into this country. And the Prime Minister himself in December, through National Cabinet, cut the red tape. He said to the Premiers that we would stamp the visas once the Premiers and Chief Health Officers in each individual jurisdiction gave the health orders in which those workers should quarantine. We said to them, this was your remit, we will get out of your way, we will stamp the visas and we will let them in. 12,500 of those have come in to date, and we are continuing to work with the states around that quarantine arrangements to make sure they prioritise agricultural workers along with bringing our Australians home. And then this year, proudly, as a core principle of the National Party, we were able to secure an agricultural visa. That's not just about seasonal workers. That's also about skilled and semi-skilled workers. This is a biggest structural change to agricultural workforce in our nation's history. This is about bringing the next generation of migrants to regional Australia and to agriculture to grow it. And this is about giving them a pathway to permanent residency. This is about making sure that we don't have a transient labour force, but one that wants to live in regional Australia and be part of it. And proudly today, the Indonesian government announced that they are one of the 4 nations that we are working with around that process. One of our nearest and dearest neighbours are working with us to make sure they are part of our solution and part of the regional Australia's future. And to the member for Nichols and Mallee and all those that have fought so hard, I thank you for your hard work.
The member for Richmond.
And my question is to the Minister for Resources. Does the minister still believe wind, solar and battery technology don't work, and investment in renewable energy delivers little more than a warm and fuzzy feeling?
The Minister for Resources.
Well, can I thank the honourable member for their question and say to the honourable member, find me a solar panel that works in the dark. I mean, this is just a statement of fact, Mr Speaker. It absolutely is. Mr Speaker,
Members
it
on
is
my
that
left.
simple. Now, I say to those opposite, are you seriously suggesting that when there is no sun, solar works? Mr Speaker, this is just a fundamental fact. So, on this side of the House, Mr Speaker, we will continue to deliver from my portfolio the things that actually make those products. They make those products. I'm not sure where those opposite think they come from. They don't fall out of the sky. They're made from Australian resources. And we will be out there looking to continue to drive forward in our sector, continue to provide more jobs and more opportunities, continue to expand into new and emerging roles because the market demands it, Mr Speaker. So once again, I mean, the line of question is quite incredible. Mr Speaker, I say to the honourable member, please step forward, ask the question about the resources sector, I'm happy to answer it. Ask you a question about water, I'm happy to answer it. But questions about these things which very clearly are fundamental facts of physics, well, I'm happy to answer those too. But, Mr Speaker, I'll come back to what they're made out of. We deliver aluminium from this country. We deliver critical minerals and rare earths from this country. We deliver the things that make steel from this country. Mr Speaker, there is so much...
I just say to the minister, he's made that point, and I'm not. But this was a very specific question about whether he still had beliefs about statements he'd made. So I have given some latitude. You've had that, but you're not required to spend the entire 3 minutes on aspects outside what you were asked.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. This is why this side of the House backs reliable, affordable, dispatchable energy. There are any number of energy systems across the country. They all have their place. Mr Speaker, we look at what happens in remote communities. It is incredibly helpful for them to be able to build things which do utilise solar panels and wind, along with diesel that they already had in terms of generation. This is just a fact in terms of the electricity system. Mr Speaker, I can't get away from my background. I'm an electrician by trade and electrical engineer by profession. I get based on facts and based on physics. So, Mr Speaker, I say to those opposite, we do things that work. We provide affordable, reliable, dispatchable opportunities, as the Minister for Emissions Reduction says every single day. So, Mr Speaker, once again, I say to those opposite, we work on things that work, we deliver things based on fact, and we will continue to deliver affordable, reliable, dispatchable energy right across the country.
The member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs. Will the Minister inform the House on the progress of the Morrison government's plan to keep Australians safe from foreign criminals who flout our laws? And more importantly, is the Minister aware of any contrary approaches?
The Minister for Immigration.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Leichhardt for his question. He's a long-standing and serving member of this House, and he knows and has always taken seriously his responsibility to protect community safety, to protect Australians, to protect his electorate and people from serious criminal and national security threats. I do want to say that we have had a problem in the Senate with the passage of the government's plan to protect Australians from people who commit serious crimes against them. Yesterday, the Labor Party joined the Australian Greens in voting down the government's latest laws to protect Australians from foreign criminals. 26 Labor senators and 9 Greens combined to defeat this government's plans to protect people from the most serious offences and the most serious crimes committed by non-citizens, by people who are guests of our country, or to prevent them from ever coming here in the first place, Mr Speaker. It is hard to understand. I do want to take the House through some examples and some situations of why the government feels this is important, why we're going to progress this plan absolutely, and we're going to continue to pursue this as we have for the past 3 years. And this is a very serious matter. Let's just look at one example. A permanent visa holder in Melbourne a few years ago, after 2 a.m, was driving around and saw a car being driven by a 22-year-old young female Australian woman. He followed her to her destination, climbed into her car and held a knife to her throat. He whispered, "Be quiet or I will cut you." Thankfully, this Australian was able to grab that knife and stop this perpetrator from assaulting her, and the boyfriend was able to turn up and save her as well. The perpetrator was initially charged with serious offences. And as part of a plea deal, of course, that perpetrator under our system was able to get 8 months, under the 12-month current threshold for cancellation. But this government pursued the character test and said we will cancel that perpetrator's visa. When the government tried to cancel this perpetrator's visa, this was overturned on appeal. That's why this government has put forward legislation for the last 3 years to deal with women's safety across our country from people who are not Australian citizens. They are guests in our country. If it was up to this government, this perpetrator would have already been gone from Australia. The question, Mr Speaker, again, this is not an isolated example. This is not one example.
Members on my left.
There are dozens of examples. There are hundreds of examples. We need to act.
Member for Lalor
the
will cease
Australian
interjecting.
Parliament needs to act. The Labor Party needs to join us, leave the Greens behind, join the government and support these laws to protect Australians from these sorts of crimes.
The member for Brand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. Does the minister support the government providing a $250 billion loan and insurance facility for the resources sector?
The Minister for Resources has the call.
Well, can I thank the honourable member for their question? And I say to the honourable member, the government provides support right across any number of sectors through a number of different facilities, Mr Speaker, whether it is in the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, whether it's on the National Interest Account, whether it's across a range of others, including the RIC. Mr Speaker, the Commonwealth continues to provide support where it is needed right across the country.
The member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Assistant Treasurer, Minister for Housing, Minister for Homelessness, Social and Community Housing. Will the minister inform the House of the progress of the Morrison government's home guarantee schemes and how they're accelerating the dream for Australians of owning their own home? And, Minister, are you aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister has the call.
Well, thanks very much to the member for Barker for asking that question. Someone who has been an extraordinary advocate for first home buyers in his regional electorate in South Australia. And, Mr Speaker, I can again report to the House that the Morrison government's first home loan deposit scheme, family home guarantee for single parents, has been an extraordinary success. Counterintuitively, in the middle of a pandemic, we have seen first home buyers at their highest levels for nearly 15 years. But it's not just the home guarantee schemes which help first home buyers purchase a property with a deposit of as little as 5%, because we know the barrier to home ownership for so many first home buyers is getting that deposit together, or for single parents who, with a deposit of as little as 2% supported by the government, can purchase a home. We have also put in place the Home Builder program. The Home Builder program, which was opposed by the Labor Party. And I've got some bad news for the Labor Party, because the program that they opposed has been taken up by 135,000 Australian families. More than 200,000 Australians today are in a home because of the support of the Morrison government's Home Builder program, and each and every one of them know that if the Labor Party had their way, they would not be in their home. That is an absolute indictment on the Labor Party. We know they don't support helping first-home buyers get into the market, but what a decision in the middle of a pandemic, of all the policies to oppose the Home Builder program, a $25,000 grant for people to purchase a new home. So, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister in my time in politics is someone who has been more dedicated to first-home buyers than almost any others. There are many on this side. There are many on this side. And the Prime Minister is a Prime Minister for first-home buyers, but in this term alone, between our home guarantee scheme, between the Home Builder program and between the First Home Super Saver scheme, another program that helps first-home buyers save for a deposit, 300,000 Australians today are in a home with the support of the Morrison government. 300,000 Australians are in their own home today because of a Morrison government policy, either home builder or the first home loan deposit scheme or the family home guarantee or the first home super saver scheme. And each and every one of those 300,000 Australians know that the Labor Party opposed the policy that helped them get into their home. Shame on the Labor Party.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The government has been in office for nearly a decade. The Prime Minister is leaving for Glasgow a week from now, but still has no climate policy. Why does the Prime Minister always delay, always blame others, and then when he does act, it's always too little and too late?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Under our government's policies, when we were first elected in 2013, we said at that election that we would meet those Kyoto targets, Mr Speaker, and we did. And we did. We beat Kyoto 1, Mr Speaker. We beat Kyoto 2. And, Mr Speaker, as we go forward to 2030, our policy on 2030 is very clear. 26 to 28%, Mr Speaker. That is the policy that, as Prime Minister, I took to the last election. Mr Speaker, that was endorsed by the Australian people at the last election. A policy, Mr Speaker, that we will not just meet, but we will beat for 2030, Mr Speaker. Now, there was another policy. It was put forward by the Labor Party. It was for a 45% reduction in emissions, Mr Speaker, and the Labor Party have walked away from that policy. They say that's no longer their policy. So there's an obvious question. What is the Labor Party's commitment on 2030? Nobody knows, Mr Speaker. Nobody knows what their commitment is to 2030. They know what the government's commitment is, and they know that under our policies emissions have fallen by more than 20% on 2005 levels, Mr Speaker, which is more than the United States, more than Japan, it's more than Canada, it's more than New Zealand, comparable economies to Australia, and Australia's track record on this issue, Mr Speaker, speaks volumes about the achievement of Australians. Mr Speaker, under our policies, Australia has one of the highest, if not the highest, rates of rooftop solar in the world. Mr Speaker, in 2020 Australia installed 7 gigawatts of new renewable energy capacity. And as the Minister for Energy has reminded the House, Mr Speaker, in 1 year under our government's policies, we exceeded the renewable investment of 6 years under the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, and our investment is nearly 8 times faster per capita than the global average in renewables. That's around 8 times faster than New Zealand and Japan, and around 3 times faster than the United States, China, Germany and the European Union, Mr Speaker. Under our policies, emissions are coming down and jobs are going up, Mr Speaker. Under our policy, emissions are coming down and there are 1 million people now working in manufacturing. Under the Labor Party, 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs gone, Mr Speaker. That's what a carbon tax does, Mr Speaker. That's what punishing taxes does. And under our policies, we're getting emissions down, they're falling, and we're putting employment up. We're seeing exports go up. We're seeing the resources industry, the natural gas industry, the LNG industry, all of these sectors, critical minerals, clean energy supply chains being established under the policies of our government. Under those opposite, Mr Speaker, no plan,
Prime Minister's
no
time
idea.
has concluded. The member for Stirling.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Science and Technology. Will the Minister please outline for the House how the Morrison government is supporting our emerging space industry, building a stronger Australia and creating more jobs, particularly as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Stirling for his question and thank him and acknowledge his outstanding former service in our ADF, and also want to thank him for his support for our local industries in our home state of Western Australia. Mr Speaker, when most people think about space, they might reflect on the Apollo missions, or they might reflect on the Dish, Star Trek, or for those that are a bit older, maybe it's my favourite, Martian. But today and into the future, space is a part of our everyday lives. Space technology enables the GPS in the car and on that phone that never leaves our side. It's used by our farmers to monitor the health of our crops. And most importantly, it's used by our emergency workers to help them plan and respond to bushfires and floods. Mr Speaker, the Morrison government understands the profound benefits of space technologies on the lives of all Australians. But space is also the new jobs frontier, Mr Speaker, launching opportunities across a whole range of industries, and Australia must be a part of this global movement. Our national mission is to triple the size of the space sector in Australia to $12 billion and create up to 20,000 new jobs by 2030. And that's why the Morrison government has invested $700 million in the civil space sector when we established the Australian Space Agency back in 2018. And, Mr Speaker, that doesn't include the significant investment by our government in the defence space capabilities announced as part of the 2020 strategic update. Mr Speaker, it genuinely was a thrill to announce recently that the Morrison government has reached an agreement with NASA, and I was very proud that the Prime Minister and I were announcing that Australia is going to the moon. This is supported with $50 million as part of the Moon to Mars initiative. An Australian-made rover will be included in a future NASA mission. Really hard for me to say that word, I don't know why. And it will happen this decade, even as early as 2026, Mr Speaker. And we are giving Australia's best and brightest scientists, entrepreneurs, researchers an opportunity to be a big part of that. So for the very first time, Australian-designed and built technology will land on the moon. This is significant. Mr Speaker, I have no doubt that the Aussie rover, or Red Dog, which is just my working title at the moment, is going to inspire the next generation of scientists who are sitting at home at the moment planning their own mission into space. So, Mr Speaker, we're already a world leader when it comes to autonomous vehicles. They play an important role in our resources sector, as seen at the different mine sites in my own electorate of Durack. So, Mr Speaker, I very much look forward to working with our space sector to grow it and so that we can have many more announcements when we say Australia is going to the moon.
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The Manager of Opposition Business indicated he would seek the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Manager of Opposition Business from moving the following motion immediately. That the House 1 notes: A. Yesterday, the Prime Minister protected the member for Pearce by blocking a reference to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests relating to secret donations received by the member for Pearce. B. The decision by the Prime Minister and his government to block a reference to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, which had been granted precedence by the Speaker, has never occurred in the 120 years of this parliament. And C. It has been more than 1,000 days since the Prime Minister and the member for Pearce promised to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission. And 2. Calls on the Prime Minister to immediately A. End his protection racket for the member for Pearce, B. Support a referral of the member for Pearce to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, and C. Introduce a bill to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission with the powers of a standing Royal Commission. Yesterday the government abolished the key protection against bribery in this parliament. That's what the members' interests is there to do. And yesterday they decided it's just—
The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the Manager of Opposition Business be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Oh, you can get takeaways. So I thought you could go into it now. Don't walk out on
We're getting takeaway coffee now, okay? Yeah, we're just in and I'm looking at for coffee. That'd be all right. I had the Portuguese start with it.
Lock the doors. The question is the Manager of Opposition Business be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair. The noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler tell us for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 47. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for Sydney. Is the motion seconded?
Seconded. This is a government addicted to secrecy and committed to protecting every dodgy...
Seat. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the member for Sydney be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their votes or did not vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 47. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is that the motion moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Members must remain in their seats unless they're leaving the chamber or changing their vote, in which case they must report to the tellers. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Again, in this successive division, members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 47. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. So we might go to papers.
Very good. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Thank the Leader of the House. The member for Gellibrand has indicated to me he wishes to seek the call.
Yes, I rise to make a personal explanation.
Does the member for Gellibrand claim to have been misrepresented?
I do, Mr Speaker. It involves the member for Hughes.
It doesn't matter who it involves. You may proceed.
I thought it was implied. On Wednesday, the 20th of October, the member for Hughes made a personal explanation stating that I had falsely asserted that he had been, quote, banned from Facebook for spreading COVID-19 misinformation. Now, there are two misrepresentations in this statement. Firstly, in a recent letter to me from Facebook, the company told me that, quote, as a matter of public record, under our harmful health misinformation policy, we have removed the Facebook and Instagram accounts representing Mr Craig Kelly MP for repeated violations of our community standards. Now, the second misrepresentation in the member for Hughes statement is that, despite his own Facebook page being banned, the member for Hughes remains active on Facebook, authorising all of the content on the United Australia Facebook page and featuring in the overwhelming majority of the videos on that page. Facebook should proactively and transparently apply its community standards and stop the member for Hughes from continuing to spread medical misinformation about COVID-19 during this pandemic.
We will now go to the matter of public importance. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Brand proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's abandonment of the Australian resources industry and jobs by denying the need for net zero emissions. I call upon all those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the member for Brand.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this government has wasted 8 years on energy and emissions policy. And even when the resources industry is implementing its own net zero emissions targets, the Minister for Resources still refuses to listen to reason. In question time today, he failed to take the chance to support the net zero emissions ambitions of the whole sector that he purports to represent. And he is also, I might add, crab-walked away from something he said, a report that he made to the Australian Financial Review, that he wanted a $250 billion loan facility for the resources industry, in addition to the resources, the finance that the government already provides that industry, which, I might add, Labor supports. The loans that are granted through Export Finance Australia and other provisions of government are things Labor has put in place in the past and we will continue to support. The Resources Minister actually suggested a separate $250 billion loan facility for the resources industry in recent press, but now he's crab-walked away from that. Mr Deputy Speaker, pardon me, Australian resources sector exports are worth $283 billion per year. It is by far Australia's largest export sector. Iron ore is Australia's largest export product, worth around $80 billion per year. Coal is our second largest export at $40 billion. The third largest is liquefied natural gas at around $30 billion. 238,000 people are directly employed by the resources industry, including around 8,500 apprentices and trainees. And the mining and met sector supports an additional 900,000 Australian jobs indirectly. Moreover, the resources sector contributes tens of billions of dollars in taxes and royalties to Commonwealth and state treasuries each and every year. Australian miners are world-leading. They're serious companies run by serious people, financed by serious investors, operated by hard-working Australians. It is incomprehensible that the likes of the member for Hinkler and the Minister for Resources thinks he knows better than the entire resources sector about their emissions and economic prospects. Yesterday, Rio Tinto announced it will switch its iron ore mines to run on renewables as part of its acceleration toward decarbonising. Today, we read, Rio will commit $10 billion to halve its carbon footprint by 2030. Now, the Deputy Prime Minister might be entirely dismissive of Rio Tinto's efforts, as he was yesterday in question time, deriding the fact that its CEO lives in London. Well, I can tell you where thousands of Rio Tinto workers live. They live in regions, towns, cities and suburbs right across this country. And I remind the Leader of the Nationals that their head office sits just down the road in Barton in Canberra, so don't have a go at the CEO of Rio Tinto. Earlier this week, Mitsubishi Australia, a key investor in energy assets including natural gas and metallurgical coal, announced a commitment to net zero by 2050 and a 50% reduction by 2030. Last month, BHP set a net zero emissions goal by 2050 and is working with its steel-producing consumers to cut emissions as Western Australian iron ore becomes steel. In August, the WA Chamber of Commerce Chief Economist Darren Morey said that net zero emissions targets must be set at the national level. In October, the Minerals Council of Australia confirmed the industry's ambition to reach net zero emissions by 2050 and in support of the Paris Agreement. And the Queensland Resources Council, under the leadership of the Honourable Ian Macfarlane, Australia's longest-serving Resources and Energy Minister, also came out in support of this goal on the same day. And we know Ian is a great Conservative, and maybe the minister might want to turn to him for advice.
No, Ian Macfarlane. He tried to join them.
WA's Chamber of Minerals and Energy has also announced its support for reducing emissions to net zero as soon as possible and no later than 2050. And a couple of weeks ago, as we all know, the Business Council of Australia released a blueprint for Australia to reach net zero emissions while growing our economy by $189 billion and creating 195,000 new jobs. But in the lead-up to Glasgow and COP26, as the Prime Ministerial jet has been fuelled to take him back to the UK, what do we hear from the Minister for Resources? No. The Minister for Resources flatly refuses to support the climate ambitions of the industry he is supposed to represent. Worse, the minister openly stands against the resources sector's efforts to decarbonise their operations and their products. How can it be allowed to stand that the Minister for Resources of the Commonwealth of Australia is not in the Cabinet? He refuses to support and he actively opposes the ambitions, efforts and investments of the industry he purports to represent. Deputy Speaker, it is extraordinary and it is an untenable position for this government and this minister to maintain. Every time I visit a mine site, meet with an extractives company, I'm told about the efforts they are making to reduce emissions. I visit a lot of mine sites and resources operations, from iron ore mines in the Pilbara, coal mines in the Hunter Valley, gold and rare earth mines in WA goldfields, LNG off the coast of Darwin and Karratha, lithium mines in the southwest of Western Australia, to the nickel mine in Kambalda that feeds the BHP refinery in Kwinana in my electorate of Brand. Barely a day goes by between commitments to net zero, announcements of strategies to get there, or the new renewable energy projects to power mines and camps and refineries. The Australian resources industry is heading to net zero emissions by 2050 with ambitious targets by 2030. And the road to decarbonisation will create jobs and economic opportunities throughout the whole value chain. But under this do-nothing Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister is holding our nation to ransom, and I might add, ably aided by the Resources Minister and the former Minister for Resources, Senator Canavan. Despite its massive contribution to Australia's economic well-being, we know the resources portfolio, as I said, has been excluded from Cabinet because the Deputy Prime Minister doesn't like the member for Hinckley. Or was it because the member did not vote for the member for New England to lead the Nationals? This is childish, petulant and shows enormous disregard for Australia's largest export industry, which is the backbone of this nation's economy. It is playing politics with the backbone of this nation's economy. It is ridiculous, it's obscene and it must stop. We have a real opportunity now for the Australian resources industry to help the world decarbonise. WA is home to the largest hard rock lithium mine in the world in Greenbushes, which I visited. A lithium processing plant is currently being built in Kwinana that will create 200 ongoing jobs. Where does lithium go? It goes to batteries. That's right, we like to ignore them. Tesla is buying them from BHP. It goes to other electric vehicles to build the kind of car the Prime Minister claimed would destroy the weekend. Deputy Speaker, at the Mount Weld Lynas Rare Earths mine in Laverton in WA's northern goldfields, you can see, as I have, one of the world's highest grade rare earth deposits. At Mount Weld, they mine minerals that go into electric vehicle batteries, including Toyota's hybrid range, as well as minerals that are critical for producing small, powerful magnets that make your mobile phone vibrate. So next time the Minister and your phone vibrates from a call from a mining executive asking him to get his act together on net zero, you'll have to thank Lynas and Mount Weld. Deputy Speaker, the most sustainable and lowest carbon nickel producer in the world is BHP Nickel West in Kwinana. It produced the first nickel sulphate crystals just this month and will produce 100,000 tonnes of nickel sulphate this year. That's enough nickel to make 700,000 electric vehicle batteries. And 50% of BHP Nickel West power is generated by the Merredin solar farm, and they hope to achieve more. BHP are actually doing it while this government and this minister sits on their collective hands. This Nickel West represents 80 jobs permanently, 400 jobs indirectly just from the nickel sulphate plant. Across the entire operation, 2,500 people are employed in this vertically integrated mine-to-metal business. Every senator and every MP can be glad to know that they have a little bit of Kambalda and a little bit of Kwinana right in their pocket or in their hands when they carry their mobile phones around with them. Labor will always stand up for the resources industry. We will support the ambition of the resources industry that creates thousands of good jobs for workers right around the nation, and as our biggest exporter is literally the backbone of our economy. Labor will ensure the Minister for Resources of Australia have a seat at the cabinet table of this country and not relegated because of a childish spat. Labor acknowledges the work of the resources industry and is seeking to achieve net zero emissions, and if the current Minister for Resources doesn't want to get behind them, he should get out of the way and resign.
I call the Minister for Resources.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And just to be clear, I won't be resigning, even though it's a suggestion from the opposition. Mr Deputy Speaker, I get on very well with the Shadow Minister. She's actually got her head screwed on and she understands the industry. She's across a lot of the brief. And of course, there are many things which we work on collegiately and we certainly get some good outcomes. And in terms of this MPI, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll go through the issues, particularly the ones that have been raised. But I do want to bring the focus back to the individuals that work in the sector. As I said in question time, I've got a contact from a gentleman called Kenzie Gillespie. Kenzie is an apprentice electrician. He works at the Moranbah North mine, which I visited in recent weeks. He was on the opposite shift, so I didn't get a chance to see Kenzie. And he says to me in his email, Mr Deputy Speaker, that you may remember me because he contacted me earlier in the year. I wasn't fortunate enough to be rostered at Moranbah North mine today. I would have loved to have met you. Although myself and all of our Anglo employees are very fortunate to have secured our positions throughout this mine, I can assure you as a 22-year-old I've been set up for life with this golden opportunity that is at our feet here in the resources sector. Because of this, I was able to buy my first house at 19. I went on to hold that for 2.5 years and have recently sold that and am looking for acreage around the Mackay region to start primary producing on my days off. This would be to no avail without these incredible opportunities in front of us. And Kenzie goes on to say he wants to acknowledge the consistent hard work of all the men and women in our industry and thank me personally for the visit to Moranbah North Mine, an Anglo operation. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, every time I consider a policy, every time I consider the sector, every time I look at what we need to do, I keep people like Kenzie front and centre in my mind, because fundamentally our job is to deliver for the people of Australia and to ensure that they have opportunities into the future. And that is absolutely what I intend to continue to do. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, those opposite talk about the government's abandonment of the Australian resource industry. Well, let's just have a look at what that abandonment looks like right now. Well, there's never been a better time to be in the sector, Mr Deputy Speaker. There has not. Thermal coal prices are absolutely through the roof. They are at record levels. They're at over $240 US spot price today, exchange rate of roughly 75 cents. I haven't looked at today's current update. Mr Deputy Speaker, I mean, they're out there, I think, putting these things in wheelbarrows and running them down the road to get them into a ship so they can get them out for sale. I mean, those opposite, not many of them will understand what a wheelbarrow is. It's something you do hard work with. But fundamentally, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is opportunities right across the sector. We know that there's been an early winter snap, particularly in parts of Asia, that has driven up a demand for gas. So gas prices are also up. And I'll say categorically, Australia's coal sector, regardless of what some opposite may say, has an incredibly strong and important future. Demand will continue. The forecast that I have is that demand will actually increase from now out to 2030. By 2050, there's still an expectation that that market will still be just under 20% off that peak, and Australia will look to fill that market. We will fill that market at every opportunity because, Mr Deputy Speaker, if buyers want it, we're selling it. If they want our resources, we'll be delivering them because it is good for our economy. It's good for the people that I represent. It's good for every single Australian that is looking for an opportunity. And briefly, while I've got that opportunity, Mr Speaker, I do want to acknowledge the very, very good work of the sector. One of the things I raised with all of the major companies on appointment was my expectation that they hire and train more young Australians. Now, I'm advised that roughly 5,700 apprentices and trainees have been put on in the sector in the last 12 months. That is more than they've put altogether for some years. Now, this is a very, very good result, and I do want to acknowledge and thank the sector for the work that they are doing with young Australians to give them not only opportunity but skills. Skills that are transferable, skills that people like Kenzie use to be able to go and pay for a house, to set themselves up for their future life and future opportunities. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, coal will continue to be a strong part of Australia's economy. Right throughout, whether it's in Newcastle, whether it's in Queensland, whether it's thermal coal, whether it's met coal. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, we export enough iron ore, for example, to build 10,000 harbour bridges a year. Our met coal sector is incredibly strong. Rough and ready, met and thermal is worth about $50 billion to the economy. It's around 50,000 direct jobs. It's around 300,000 indirect. All of those are in regional areas practically, and we want to make sure that that sector continues to be strong, Mr Deputy Speaker. In terms of gas, we are one of the world's largest exporters of gas. All of the forecasts that I've seen expect gas demand to increase, And this is why we are driving forward with the gas-led recovery. This is why I've announced the Strategic Basin Plans program. This is why we've gone to areas like the Beetaloo, looking to get that development brought forward by some 2 to 3 years on previous expectations. Because without that gas, Mr Deputy Speaker, who fills the market? Well, our competitors. Without that gas, how do we keep our domestic prices low? Unless we continue to fill not only the East Coast market but right across the country with affordable, reliable energy, well, our manufacturers can't be competitive. So this is why we continue to support the sector. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I mean, as those opposite outlined, the abandonment of the sector actually looks pretty good. The forecast is we'll do a record year. We're going to do $346 billion as the estimate in terms of exports for resources and energy. That sounds all right to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, up almost $100 billion from the midst of the pandemic. There is no other sector in this country that can turn around $100 billion in economic activity other than the resources sector. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been to a number of sites in recent weeks, and as you know, we've been sort of caught up in Queensland and caught by borders and everything else. That includes the Bravus mine, previously known as Adani. We went in recent weeks. They are at first coal. They're starting to build their stockpile. They've got an expectation they'll have first deliveries somewhere before Christmas. And what has that mine done? Well, it's provided jobs for more than 2,000 Australians, 2,000 individuals. It's delivered over $1 billion worth of contracts into particularly regional cities and regional contractors. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was actually up in Townsville when the new trains arrived. They've arrived in Townsville. I was fortunate enough to be there with Andrew Wilcox, the Mayor of the Whitsundays, also the head of what's the equivalent of a regional organisations of council. Sorry, he's the Mayor of Bowen, from memory. And as Andrew said, and the local member, the member for Dawson, and of course the other local members in the area came along, and the member for Dawson had a great quote, Mr Deputy Speaker. These trains were big and bright and orange, and the member for Dawson said these are giant orange job-making machines. And I think that is exactly right. So the Bowen Rail Company has been set up by Bravus as part of their operations, based out of Bowen, a small regional centre delivering jobs for regional towns and regional economies. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was in Gladstone, out at the QCLNG plant with Col Boyce, the member for Callide, where we saw firsthand just how important the gas sector is. I mean, this is a sector that's grown in just a decade. It's worth tens of billions of dollars. This is Australia's resources sector at work, delivering to markets where right now there is some very significant demand. We know that, as the Shadow Minister outlined, exports totaled $30 billion in 2021. And get this, Mr Deputy Speaker, they are forecast to climb to $56 billion in 2021-22. So $30 billion to $56 billion in a year. Now, that is incredibly good for the Australian economy. This is how governments, particularly state governments, when we talk about royalties from things like coal, pay for the essential services Australians rely on. This is how they pay for hospitals and roads and schools. It's how they pay for police forces and all of those other health workers, along with support from the Commonwealth. The taxation from the sector helps the Commonwealth to deliver on our facilities and our policies right across Australia, Mr Speaker. Can you imagine where we would be without it? This is a significant contributor to the Australian economy, and right now they are going incredibly well. Absolutely incredibly well. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, whether you're in Moranbah North, whether you're at Bravus, formerly known as Adani, whether you're in Townsville, whether you're in Newcastle, whether you're across the Hunter, whether you're in the Pilbara, whether you're in any of those regional areas in the Northern Territory, many of them rely, in terms of their jobs, on the resources sector being strong and successful. So it is this government that intends to continue that success. It is this government that intends to continue providing those opportunities. And I do want to come back once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the work that's been done by the sector on apprentices and trainees. It's something that I look at personally, Mr Speaker, as a former apprentice, as someone that did start sweeping the floor in the workshop, and that opportunity was given to me by heavy industry. I was very fortunate as a 17-year-old kid to get a start, and those skills that I learned took me through a trade, and I now find myself here. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want as many kids in Australia to have those opportunities. And those opportunities are available in the resources sector right now. They are there right now. There's almost 40,000 vacancies. Everyone is looking for workforce. Everyone is looking to try and fill those slots because right now the market's hot, Mr Speaker. Whether it's gas, whether it's coal, even iron ore is still incredibly strong. So I do want to shout out to the sector, whether they're in the west, whether they're in the east, whether they're in coal, whether they're in met coal, whether they're in gas, whether they're in iron ore or any of the critical minerals facilities, the more kids we can train, we have to grow our own timber. They are the ones that are available, and I want to see every single Australian kid that wants a job in the sector get that job, learn those skills and go on to be as successful as they choose to be.
I call the member for Shortland.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Minister for Resources. I say that honestly because he is enthusiastic about the sector. He absolutely is. There's actually many problems with his contribution, but the one I want to pick up is he spent 10 minutes talking about the resources sector in the context of a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050, and he didn't mention once any of the economic opportunities from the transition. He didn't mention battery manufacturing and inputs like lithium mining. He didn't mention hydrogen or the opportunities there. He concentrated on the staples, and they're very important, of coal, gas and iron ore, and they're all very important and have a great role into the future in different timeframes. But he didn't mention the future opportunities once, and that shows the poverty of thinking on the other side on this issue. Because the truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, Australia is blessed with the greatest reserves of iron and titanium in the world. We've got the second greatest production of rare earths, copper and lithium, and the third greatest of silver. We have all the critical inputs into batteries, electric vehicle manufacturing and the broader clean energy industries. We've got the highest solar radiation per square metre in the entire world, and we've got great wind and wave resources. All this, when you put it together with a government with a vision and a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050, means we would have a supercharged resources industry. A supercharged resources industry. We'd be the home of clean tech manufacturing for the world. We'd be the home of energy-intensive manufacturing fuelled by cheap, plentiful, renewable energy. Tomago aluminium, for example, will be powered by renewable energy. We'd have clean steel centred in the Hunter again. Newcastle would be the real steel city again, unlike pretenders. We will be the centre of hydrogen production for the world. All these are the potential that we have if we have a government that embraces net zero, embraces action on climate change and is not held hostage by the troglodytes in the National Party route. And we're backed up, in that opinion, by many leading corporates, none of them renowned as left-wing communists, no one renowned as Balmain basket weavers. We've got Rio Tinto, who's committed $10 billion to halving emissions by 2030, including looking at 1 gigawatt of new renewable energy. BHP, net zero emissions by 2050. Minerals Council, net zero by 2050. BCA has found that reaching net zero emissions by 2050 will boost economic growth by $890 billion and create an additional 195,000 jobs. An economic study by Accenture, supported by BCA and the ACTU, called Sunshot, found that Australia could be a clean energy export superpower by 2040 that will produce 395,000 additional jobs and an extra $89 billion in new exports. That is the potential if we embrace it, if we're not scared of the future like those opposite. Instead, under this woeful government that is tearing itself apart over climate right now, we are faced with being the Rust Belt of the Asia-Pacific. We'll face carbon border tariffs hitting Australian farm products, Australian resources and Australian manufactured goods, all because of the climate wars that they're perpetuating. Because we've got a Deputy Prime Minister who rejects the stance of BCA, BHP, Rio, because he says they don't live in his electorate. He'd rather represent the miners of Muswellbrook, not corporates. But I contemplate that for a minute. Is he really representing the interests of the miners of Muswellbrook or the engineers of Emerald? Because I don't think he is. I actually think he's representing one particular mining industry figure, a person who lives a bit further afield than Muswellbrook or Emerald, a person, let's just call them Gina from Perth. Gina from Perth, who wants Australian workers to earn $2 a day. $2 a day. A person who gave a speech at her old school denying climate change. This is the person the Deputy Prime Minister gets his policy advice from. And not a surprise, since only 4 months ago she put on a $10,000 a head fundraiser for the Deputy Prime Minister in her own home, who tried to give the Deputy Prime Minister $40,000 in cash through a made-up agricultural award. A woman who flew the Deputy Prime Minister on a private jet for a holiday in India in 2011. This is the one person in the mining industry that the Deputy Prime Minister actually listens to. This is the one person he is sacrificing the future of our country, the economic potential of our country, the hundreds of thousands of clean energy jobs that we could grab, all to sacrifice the 0% of billionaires that live in his electorate. This is the sad fate of climate policy and energy policy under this government. They listen to the wrong people. They don't listen to the science. They're guided by narrow sexual interests rather than embracing the true economic future that this country can have if only we had a government with vision, commitment and rational common sense.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I always enjoy these Thursday afternoon MPIs because they always come up with some crazy hypothesis at the basis of their question or statement. It's so ironic that they're criticising us when we have actually delivered what we said we would do. We have walked the talk. Many nations, countries, whole sections of the body politic around the world prophesy that they're going to reach these amazing targets. But what Australia has achieved is that we have the lowest emissions since records started. 20.8% less, in fact, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it is 20.8% less than 2005. That's 639 million tonnes less in the last year. That's enough to take millions of cars off the road for more than a decade. Yet at the same time, we are protecting jobs in the resources sector. Employment is up in both the resources sector and the manufacturing sector. What happened when they were last in charge of the Treasury benches and governing this nation? Manufacturing jobs went overseas because of their policies. 1 in 8, in fact, went overseas. And in the last manufacturing figures, we have had to demonstrate a growth of more than 100,000 jobs to reach more than 1 million people involved in manufacturing. We use technology to reach our targets, and we have good economic policies to match the environmental policies. We have been supporting solar uptake, which in this country is actually quite staggering. 7,000 megawatts of new solar generating capacity in both the large-scale and small-scale solar rollout. That is really quite amazing. Our greenhouse gas reductions, some of our near neighbours, and everyone will know New Zealand has criticised us for not doing enough, yet you look at the figures and we are way in front of New Zealand, Canada, America, Japan. The OECD average was a reduction of 7%, and we are already nudging on 21%. Like I said, we have walked the talk. We are promoting soil carbon measurement so that farmers who already are doing it can get recognition, and we want more of that happening because soil organic carbon is a huge sink, and good farming techniques marry with good environmental outcomes. We have been supporting the resources sector and research. We have mentioned carbon capture and storage. We've put $263 million, in fact, on top of the $50 million existing in a carbon capture and storage technology hub. And the revenue from coal, which is the backbone of our energy generation in this country, is up, despite the prophecy from the other side that no one is using it anymore and everyone's getting out of coal. Between Japan, China itself is building 37 coal-fired power stations. India's building new ones. Japan's building new ones. Indonesia's building new ones. And they last for 40 or 50 years, so the demand, as outlined by the Minister for Resources, it's predicted to grow between now and 2030. My electorate of Lyne has the Hunter Valley in it, and there's about 20,000 people in direct and indirect employment that depend on the mining and resources industry. We realise on this side where our fertiliser comes from. It comes from gas. Gas is ubiquitous in manufacturing, in so many processes, plastics, but also fertiliser. The whole fertiliser production is centred on Newcastle in New South Wales, and these resources and energy deliver revenue for state budgets which do hospitals, roads, schools, and the thousands of wages that depend on the resources and energy. But we're doing good things for the economy as well as good things for the environment, and we are certainly growing employment, as I've outlined, and the minister. And the whole premise of their argument is actually quite false and very hard to justify. In fact, it's just made up. It's a Thursday afternoon special yet again.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And speaking of Thursday afternoon specials, I think we've just heard one. On the eve of the Glasgow conference, according to the Australian Coal Report, the price of export coal, and this is for the Minister for Resources who was fetching around for it earlier, out of Newcastle has hit another high. It's selling for $230 US a tonne, equivalent to 307 Australian dollars a tonne, or 4.5 times the amount it was being sold for just 1 year ago. This seems at odds with a world trying to reduce global emissions. But it isn't. It's clear that coal will have a place in our energy mix going forward. There is no doubt about that, but it's not going to be forever. The use of coal by some nations is not and should not be considered at odds with Australia's goal of net zero by 2050. Coal-fired power stations in Australia are closing. They already have, and they're giving us dates for more. And domestic demand for thermal coal will drop. There is no doubt about that. But international demand for Australian thermal coal is likely to continue to be strong in the short term and on to 2050. Decisions about the future of Australian coal export, Hunter coal export, won't be made in this place, in the Australian Parliament. They'll be made in the boardrooms of international companies throughout the world. And that's why we have to provide a solid basis for the Australian economy moving forward. This is not a statement of ideology or wishful thinking. It's just a statement of fact. Coal from Newcastle and Port Kembla is exported to 18 countries, most of them to our near north in Asia. That's why we're seen as the growth engine of the world. Many of these countries are using our coal in coal-fired power stations to generate electricity, so that millions of people across those regions of Asia can flick on a light switch, as we have the privilege to do, and want the things that we take for granted here in Australia today. Newer plants, high-energy, low-emissions plants, have greater efficiencies than Australia's ageing plants and can make the most of the carbon capture, use and storage technologies that are now becoming more and more widely used. Our coal is in demand because of these plants. Our coal is fetching high prices because of these plants. I am not for 1 minute suggesting that more coal-fired plants should be built in Australia or paid for by taxpayers' money. They won't and they shouldn't. There is no appetite for it, despite what a small minority of those on the other side might have us believe. But that does not mean we should cut off our nose to spite our face. For the time being, our coal is in demand. Our coal is being used to generate electricity in Asia. In countries such as Japan, the world's 5th largest economy, is being fuelled by Hunter coal. South Korea, Taiwan and China, and that market will continue. All of those countries will need to factor in their emissions in their efforts to address climate change, just as we will and must in Australia. According to the Australian Department of Resources and Energy, there will continue to be increases in the tonnage of coal we export, both for steaming and coking coal, until at least 2026. After that, markets may decline. Markets are likely to decline, and we have to be ready. And it doesn't give us much time. Fortunately, Labor has been thinking about this and planning for this and working on this, unlike those opposite who are burying their heads in the sand. Look, they are not a coalition. They're actually a rabble of infighting Hunger Game alarmists. My community and the community of the Hunter Valley depends on coal, and we won't stand for it. That's right, they are living Squid Games. We are not. We won't squib you, but they might squid you. Not all of the community, that is true. There are many, many other industries that thrive in the Hunter Valley, and we know that that's important too. And it is true that not all in my community support the continued mining of coal. I hear that regularly from people, and I understand. But I want to say to all of those, we can't switch off coal overnight. We need to think about our communities. Please think about the workers in these industries who've worked with coal and relied on coal to put food on the table, to keep local businesses afloat and keep their communities vibrant. And I want to say to those people who work in the coal industry, we want to protect you and your jobs. Through you, Speaker, if you want to protect your jobs and our planet, vote Labor and do not trust this rabble of a government.
I call the Assistant Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I really don't know what it is we're hearing in this chamber today. We've got a mixture of the odd couple, or maybe there's multiples of them. Normally we'd have in the back there a Labor member for Isaac shouting down the member for Paterson for her speech she just provided. The member for McNamara would be in here condemning her commitment to the minerals industry and creation of energy and jobs, while we have the member for Brand and the member for Paterson and the member and other members here, the member for Shortland, spruiking coal in front of the chamber. This is this complete confusion on the part of the Labor Party, which reflects their fundamental lack of understanding of the minerals sector, mining and how it contributes to the Australian economy. But don't go anywhere, Member for Shortland, because we know you're going somewhere. You're off as part of the odd couple with the member for Isaacs to Glasgow. Now, this is going to be one of the most entertaining examples. While the member for Isaacs runs around mocking other members of the Labor Party for daring to consider that we might have to have jobs in the mining sector, you are going to go together and somehow patch together a coherent narrative about how the Labor Party has some sort of solution to the challenges of climate change. I wish you well, because the member for Shortland, he has a long history of being abusive to people he disagrees with, who have a view and a disagreement about climate change. Now, I know that's going to be a challenge for you, and I can only say that I'm sure you'll find solace and comfort in Glasgow by going with him, and hopefully you'll be able to come back a new man. Let's face it, the members on the other side of this chamber simply want to distract from some fundamental realities. They don't have a solution for reducing greenhouse gas emissions while making sure we back Australian industries and jobs. We've seen this where at the last election they took a policy position on their 2030 target. But what is their 2030 target today? I'm listening. I'm waiting to hear an answer, and there is none. It's a silence. They go for the long haul, but they won't even go for the short-term target in which they can be measured, in which they can be backed, because they have no plan. Well, everything the Labor Party stands for is based on intentions, not outcomes. And that compares to this side of the chamber, where what we're focused on is what we need to do to build the industries of the future to maintain jobs and opportunities for Australians. But we also understand that we have to support and back our primary industries, because this side of the chamber has always understood that if you don't have wealth-creating primary industries, you will not create the wealth for the nation to support the manufacturing sector and, of course, the services sector across the nation. It does not matter where you are in this nation. You are dependent on the wealth that is created from primary industries to be able to back you, your jobs, your livelihood. And particularly because we understand, and we've seen this under the current minister in understanding the importance, and this Prime Minister, the importance and opportunity of the critical minerals sector. Because so many of the technologies to decarbonise globally, whether it's EVs, whether it's solar PV cells, and many of the new innovative technologies, are going to be dependent on critical minerals like lithium, nickel and copper and rare earths to make sure that we have the ingredients necessary. And we're going to back Aussie jobs to be able to achieve their extraction, and as part of the story of building the next generation of Australian jobs. Now, of course, that will never be enough for Labor, because the old saying is that if you hold a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, in Labor, it doesn't matter what they're holding, everything should be solved through a tax. This is the party that somehow spectacularly turned around support from the mining sector for a restructuring of the tax system under the mining tax, and managed to turn not just the mining industry against them, who initially put forward the idea, but they got the whole nation against them that led to a loss of government. This is the party that went to an election that said there will be no carbon tax under a government I lead, until they did a seedy deal with the Greens to form government, and that went away straight away. And it was hilarious to hear, just from the member previously for Paterson, who talked particularly about her love for coal and then, of course, how they want to embrace CCS. Yet those same members came into this chamber and tried to make sure there was no investment in reducing Australia's greenhouse gas emissions through CCS only a few weeks ago. Every time they talk big, every time they make their case, but it's always policy based on intent and not outcomes. And on this side of the chamber, we're for outcomes and Aussie jobs.
The member's time has expired, and I call the member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this morning I was thinking about what I would tell my grandchildren when I eventually get them about my time in Parliament. And I thought to myself there would be many moments that I could share with them, like the time the former Attorney-General and the Prime Minister backed in a billionaire who tried to bankrupt Western Australia. All the time, the government voted against referring the member for Pearce to the Privileges Committee for the first time in the history of Parliament. All the time, the Prime Minister cuddled a precious lump of coal in the chamber. Or indeed, the moment that we're having right now, with a government that has dithered and dathered on an energy emissions policy for 8 long years, even in the face of mounting evidence of the economic benefits of net zero emissions, and an industry that is increasingly more frustrated by a lack of political action. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister might rely on miracles, but the WA resources sector does not. Just this week, Rio Tinto announced it would accelerate its transition to decarbonisation by moving its iron ore mines to run on renewables, and they've invested $10 billion to get there. Mitsubishi Australia has committed to net zero by 2050, as has BHP. The WA Chamber of Commerce and the WA Chamber of Minerals and Energy have called for net zero emissions by 2050. The resources industry is racing towards net zero, but the PM and the Minister for Resources are distracted by internal party politics. Australia, and particularly Western Australia, has a lot to offer the world in renewables, in hydrogen, in lithium and in rare minerals. We've got Greenbushes in the southwest with the largest hard rock lithium mine in the world. Mount Weld in Laverton has the highest grade rare earth deposits. Nickel processing in Kwinana by BHP Nickel West produces enough nickel to make 700,000 electric vehicle batteries. And right here in the northern suburbs, Clearview Technologies has developed solar panelled glass that has the capacity to revolutionise the building industry. But Deputy Speaker, every time I speak to anyone in the resources sector or anyone conducting world-leading research into renewables, I hear the same story. Their ability to capitalise on Australia's technical expertise, on our natural deposits, on our ingenuity is stymied by the failure of this government to deliver a national policy on energy and emissions. Now, the Clean Energy Council has just said that we as a nation have the capability and capacity to reach 44.5% cuts to emissions by 2030. This isn't a matter of ideology. What members opposite believe or don't believe about climate change is beside the point. This is about Australia's future prosperity for our children, for our grandchildren when we eventually get them, and for generations to come. This is about the blind denial of a reality that is staring us all right in the face, a reality where the market and the industry is taking the lead on decarbonisation and emissions reductions because this government refuses to, because this Minister for Resources refuses to. Deputy Speaker, I dream about grandchildren, right? But now is not the time to dream about miracles. It's not the time to procrastinate. Now's the time for really quite a harsh reality check. And that means getting on board the renewables train and acting with conviction. That's what the resources sector is doing. They're not just getting on that train, Deputy Speaker. They have had to build the tracks. They've had to build the train and the signals. And now they're having to drive that train as well. They're having to do all the heavy lifting and all the hard yards in the absence of a political will stymied by this government that could pave the way for a prosperous Australia, a prosperous future. The Minister for Resources refuses to hop on that train. He refuses to get on board. The Prime Minister refuses to hop on that train and to get on board. And I say, if they're refusing to hop on that train, then they should get out of the way, because the trains are coming.
I call the member for Barker.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to follow the member for Cowan for what I suggest sounded a lot like a valedictory speech. But time for us to have a reality check. It sounded a lot. I think I've scratched an itch. But time for a reality check here. And when I read this motion, I thought to myself, pinch yourself, Tony, you're still dreaming. I mean, the suggestion of those opposite that our government has abandoned the Australian resource industry and jobs. Now, pretty clear that hasn't happened, but I'll tell you what did happen. And it's not something I determined, but the people of Australia determined in 2019. The blue-collar workers in the Australian resources industry in 2019 had a decision to make. And they made it pretty clear. They made it in Western Australia in droves. They made it in Queensland in droves. We had one proposal where our government said we'd reduce emissions by 26 to 28%, we'd meet Kyoto 1, 2, and ultimately put ourselves on a path to meet and beat our targets in Paris. And we had the member for Maribyrnong leading the Australian Labor Party with a target to reduce emissions by 45%. And ultimately, those in the Australian resource sector said, no thank you, because the Australian resource sector and the blue-collar workers that work within it are incredibly intelligent people, and they knew what rushing to that kind of reduction target meant. You know, this debate isn't about emissions reduction. It's actually about the speed at which we get there. So those opposite at the last election wanted to rush to that outcome. Now, if you want to rush to that outcome, the only tool you've got in your toolbox is a tax. If, on the other hand, you want to put yourself on a sensible trajectory, you give yourself more time to adopt technological-based solutions. Now, I'm going to suggest to those opposite that whenever mankind is faced with a challenge over the history of mankind, I'll repeat it from member for Cowan, we have solved that problem using technology, because every time we tried to solve that problem with a tax, it failed. The reality here is this is a technology-based solution or nothing. And we need to adopt that approach, because those opposite bemoan us for achieving our Kyoto 1 target, achieving our Kyoto 2 target, and by the way, those opposite don't even have a 2030 policy. They don't have a target for 2030. So, in fairness, this motion should say we congratulate the government for being about actions and outcome, as opposed to those opposite who are about froth and bubble. But that's the point, isn't it? They've always been about froth and bubble. They didn't care that the mining resources rent tax didn't raise a cracker, because it sounded good in the pages of The Age and The Guardian. They weren't focused on outcomes. We are focused on outcomes. And I can tell you who else is focused on outcomes: the blue-collar workers of this country, not just in the Australian resources sector, but right across the spectrum. They've got an incredibly attuned radar for froth and bubble. And when they hear it in the lead up to an election, they say, no, thank you. Now, I'm really pleased that those opposite have decided that they are for the Australian resources industry once again. It's a quantum change. We've been away from this place for some time, but you might recall the last time we were here, there were discussions about the Leader of the Opposition slinking his way very privately, very confidentially into a coal mine. They weren't that proud about that situation then. Now, the people of Australia get this, right? They don't judge people on what people say. People in my electorate say, Tony, we will judge you on what you do, not what you say. Those opposite need to realise the people of Australia are making those judgments right now. It's what you do, not what you say. It's not what target you'd like to achieve, or for those opposite, what target you don't have. It's what target you set and you beat, what target you meet and beat. For those opposite, they don't even have a target, and they want to come in here and lecture us about our achievements. Kyoto 1, Kyoto 2, on the trajectory for Paris.
Has expired. I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And what an extraordinary debate this afternoon. I barely know where to begin. But I do know that the last few weeks in this House, this week and before we came back to Canberra, my observations of this government has been really kind of reminiscent of watching the season finale of Dallas. It's like the worst US soap opera imaginable that revolves around this kind of affluent, feuding family that makes itself wealthy on kind of oil and cattle industries, but they're all the time at each other and undermining the bejesus out of one another. Well, that's the coalition party room. It's like one loop of Dallas after Dallas after Dallas. And in the whole time, we've had 8 years of this now, 8 years of this ramshackled government trying to get its act together on climate change, on energy, or frankly any other number of important key policy issues for this nation. But finding its way to net zero submissions has been the most painful birth of all, and we still haven't got there. They're still in Labor. Only they should really actually let the real Labor take over and make sure that this country actually gets to a zero nets by 2050. But this has been the longest soap opera ever. And of course, we've had a few funny twists and turns in the way. They've sent that the senator that's the old accountant from Queensland down to the Hunter Valley, spread a bit of coal on his face to try and pretend he's at one with the people down there, as if any of our coal miners would take that bloke seriously. Surely, they must be. They must not have understood just how disrespectful that looked to all of the people, the hard-working men and women in that sector. But I tell you what, we in Newcastle, we do know a thing or two about when big companies and global capital start making decisions, because we had a thing called a steelworks that operated in Newcastle. My dad was a rigger at BHP. I grew up with BHP pumping jobs and energy and steel out of that factory my whole life. And like every kid, I loved the tapping of a blast furnace and seeing those flames go everywhere. But you know what? BHP made an economic decision to leave us hanging and out to dry, quite frankly. But we didn't, because the people of Newcastle are a very resilient bunch. There was a shocking effort by the then Howard Liberal government to cobble together a restructured package. But Newcastle has gone on to diversify itself, diversify its economic base. We are smart manufacturers now of so many things. And you know what? We're turning ourselves to the opportunities of new energy sources. And we want to be sitting at that table when those decisions get made, because we've got a lot of skin in the game. We've got a lot of people tied up in jobs that have got a finite future. And what we do know, when global capital makes a big decision, they don't bother turning around and asking all the workers how they're going to get on. You've got to be ready. You've got to have some plans on the table, and that is why I have pleaded with this government for 8 years now about not just getting your climate change policies sorted out. Stop the arguing around, seriously, there are still people arguing about the basic science of climate change here. What you've got to have is a plan on the table that's going to take advantage of hydrogen, of green hydrogen. It's going to take advantage of offshore wind. We finally see a piece of legislation in this parliament this week. 8 years it's taken this government to figure out it needs some legislation to enable offshore wind to actually occur in this country. We want to take advantage of the opportunities for high-end manufacturing. I don't want to just have offshore wind farms. I want to be manufacturing the towers and the blades that we currently have to buy from overseas. They are good, real, permanent jobs that we need. We've got to diversify our economic base, or you leave carbon-intensive regions like mine hanging out to dry.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. It's an interesting heading for this debate, that apparently this government has somehow or other abandoned the Australian resources industries. And yet you look at the facts and it couldn't be anything further from the truth, with our resources demanding record prices. Thermal coal prices are soaring, gas prices are soaring, quantities are up, so our exports are increasing, employment numbers in the sector are high, and somehow or other the opposition thinks that we as a government have abandoned this sector. It is quite amazing, really. But then when you listen to most of the opposition talk about this, it's not about the sector at all, it's about net zero 2050. And therefore you look at the record of the government in relation to reducing emissions, and it's got a fantastic record by any account. So our commitments to Kyoto 1 have been met, Kyoto 2 have been met. We were criticised relentlessly throughout all of those programs, and we were never going to meet those targets, but we did. We were criticised relentlessly because we were never going to meet our targets in Paris. And they were saying the only way you're ever going to meet those Paris targets is by some clever accounting when you take over the surplus that you accumulated with Kyoto. But that's not true either. So we're going to meet our Paris commitments. And now you look forward to some of the other things that we are doing in relation to reducing emissions. Why doesn't anybody ever give this government credit for Australia being a nation that leads the world with rooftop solar? Ahead of Germany, ahead of Japan, you nearly add those two together, and they just equal the amount of rooftop solar that we have in Australia on a per capita basis. So the things that we are doing in relation to agriculture, with additives and supplements to reduce the methane being emitted from our stocks, again, is leading the world. The policies put in place by the Minister for Agriculture in relation to sequestering carbon within the soils, putting together some reserves on farmland that are less productive than others to ensure that we can sequester carbon within the timber reserves. As the previous speaker from the coalition spoke about, there are two ways that we can get to the place that we all want to be, and that is a clean environment. We can try and do it with taxes, and we know that that's the Labor way. But if we look at the recent technology advancements in solar panels, over the last 5 years, the cost of solar panels has effectively halved, and their efficiencies have doubled. So we would be reasonably confident that we should be able to get similar advancements in the technology surrounding batteries and in the technology surrounding hydrogen. But at the moment, they're just not there. These advancements that we are yearning for simply do not exist. So whilst we are confident that that's where we're going, we're confident that we're going to be able to get where we want to be. If you just want to jump in with a blindfold on, well, good luck. But we don't want to take the rest of regional Australia with the same risk. So I think it's only reasonable that the National Party, looking after the poorest people in Australia, the people who have the most trouble to pay their energy bills, the people that go and work in the most energy-intensive areas that are also at risk if we happen to have policies put in place by a government that forces the cost of energy up. So I think to put in place safeguards is something that we feel very, very comfortable about. Yes, I think there's every chance that we will be in a situation where we do get the technology that we need. But right at the moment, industry is charging ahead, and industry needs dispatchable power. And we simply don't have dispatchable power in our renewables at the moment. We haven't got Snowy Hydro 2.0 built. We haven't got enough batteries within our solar farms, our large-scale wind. We still don't have enough battery there, and effectively we haven't got hydrogen to where we need to get it. Thank you very much.
The time for the discussion has concluded. I've received a message from the Senate returning the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Improving Supports for At-Risk Participants Bill 2021 without amendment, and informing the House that Senator Van has been appointed a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment. Royal Commission Response number 2 Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Cooper.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Cooper has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll pick up where I left off. I seem destined to give this speech in small increments, but it is a really important topic. And as I was saying before, what really concerns me with this important topic is that it will fall into the way that this government treats all these things. We do have a Royal Commission that sets out the way we should go, but what we'll get from this government is spin and announcements, but no substance. So it is important to note that the Royal Commission made 148 recommendations, and that the response to these recommendations is so far disappointing. The government's delayed and rejected key recommendations. We know that there's not enough reform around workforce issues, not improving the wages. This is something I hear from time and time again from people who work in the sector and people who rely on those who work in the sector. We are not going to fix this until we pay properly the people who we are relying on to work in our aged care sector. Funding commitments. We know this government's handing over $3.2 billion to providers with no strings attached. Nothing to say this has to go to actually providing the better food, the better care that the Aged Care Royal Commission set out that we need. The home care package wait list of 100,000 still not cleared. And of course, importantly, the government's also ignored the recommendation to require a nurse to be on duty 24/7 in residential care. What a disgrace. Such a core recommendation from the Royal Commission, and this government can't even pick it up. The government also hasn't implemented the main increase to mandatory care minutes in residential aged care. And again, I say we know that staffing levels and staffing conditions and pay are core to so many of the problems that we see in our aged care sector. It was picked up through the Commission. It's picked up in the conversations I know I have in my community. It is neglect that this government isn't picking up those recommendations and implementing them. And so that's why this bill, while there are many good parts to this bill, it is important that it receives further scrutiny, and that's why I support the recommendation that it goes to a Senate committee inquiry for further investigation. It is concerning that this bill hasn't had the level of stakeholder consultation that it should. From our side, the stakeholders that we've consulted with have all expressed concern that they haven't had the chance to really input and shape this bill. The National Registration Scheme, the government's choosing to implement worker screening instead of the Royal Commission recommendation for a national registration scheme. And I note in the Royal Commission that Commissioner Briggs noted how this scheme would take time to set up. So something that we need time to set up, this government has decided not even to deal with yet. And that is, again, concerning when we think about the quality of what's provided in our aged care. Weaker governance standards, that the governance standards proposed in this bill are less prescriptive than those that were recommended by the Royal Commission. The eyes and the clarity and the insight we have into what's going on in our aged care home, freedom of information exemption, that currently providers are exempt from certain FOR requests. The Royal Commission recommended this exemption be removed, but this has been left out of this bill. And there are a couple of other issues that also should be addressed. But as I said, the core of this issue, the core of this debate must be about the government following through on the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission. We deserve an aged care system that is funded properly, that is staffed properly and that works for all older Australians.
It being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Gilmore, who's just given me a smile, so I think it is her.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. But when the 2019-2020 bushfires were raging in my electorate on the New South Wales South Coast, it truly was an extraordinary time. The selfless efforts of our rural fire service volunteers and all our emergency services volunteers and workers was simply outstanding, and something I know we are all incredibly proud of. The bushfires raged for months. Lives were tragically lost and people were injured. Homes and businesses gutted. Roads and highways cut off and loved ones separated. I remember that time clearly, Deputy Speaker. A highway cut off, the feeling of desperation and despair as everyone banded together. The immediate need for a joint emergency services precinct was again highlighted during those catastrophic events of the 2019-2020 Black Summer bushfires. In a small, much-loved community hall, the Moruya RSL Hall, you would find the makeshift Eurobodalla Emergency Operations Centre, the place where emergency services would meet to coordinate the emergency response, complete with Bunnings fold-up tables and extension power leads. The vital Moruya RFS Incident Management Centre was also in a different location, making communications and an integrated response more difficult. Eurobodalla Council and emergency services agencies have been advocating for more than 8 years for a modern co-located facility for emergency services agencies and their operations to be based in Moruya. It's worth noting here that there have been previous reviews of emergency operations centres across New South Wales, and on each occasion the conclusion has been that a purpose-made emergency services precinct is required in Moruya. Deputy Speaker or Speaker, the Eurobodalla, more specifically Moruya, remains without a satisfactory emergency operations centre. New South Wales RFS, New South Wales Ambulance, New South Wales Fire and Rescue facilities each have standalone facilities in Moruya that are no longer fit for purpose and are located on flood-prone land. New South Wales SES is also currently located within Council's Moruya depot and will need to relocate in the future. It's a huge problem, Mr Speaker. That's why I'm calling on the federal government to help fund a new dedicated emergency operations centre at Moruya as part of a regional co-located emergency services precinct. I have today launched a petition on my website asking people to join the fight for the Emergency Operations Centre to be built. Mr Speaker, I know that Eurobodalla Council is working in collaboration with the following state agencies in the development of the regional co-located emergency services precinct: the New South Wales RFS, State Planning Office, Regional Office, Local Office and Moruya Station and the Incident Management Centre, the New South Wales SES, also the Moruya Station, Training Facilities and Office, New South Wales Ambulance, the Moruya Station and Office, and the existing Eurobodalla Emergency Operations Centre, local emergency management centre agencies and non-government organisations. The precinct aims to house these stakeholders along with a central emergency operations centre and training facilities, providing a centre of excellence for emergency management. Mr Speaker, the new Emergency Operations Centre and Emergency Precinct is needed urgently. As soon as government funding is made available, an agreed service provider can be engaged to commence delivery of the project. All emergency services agencies and councils support this project. Deputy Speaker, it's worth noting that 95% of Eurobodalla citizens placed emergency services as the #1 issue for government to address. This proposal meets that need. Co-location of key emergency service agencies in high-tech, fit-for-purpose facilities will ensure supporting contemporary and future emergency response. Combined with the new Eurobodalla Hospital and the existing Moruya TAFE, this precinct will also create a central employment hub aligned with the proposed Moruya bypass. It will also boost local jobs. The federal government has a $4 billion emergency disaster mitigation fund for this very purpose. The fund has earned the government over $700 million in interest, with only $50 million spent. Now is the time for the federal government to release those funds to help build the new Emergency Operations Centre and Precinct at Moruya.
Question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for more.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Cybersecurity is a critical element of our national security. The Australian Cyber Security Centre, within the Australian Signals Directorate, leads the Australian Government's efforts on national cyber security. And according to the statistics contained in the latest ACSC threat report, cyber attacks are now occurring every 8 minutes, compared to 1 every 10 minutes last financial year. Malicious cyber activity is on the rise. We need to face the reality that cyber criminals are getting smarter and hungrier for money, and they're looking to attack infrastructure providers in sectors such as higher education, medical and health, transport, telecommunications. All of these major industries are situated within the electorate of Moore. I recently visited Sapien Cyber, based in the new science building at the Joondalup campus of Edith Cowan University. Chief Executive Officer Glenn Murray and Chief Operating Officer Rochelle Fleming briefed me on contemporary cybersecurity issues and ways in which the federal government can better enable our local business community to effectively prepare, defend and respond against cyber incursions and protect against losses to business continuity, safeguarding against reputational and financial loss. Sapien Cyber had its inception from research at Edith Cowan University. It is a collaboration of academic and industry experienced practitioners in the form of a new commercial entity model, building upon the university's 20 years of world-leading research in cybersecurity. It is the only Australian-owned and operated cybersecurity company focused on protecting critical infrastructure and working on operational technology. I look forward to supporting the work of Sapien Cyber in the digital sphere by promoting public awareness of cybersecurity threats and advocating for greater funding and investment in order to better safeguard our IT infrastructure, which the economy of the future will be built upon. Infrastructure security is a focus area for Sapien Cyber as the federal government works to expand the number of defined critical infrastructure sectors from the current 4 to 11 under the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020. One particular area of expertise for Sapien is in the security of building management systems, and in particular focusing on the medical and health sector. Joondalup Health Campus is a major hospital within my electorate, and with the highest percentage of cyber attacks targeting the medical sector, we need to be more vigilant in protecting both the hospital itself and the patients within it from interference with the building management systems. Building management systems centrally control access to buildings, the electrical supply, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, plumbing, fire systems, telecommunications and other key services within the building. Tampering with these systems can cause chaos, leading to potential loss of life. One of my priorities is to constantly promote job opportunities for local residents. There is a huge deficit in skills in the cybersecurity space, and with the City of Joondalup promoting itself as an emerging hub for cybersecurity, the necessary funding and investment for research and education needs to be attracted in order to develop nation-leading capabilities, driving long-term benefits for the industry and for the protection of our constituents and other fellow Australians. Grassroots cyber security education is something we need to continue to invest in and help fill with the skills gap across Australia in this critical sector. With Sapien Cyber being a local Western Australian startup company with global reach, it is a perfect example of the type of business that requires further government funding and support for growth. In order for the Joondalup Learning Precinct to develop into a centre of excellence for innovation, technology, research and development, it is essential to attract greater levels of government funding and private sector investment. It is essential that graduates from cybersecurity courses are job-ready and prepared to enter the workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Oxley.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to give credit and thanks and to congratulate Westside Christian College Principal Mr Barry Leverton on his retirement. He leaves the service of this wonderful school after 24 years of faithful service. Barry's tenure as principal has seen this school go from strength to strength, and I'm sure his legacy will continue within the school community for many years to come. His tenure as principal was marked with compassion and faith and an overriding commitment to serving the Christian values of the college and the educational well-being of every single student. I wish Barry and his wife all the best for their retirement, and I look forward to continuing to support Westside Christian College as they enter a new chapter with a new school leadership team in place. I'd also like to extend my congratulations to the Jindalee District's Australian Football and Netball Club, also known as the Jags, on their 50th anniversary. While I'll be in quarantine when they celebrate this significant milestone and sadly won't be able to join them, I have had the honour of joining them for many presentation nights over my time as their local federal member. What stood out for me is their culture of inclusion and support, where the kids were celebrated for their enthusiasm and effort, along with their achievements. Congratulations to Wayne, Michael, Corey, Bill, Rob and David, and so many volunteers on a fantastic year for the club, even amongst all of the challenges that we've faced. This club has been consistently growing its ranks for many years, increasing its membership from 150 members just six years ago to 620 players today. They're particularly proud that 45% of their players are now women and girls. Congratulations to the Jindalee Jags on 50 years of success, and I wish you luck for 50 more. Another community group celebrating an anniversary recently is the Inala Family Support Centre, and I was privileged to celebrate this milestone with many volunteers with them earlier this month, alongside the great Queenslander boxer Jeff Horn, who came along to support his wonderful mum Lisa, who has worked at the centre for almost 18 years. For over 20 years, the centre has provided almost $3 million worth of support to over 50,000 people in need. They provide financial assistance as well as things like food, furniture, emergency bill payments, education expenses, Christmas hampers, gifts and vouchers, and so much more to our wider Inala community. I know from speaking to our local state member and Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk and her father, the Honourable Henry Palaszczuk, who helped establish the Emergency Inala Family Support Centre, just how valuable this centre is to our local community. Mr Speaker, these services make a real difference in the lives of people in our community are struggling, those who find themselves in times of crisis. The motto of the centre is, "We turn nobody away." The impact of their support upon the Inala community cannot be underestimated or understated. I want to particularly acknowledge all of the hard-working volunteers for so many years who have served our community, particularly the conference president, Monica Topikoff, and her wonderful team of volunteers who turn up each week, day in, day out, to support so many in our community. In particular, many of those from non-English speaking backgrounds who have come to Inala as their first home. They're always made to feel welcome and completely included. I recognise the dedicated work of all the volunteers, past and present. I wish them a happy anniversary, and long may they continue the good work of the St Vincent de Paul Society in our community.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Speaker. Johan, in his late 60s, has lived in the electorate of Curtin for years. And like so many others, Johan has family living overseas. During COVID, his sister's husband was diagnosed with and ultimately passed away from stage 4 cancer. They lived in South Africa. Unfortunately, due to travel restrictions, Johan was unable to travel to South Africa to attend his brother-in-law's funeral or to be by the side of his sister to give her support in her time of grief. Her grief was overwhelming, and tragically, Johan's glamorous, talented and devoted sister ended her own life soon after her husband's death. In speaking with me, Johan was quite matter-of-fact in saying that his sister was sacrificed for the greater good. However, in his own words, he also told me, "I believe that the COVID situation has changed, and while the government has done a very good job in the past and that intervention was sound philosophically and ethically, the change in situation puts a question as to the continuation of the ethical rightness. I call for a return of personal liberties that is no longer morally, philosophically and ethically acceptable to take away people's personal freedoms." Jo, in her 50s, has also lived in the electorate for decades. In her words, "I've been cut off from my only child for too long. He has battled through life in New York without family, without hugs, without the support of Australia he should have got as a citizen. He is one of those who has been forgotten and vilified in the press here. The hate directed at Australians living overseas has been hard to take. The effect on my mental health and physical health has been substantially worse than I would have imagined, but the government doesn't care. Our family is just collateral damage and we are not listed in any numbers anywhere. We want our family reunited. We have done all the right things throughout. Vaccinated as soon as possible, quarantined as required. We don't get any money from the government and my son gets nothing. We just want to be together." Ted, in his 60s, wrote me this, in part. "A ship in the harbour is safe, but that's not what ships are for. Being denied the freedom to travel, even in your own country, when double vaccinated, is not what life is for. The values of this government seem to be that a normal life is being able to have a beer at the pub or go to the footy, rather than being able to be with your family, even in our own country, at the end of life or other significant events. My father passed away last week and my brother, who is double vaccinated, could not be at his end of life. This is now affecting thousands of families. For many of us, the window to travel is a joy, and this joy for many seniors is closing down. Seniors are being robbed of time. This virus is not going away. We need to learn to live with it, and the price we pay for kicking that can down the road is enormous, and it's particularly enormous for seniors. Pamela, born in Cottesloe, told me this: "COVID-19 is not the only killer out there. Separation from family and friends, during any of life's emotional crises and celebrations, things we once said we valued, delivers long-term psychological damage and immense distress. My very elderly mother lives in Perth. I live and have businesses in London. I stayed in Perth for 18 months to care for her during the pandemic at a cost to my business and personal life. I returned to England in late August to pick up the pieces against the then promised international border openings in time for Christmas family reunions. Now my mother has had a stroke and I'm desperate to be back, but the Premier has extended the state's hibernation from the world and soon probably the rest of Australia again. My 95-year-old mother cannot keep waiting for new conditions to arise and promised reunions to be broken. These are real West Australians and real stories. These are our friends, neighbours, colleagues. Yes, we have been living a free life in Western Australia in many respects, and it's been wonderful, but it has not been without cost. These stories are just the tip of the iceberg of those in WA who have been impacted by the border closures. We need our vaccination rates to increase. We need to ask for and be given a clear timeframe as to when our borders will open. We need to ask for and be given a clear plan out. We need clarity because there are so many of us who need hope. Thank you, Speaker.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Wills.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Australia's closed international border has been so hard on many Australians with families separated. Australia is a very diverse, multicultural nation, and Australians have family all over the world. I do. Now, I've supported Australia's border measures as a health measure during this pandemic, but in many cases of families separated, I've just been shocked by the lack of compassion, consistency and common sense. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people have reached out to me over the past 18 months since Australia's border closed, unable to secure an exemption despite very compelling circumstances. One case that is particularly shocking is the Kenny family in my electorate, whose 7-year-old son, Oliver, has been undergoing treatment for medulloblastoma. It started with vomiting, and for 2 months his parents shunted him between GPs and hospital trying to find the answers. Doctors found a 32mm tumour on his brain which had produced 2 small pea-like tumours on his spine. Medulloblastoma, a word most 7-year-olds can't even pronounce, is a life-threatening diagnosis requiring intensive surgery, chemotherapy and radiation. It is a fast-growing and aggressive cancer. About 25 kids are diagnosed each year. Without medical intervention, Oliver could have had as little as 2 weeks to live. This is every parent's worst nightmare. And it was made much more difficult with Melbourne's lockdowns. Whilst we complain about not seeing friends and family, not being able to go out, for the Kennys, this has meant separation from their support systems, both friends and family, and the worry of the devastating implications of catching COVID and what that would do to Oliver. But despite all of this, Oliver's grandparents, who live in the UK, have been knocked back 4 times in the last year trying to get to Australia to support the family and Oliver. 4 times. They are both double vaccinated, with booster shots, and are willing to comply with all quarantine requirements and costs. If Oliver's case doesn't qualify for compassionate circumstances, what is the point of even having these exemptions? It's mind-boggling. This is despite his family and his social worker at the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne pleading to Border Force that the emotional and practical support that the grandparents would provide to Oliver and the family would be critical. Thankfully, Oliver's medical team believe he may now be in remission. However, his grandparents are still hoping to travel to Australia to provide that support to the family. Now, I've written on behalf of the Kenny family's request to the Australian Border Force. So has Oliver's medical team. Oliver's father, Kirk, has recently started a petition that has attracted thousands of supporters. Now, this is just one story of probably many, thousands of stories. Stories that hopefully we hear less and less of with our borders opening up and our vaccination rates high. And I hope that as our international border reopens, that we also reopen to each other. Australia is one federated nation. We are no longer separate colonies. This Christmas, despite Australia projected to meet the 80% vaccination threshold, there will still be many families locked out from returning home, still overseas, and locked out from seeing their relatives and their loved ones. I feel for these families. People will be flying overseas, but someone in Melbourne won't be allowed to go to Perth. It speaks to the failure of national leadership from this place right here. We're all at fault, state premiers and territories, but also this place and the national leadership that comes from here. Our Prime Minister, our ministers, our government. I can't imagine Prime Minister Hawke or Keating or Howard vacating the field the way that this Prime Minister has during this pandemic. I can't imagine letting any of those great Prime Ministers letting the state premiers dictate Australia's response to a global pandemic. Standing for inconsistent state border rules, looking after their own people, yes, but not thinking about the bigger picture of the nation. So I ask, how long will our Prime Minister let this go on for? Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Sunday, more than 4,500 residents in my electorate of Fisher gathered for a protest rally along the route of Sunshine Coast Council's proposed light rail project. Led by dedicated local campaign groups, the Mass Transit Action Group and Beach Matters, they held signs that said, "No light rail," "Tell the council now," and "Don't make us the Gold Coast." I could not agree more with the thousands of my community and like-minded residents that spoke up so very clearly on the weekend. I want to thank Tracy Goodwin McDonald and Rachel Birmingham for their roles in mounting this important protest. I also want to thank my state colleagues, Jared Blay and Fiona Simpson. I was very disappointed not to be there myself, but unfortunately I had to travel down here and was on a plane at the time of the rally. Otherwise I would have been there with them. Unfortunately, Sunshine Coast Council has totally ignored the voices of the many residents in my community who rightly oppose this ill-considered idea. Yesterday, Council voted in majority to send their mass transit options paper to the Queensland State Government, recommending light rail as a high-scoring option for consideration. Council clearly do not care what our community thinks. They are determined to blindly progress this project, whatever the views of the people that they are supposed to represent. Mr Speaker, I am just as determined to oppose this. No one could deny that public transport on the Sunshine Coast is in a parlous state. Thanks to decades of neglect from successive Queensland Labor state governments, our bus service is woefully inadequate, and our century-old single-track rail line does not come within 20 kilometres of the coast's major population centres. However, in my view, and that of the many thousands of my constituents who rallied on Sunday, Sunshine Coast Council's $1.5 billion proposal for light rail is absolutely the wrong answer. One of Council's light rail proposals would run from Caloundra along Nichollen Way through Kawana and then along Alexandra Parade, finishing after 22 kilometres in the new Maroochydore city centre. Now, that route continues to change throughout the years. Now they're talking about maybe Kawana to Maroochydore. But in any event, Nichollen Way and Alexandra Parade are already heavily congested roads, and light rail would remove a lane each way for traffic. Light rail would not significantly reduce the number of cars using these roads when our population is so heavily decentralised throughout the region. Yet it would halve the network's capacity to take cars. The consequences for our already heavily congested roads would, in my view, be disastrous. Our community instead needs heavy rail on the Camcos corridor and a significantly upgraded road and public transport network across the entire region, which benefits all local residents. Servicing only a narrow strip of some 22 kilometres on one fixed light rail would do nothing for the vast bulk of Sunshine Coast residents. Most would be required to make the congested journey to drive to a light rail station in order to use it. Even those residents who lived along the rail would continue to require a car to reach the bulk of our community services and amenities, which are not located within walking distance of a proposed light rail station. Most importantly, light rail would also have disastrous consequences for the lifestyle along the Sunshine Coast's famous coastal strip. Our community is differentiated from others by its low-density, natural coastline and family-friendly living. Council's design for light rail includes proposals to significantly increase the permitted density of residences along the coastline between Caloundra and Maroochydore. This is expected to increase the population of this area, and my community is saying, no Mayor, no Sunshine Coast Council, this is not what we want. Please listen to them.
The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. next Monday.